ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to say, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is action? Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is action? Chemical reaction.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP.
It's always a vibe when we come outside. When we come outside, we ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever, long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever, forever.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. 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 You and I, we a shit. We a VIP. That's why OUANDME. They all mad at us, so they HATE. We out here living life, we ain't laying down sleepy. Traveling around, ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town, lift the tiger, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, I dismiss. Cause me being with you is a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity, big trips. Cause we a whole vibe, tell them all my new. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a vibe. We a vibe. ride down the ride. You and I, we'll ride. You and I, we'll ride. And I, we'll ride. Down the ride, you and I, we'll ride.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. Today is the last day of group stages. However, in a few more days, we will be hosting the playoffs over here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur. So we shall all see you here.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Season 5 for MLBB. Here we are today, this very morning. We've got quite a lot of games prepared for you guys, but before we even jump onto that, this is the pre-show where we talk all things SPS. My name's Abstract. With me here is Husky as well as Chantel, both of which are from Stream C and Stream A. We can talk a little bit more about what has been happening in Stream A and C and perhaps a little bit on B itself. But before we even jump onto that, I do want to talk about what happened in Stream B. You know, I gotta have to talk about Stream B first.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Stream B. B for best, by the way. Kaltizi. You know, Team Liquid Philippines, Kaltizi went in on Stream B yesterday, showed us exactly what it's like to show that he is not, well, some people say washed out, right? He actually gave us a phenomenal performance when we come down to game number 1 with the Hayabusa, getting himself the Savage. In fact, the very first Savage when it comes down to SPS Season 5.
The first one in SPS.
If I'm not wrong,
Season 5,
yes.
yes.
In Season 5, I don't think we've had any Savages. I'm trying to think back if we have even any Savages throughout the entire history of SPS, but I can't think of any.
The entire history, oh wow, really? That would be quite a tall order.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm trying to remember all the seasons that we had before. But yeah, knowing that Carl and TZ played the Hayabusa, you know, if you are using the Hayabusa, I kind of feel like it's very difficult to achieve a Savage because after the shadow kill, you have to wait for the other players, look for them, hunt them down. But for Carl TZ, it was just all over the place and even found the Udil for that Savage.
Exactly. I gotta have to say, of course, it is a lot about the micromanagement coming in from Kaltizi. But as you guys can have probably see from the preview just now, it is definitely not from his work all alone. You gotta have to give a huge thanks over to Udil for walking back into the fight.
For showing himself outside that microphone.
But more specifically, we do have the greatest wingman, Sanji. He knew what's gonna happen. You know, throw right into the Nightmare spawn and of course get the stun, and he knew that is a given Savage over to Kaltizi. And with that all said and done, it pretty much showed us how strong Team Liquid Philippines really is. And with that showing in SPS, they seem like they are the best contender to Yudu Red Giants. Although we gotta have to say, before MSC, you know, they did go for a scrim against Yudu Red Giants, ending up in a 4-0 loss to Yudu Red Giants, but that was before MSC. Everyone hailed them to be so great and all, but Chantel, what do you think of this? Team Liquid Philippines, after MSC, do you think that they managed to, you know, kind of catch up to Yudu Red Giants?
Yeah, definitely. Because when we see the hero composition or the prioritization of heroes from MSC, it's very different. Specifically for Carl TZ, from the past, it was more on a Kais, more on the utility jungles. But this time, we see him with the assassins, right? So it's more on the draft changes, I think, for Team Liquid, the PH, as to why they are very effective for SPS Season 5.
I think on top of that is also during the challenge season, that's where we had this patch, right? Where the Lord Dancers, new items, and Liquid Philippines, they had to go through this lower bracket to get the challenge finals. They played the most games, and they also talked about the struggles adapting to this. Kaltizi, after MSC, really went ham on Assassin Jungler practice. And here he is, right? First Savage, TRPH, top of Group A.
It is quite a statement, don't you guys think? Well, in fact, when we're talking about statement, I do want to look at this one hero that made it into the patch when it comes down to the Snapdragon Pro Series, Ju-Sin. Is it really a statement that we want to see in SPS, or is it just kind of meh? As you guys can see, Ju-Sin has been banned a total of 17 times and picked a total of 8 times altogether, with a win rate pretty abysmal, if you ask me, 38%. This is where I throw the question over to the floor, right? Ju-Sin, Husky, meta or nah?
Meta,
That's a hard question.
Or
meta,
nah?
but not S tier.
Not S
the
tier.
first time we saw Ju-Sin was actually doing MWI, right? That was the first time that she was made available on an on an international official tournament, and teams have found ways to deal with Ju-Sin. I think N9P Flash was a very, very good example. When they go up against Ju-Sin, she needs time to stack the Lantern Flare passive to kind of lift you up and toss you back. Mobility, CC immunity, those are all good answers to Ju-Sin. And if you can gap close or force Ju-Sin to take something like a Purify instead of a Flicker, she kind of gives up that escape mechanism, and it's actually easy to catch up to her.
Yeah, it's probably more on how the team actually builds up that hero composition that they have, if it's meant for a team fight or not. And specifically speaking, it was actually Smart Omega that has the highest number of games played for to Su-Shin, right? But the win rate is more on a 50%. As seen in the graphics earlier, but the effectivity is depending on the rotation actually of the team. If it's not given like the proper rotation, it's not advisable to be used because it's more of a high risk and not a high reward. In the middle reward.
In the middle reward.
Because there's a high risk, high reward. But this high risk, middle reward, it depends. Situational.
There also is, of course, some caveats when it comes down to picking Ju-Sin. We definitely seen some kind of pattern when it comes down to picking Ju-Sin. At least when we saw from all three players when it comes down to, I believe that FNOC, AP Brand, they all managed to play the Ju-Sin before. Do you guys see any kind of patterns when it comes down to picking Ju-Sin? What is required for you to really run with the Ju-Sin?
I feel like if you want the hero, you want Ju-Sin to be picked up, there are certain things that needs to be fulfilled, right? First of all, enemy draft, is it mobile? I think in mobile drafts suffer against Ju-Sin. Second of all, like Chantal mentioned, do you have a frontline to back Ju-Sin up? She needs time, she needs space, and she doesn't have burst damage, right? It's over time.
It's continuous, you
need to give her time and space to really rack up the damage and help the team in those early to mid game. So conditional. Now, there's also at least when it comes down to required picks, I say that there is, of course, something like Harith, Minotaur, Ju-Sin. It seems pretty darn popular, these three being picked up together. But most likely for me, when it comes down to caveat, you're gonna have a roamer that will be able to clear waves. But let's move on away from Ju-Sin for now, because I think the most important topic that we gotta have to talk about is the overall standing throughout Group A and B, right? We're in a limbo now. We're in a limbo. So, Husky, walk me through with Group A for now. Group A, the only thing that's set in stone right now is that Team Liquid Philippines are guaranteed playoffs and Bigatron Beta have no chance of contending for playoffs. But that does not mean that they cannot affect the other four teams. Geek Fam, NIP Flash, RSGPH, and Homeboys are all stuck in this so-called limbo where they are playing their last series today, and depending on the results, two of them will not make top 3.
Ooh. It's kind of tough to actually look at Group A, right?
There's so much permutations.
So open.
Exactly.
Absolutely open. So it could quite literally go down to the wire here. And today is a day that we find out who are the top 3 teams that will move on to the playoff in Group A at the very least. When it comes down to Group B, it kind of seemed...
There's a light of who's gonna make it to the playoffs, but... the question is, who's going to be on second seed between Fnatic Onyx and Falcons AP Brand, right?
Fair. Because it kind of seems as though we do have Udurate Giants as leading the pack, right? But FNOC and AFCAP, I don't think that they are going to be real happy seated as number 2 and 3, because there is definitely a chance to be knocked out the very first game you enter into the playoffs. It's kind of annoying, especially the two of them are
and
like...
they're playing against each other today.
Teams.
Yeah, but
yikes. Okay, so honestly, I'm super stoked for that, but I don't know how that is gonna be like. Between the two of them, does it really make a difference? Because from what I know, right, I believe that for AFCAP, they are gonna be fighting against Rebellion. So that is going to be the game before them fighting
Yeah.
against FNOC. So
Yeah.
there could be a chance that the fight between FNOC and FCAP actually doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah, I think it matters a lot more for Rebellion than it is
Yes.
for FNOC and FCAP
yeah.
because Rebellion have the two toughest match today. They gotta fight FCAP and they gotta fight YRG.
Ah, damn. Ah, damn.
RRG.
It stings.
YRG, how many days again with the win streak?
122
22 after yesterday.
after yesterday.
If today-
Did they win again?
If today they go unbeaten, it will be
123.
123.
Oh wow, that's very, very long.
So this
A
is
third
kind
of a year.
Yeah, so this is where it begs the question once again. Team Liquid, will they be able to do anything against YRG? We gotta have to watch that in the subsequent games later on into the day. But we do have a highlight that I really want to talk about. Unfortunately, it's not in Stream B, so maybe it's not that important. But it is happening in Stream A, right?
Hey, by the way, awesome. Stream awesome.
It's just
You said again for me?
B for best.
B for best.
Us
Okay,
awesome.
A for awesome, C for...
Cool. Oh, actually, no.
Cool.
MSC stream, right? Remember day one, we got all the MSC games, all the
Yeah.
MSC matchup. Coolest set.
I'm leading you to say champion stream.
Champion.
Champions. YRG ain't here. We can't say that.
Okay, fine. Okay, we can do that. But you know, when it comes down to Stream A schedule, we do have 3 games that's listed out for you. We do have FCAP that was fighting against Bigatron Beta. Bigatron Beta versus Homeboys for the second game. And the highlight of the day, and that is going to be FNOC versus FCAP. The final game, and this is the M5 Grand Finals rematch.
Oh man, I got goosebumps, right? That's flashback. I remember staying up watching, and
Yeah.
it really felt like at that point, FCAP was about to run away with the whole tournament. And then
Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx, they started fighting back, and then they fell at the very end. That was the golden road. It could have been an historical moment.
Yeah, I remember it clearly. We started around 7 p.m. and
7
ended almost
PM.
the next day.
Huh?
Almost the next day, 7 p.m. Then around 12 or 11:30 p.m. we're still streaming the game. So it was
That
very long.
long?
And that type of a match is really one for the books because all along, yeah, I thought it was already Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah.
But for Fnatic Onyx, they showed their antiques. They showed a different kind of play style. Probably we'll see that again on the next game because they played really well against YRG yesterday.
I gotta have to say that lineup, or rather this matchup between these two giants is definitely marked in history. But when it comes down to the two of them, one of these teams are marked for death. And in fact, speaking about marked for death, here in the B stream pre-show, out of these 3 of us, one of us is already marked for death. As headlines have shown, and in stream C itself, a commentator has stated that the moment that YRG drop even one game, he will drink hot sauce. Who is that person? I wonder what is this graphic over here.
I wonder if he's wearing a blue
Wait,
suit
hold on.
today. I think he's wearing a blue suit today.
Yeah.
That guy.
That's the station. That guy right there.
He looks the same as you. Are you that one?
Are
Wait.
you the one?
Am I the one?
Are you the one?
Am I the one?
I
He's
have
ready.
personally prepared the moment of your life.
I've been waiting for this.
Everyone has been waiting for this. Everyone from the talents, the crew, the players. They know what you have been doing and you have marked yourself for death. As such, the Tabasco sauce, the hot sauce is here. Are you ready to commit into this? Because there's no turning back now. Even if you say no, I'm dropping it in.
There's no turning back. Someone made a poster about it. That
I'll
was
hold him.
it.
Hold him down. As I make this official, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the hot sauce is gonna be like.
How many drops again?
A good amount. A good amount.
By the way, guys, for those watching, other talents are here to watch this historic event.
Oh man, this is more historical than the M5 finals.
How does it smell?
I am not too sure if I'm able
How
to turn it
red
up.
it is. How
There we
You
go.
see that? You see that?
Oh, no.
oops.
Oh,
that's
it's okay.
It's okay. I'll deal with that.
It's
in a
okay.
bit.
wait.
But
Okay, I did it.
Hot sauce, hot
chug, 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 chug.
I love the support.
Chug, 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 chug. Tilt it to the camera. To the camera. One more time.
once.
Show us that you're a great friend. One more time.
Oh my goodness. The crowd is raving as much as I want to see him going one more time. We're running out of time as I believe that we gotta have to throw Husky back over to Stream C and Chantel back over to Stream A. Thank you so much for the two of you for coming over to the show. I will drink this by myself. No, I'm just kidding. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, make sure you guys tune in to Stream A, B and C, whichever that you prefer the most. And we will be right back with you guys with 3 of the most tight games that you'll ever see when it comes down to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5, day number 3.
Here we go!
Hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone breaker, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government, cause we ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and let it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5 is about to come to a closure. Only for the group stage though, because we still have the playoffs immediately after this. So be excited because today we're going to start wrapping up these groups of Group A and as well as Group B. My name is Gideon Q. This is Sir Cloud and as well as Chantel here at the desk with me today. With that being said, guys, are you excited for the upcoming game? Somebody took hot sauce to check out these MLBB competitive matches.
I'm super excited. I'm looking forward for another challenge from Husky after today. But yeah, I'm really excited for the games today.
Oh, can't wait to see, especially teams from Group A who will be fighting for survival.
Yep, they're going to be fighting for survival here. Keep in mind, everybody, that this is all brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters here. And honestly, with the groups being, well, especially Group A being so tight, anything could happen. But we're hopefully going to find out whether or not these plays are going to make the difference or not. So, from your opinions, right? Group A and Group B, do you feel like it's solidified already, or do you feel like it's more like more dangerous being in Group A than Group B?
Actually, everyone is at a dangerous spot at this time because every game is like interconnected to each other. If a specific team wins over the other, it means that it might cost their tournament life.
Yeah, as for me, well, Group B, we already know that it is a group of death, so that's why it's currently stacked up out there. But for Group A, man, it is tight.
It is very, very tight. I think, honestly, we were talking about Group B being the group of death initially, right? And then it just kind of standardized out, and now Group A is the one with the big tiebreakers.
Very close to each other.
Yeah, everybody who is, currently 4th, 5th, as well as 6th, all have in contentions to make it into that top 3. But speaking of which, I'm curious to see what some of the plays of the days that you guys have voted online mind, if you haven't done so just yet, please, every single day, we've got the top 3 plays that you guys can vote for, and you can also vote and predict some of your favorite teams. Speaking of predictions, though, I am curious whether or not our predictions are going to be right, because I definitely, I don't know. I don't want to put out, you know, any kind of false information here, but let's look at the plays of the day.
Oh, it was actually Lutfi's game that our Lutfi's play that won the play of the day. So yeah, it was Wither B play. Limiting the possible counterplay from YRG. This was one of the longest games, I might say, for this match yesterday. And it was really, really nice that Don't Run Wolf King. And yeah, for the B.
Yeah, and just look at this, right? It took 3 members of YRG to try to take out Lupi, but at the end of the day, they couldn't. So, what a solid performance by Lupi.
It is a solid performance from these EXP laners. Honestly, these new EXP laners coming in are looking hotter than ever. But we got to focus on today's matches, and that's going to start off with Falcons AP Bren up against Rebellion Esports. Let's have a look at the lineups of the teams in just a little bit here, because again, one of the big game-changing factors here for Falcons AP Bren, or known as FCAP, is Few. Let me introduce the lineup though. It's Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogun, and Super Marco.
Who is a lineup that actually showed time and time again that they're one of the best teams, if not in this league. And I gotta say, for Few, the difference and the changes in the varieties of his hero has made him very unpredictable in this league. And at the same time, even for his synergy with Ogun, as to why there's a lot of space for Super Marco. So it is a collective team effort for Falcons AP Bren.
Well, I mean, I totally agree with you here, especially with the way the meta is right now, but let's ask them themselves, right? Let's have an interview with Falcons AP Bren.
Hello, I am Flap TZ, explainer of Falcons AP Bren. The memorable time of that year is that we lost and we take it to heart and move on. I think the changes we had last year is that we are more matured about the game and we have more chemistry than last time. We had lessons that we learned from last year, like focusing on the draft and adjusting our playstyle towards our enemies. I think our changes this year is that we will be more focused on the game and we will not do more mistakes than last year's SPS. We have many fans in last year's Jakarta and we appreciate the fans going to the venue and supporting Falcons AP Bren that time, and I hope they will continue to support us here in Malaysia. If I were to go back in the last year's event in Jakarta, I would like to focus on myself more because we're strong but we still lost, so I want to change that mindset of me. To all of our fans who supported us in last year's SPS in Jakarta, thank you so much for your support, and we all hope that you will continue to support us here in Malaysia.
Hopefully these fans are going to be coming over to Quill City Mall to support them as soon as they make it off into the playoffs. Group B has been looking like so structured to the point where I think that FCAP don't even need to bring out their key strategies for the end game.
Yeah, the team that needs to bring out all the key strategies is going to be the team that we're going to introduce after this, because they are fighting for survivability. So it's like what you say, right? It's less for FCAP but more for the team.
But yeah, for FCAP, they also want to maintain the top 2 seed. So
I mean, here's the thing.
Okay,
we talk about top 3 all the time, but honestly, once you make it into the top 3, the only one that really matters is the top 1. 2 and 3 doesn't really give you much of an advantage. But Rebellion Esports are the challengers here today with Cars, Rio, Suelo, Audi TZ, and as well as Matt as the main 5 to take on Falcons AP Bren. Now, this lineup has to go through the entire gauntlet today of Group A, and Group B, but it's not going to be easy, man, because even if they do 2-0 this, they have to do it again later today.
Yeah, so they have to be really mentally prepared. They have to they need to have much more strategies up their sleeves so that they'll be able to defeat other teams.
You know, speaking of strategies and mentalities, let's throw it over to Kulios to talk to Rebellion Esports to see how they're feeling today.
Thank you, casters. And now we are on the 3rd day of SPS Mobile Challenge Finals, and now I'm with Audi to see. How are you today, Audi?
Baik banget.
Oh, it's very fine today. And today is the last day on the group stage and Rebellion still have the chance to go to the playoff. Is there anything that you want to do for today?
Kita bakal ngelakuin yang lebih sih kayak sebelum-sebelumnya dan bakal menangin sih sisa match kita supaya bisa lolos ke playoff.
They're gonna do more than before and they're gonna win all the match because they want to go to the playoff. And Audi, so yesterday, Kaltazi from the AP brand got the Savage using Hayabusa. Are you guys gonna give him more Savage for today?
Kita yang ngelakuin sih kayaknya. Jadi ditunggu aja.
So he said that they gonna do it for today, not for AP brand. And lastly, do you have any message you want to say to AP brand?
Kali ini kayaknya bakal kalah sih, kita yang menang sih.
Okay, so this time you guys are gonna lose, they are gonna win. So let's see what happens in the match later. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Kolios. Man, Audi TZ, he's already thinking about the future. He's like, you know what, we got TLPH later down the line, but you know, we're gonna keep on working, right? When they eventually meet, even though it's not looking very likely, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you.
Hey, but we've seen upsets before, right?
You're right.
Remember day one when Homeboys, pretty much all of us is like, it's gonna be 2-0 and all that.
Yeah.
And Homeboys, they won game after game.
And remember the run of See You Soon during MSC, the last day of the group stages as well. It could be the same run for Rebellion, but this time they might be able to secure the spot for the playoffs, probably if they win all games. Again, might be hard, but they can.
Yeah, no, it's important. Keep in mind that the format allows these teams to shoot up in points if they win a clean 2-0, which puts them 3 points in the standings. If you win 2-1, then you only get 2 points, so on so forth. But for the most part of it, right, when I'm looking at the meta as of right now, it feels like FCAP are more in tune with it, in tune with the meta based off of their draft in comparison, compared to Rebellion's so far what they've been pulling out in the draft. But with that being said, it looks like we do have another interview with Kolios once again. And who's he with? Kolios, who are you with right now?
Thank you, Casters. And now I'm with the Kaltizi from the AP brand. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Wow. So this is the third day of the SPS Mobile Challenge Finals, right? So how do you feel about this event and of course about Malaysia itself?
I feel like it's good, it's amazing because the people is so hospitality and so kind and the food is good. Yeah.
The food is good. And before I got you interviewed, I was with the Rebellions and they said they're gonna win this match, not AP brand. What are you gonna say about that?
For me, I hope he can win. Go hard.
Just try, right? Yeah. And lastly, do you have any stickers in game in your mind that you want to express your feelings for today?
The sticker I want to use is Flaptc emote.
Can you show it to the camera? Thank you so much for today and good luck. Let's get back to you, Casters. Take it away.
Whoa! We weren't expecting an interview with the one and only Kyle. That's crazy! Whoa! But yeah, I mean, they've already got their own sticker. They've already accomplished so much in the MLBB competitive space. Let's talk about the odds here for Rebellion. Where can they potentially get away with a 2-0? And while we're still at it, before we jump into that, don't forget that you guys can make your predictions right now wherever you are watching it. Any stream platform. A quick little pop-up will show up. Just pick Rebellion or Falcons AP Brent. But let's come back to it. What are some of the areas that Rebellion could attack FCAP?
I can say draft, but Falcons AP Brand is a good drafting team. So probably bring up a hero like cheese strats, heroes that the FCAP hasn't been using, something like that.
I'm thinking like Lolita is going to show up or something like really wild here. Because I think we can agree all across the board that it's heavily favored towards FCAP.
But I'm just going to be the devil's advocate here, right? Okay. This is based on stats. Okay, to be fair, this is based on stats, based on history. But there was a ticker down there that said that it's their first meeting between each other.
Alright, that's true.
Remember your first date? You have no expectation on your
my first date.
Wow, that's been many dates, okay? But
You know the 51st Dates? The movie? Never mind.
So, okay, alright.
It's past this time.
you know, you don't know what to expect from your first date, right? So anything can happen.
I mean, it's true, but I feel like if dating life was like Mobile Legends, I'd be like Mythic Immortal in the dating game.
You know what, Sir God, it's applicable if it's a blind date. But for this one, they know each other.
True.
Maybe they should play blindfold then.
They know that. Okay.
They go into the game, they hide each other's IGNs, and then they just play.
Yeah.
That'd be so wild if that be the case. But it looks like the draft has already begun. Rebellion Esports are going to be and winning the. Wait, I'm not sure who won the coin toss on this one, but Rebellion Esports on the blue side, Falcons AP Bren on the red side.
Okay, so prioritizing more on the Assassins for Rebellion Esports, probably because they're forcing Kyle TZ to either use the Julian, but take note for Falcons AP Bren, they can use Julian on the Fuse hand.
Yeah, and we also have to remember some of the popular picks as well, right? Zas.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's
How
up
can
there.
I forget?
So, yeah, but if we look at like the record for Zas being used by Rebellion Esports, right? They have so far used it twice. One way to win, one way to lose. So it's kind of 50-50 for them. So I don't know if they're feeling like a Zas. Plus, this could be their last game that matters, so they have to bring it on the table.
For sure, for sure. Let's check out in the arena here as the first picks are going to be coming through. The Loyi did get let through the draft, and I don't know, it feels like FCAP don't mind playing around it because that's what they've been used to for the longest time. But no, they're going to focus on priority in first picking some really strong flex picks in the gold and jungle area. It's Roger for Rebellion Esports.
You know what, for Falcons AP Bren, they could get now the Moskov and even Moskov and I forgot the hero. Yeah, Ruby. I heard the Ruby. And Julian. So more in the burst damage. Again, for them, they could opt to have this Julian either as a Fuse hero or the hero of Caldies. It depends. It's situational depending on the hero of Rebellion Esports. So for Rebellion Esports, they could get expilators already, probably, or even a Minotaur actually for the counter set against maybe this Ruby. Even the Luyi can also be used.
I mean, definitely some good setters would be nice for the side of Rebellion Esports. Terizla is the one that usually comes to mind. That's the safest pick that most EXP laners would go for, but it really matters. The EXP matchup really matters. If you're up against things like Xborg, for an example, you're not going to have the greatest of times, and you're just waiting for that one team fight to actually play the game. But that being said, let's see what Rebellion have decided to lock in. And it looks like that they have locked in.
The Aedith, I think.
Show it! The Aedith, no, it didn't come out! No!
Nope. Yep.
I was hoping she was going to be like 8 feet tall.
Okay. I'm sure we'll see that. I'm sure we'll see that. She'll be taller than me. But yeah, I can understand the Roger pick as well. So if you look at like throughout this tournament for Rebellion Esports, we did talk about them bringing out the cards here because it's potentially going to be the last game that it matters. They have not played a Roger. They only played a Roger once so far, and it didn't really give them that win. And they played the Roger in the goal lane, so maybe this Roger could be a jungle Roger if they want to like switch things up.
I mean, there's a good chance that it could go into the jungle, but let's see the second half of the bans, and maybe that's going to give us a better indicator. Because even for Falcons AP Bren, right, they're instead of opting to be like, oh, we could just get the Loyi right now and predetermine where our jungle is, but no, we're going to get our gold laner just because it's bulletproof Marco. This guy, if you give him a scaling marksman, he will eventually carry the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, there's a high chance for Rebellion Esports to actually ban those marksman heroes if they not get this Moskov. So if you're gonna ban more on the boss 5s probably for Falcons and Rebellion, it's gonna be Alpha probably because they're limiting the opportunity for Rebellion Esports to have this Roger as more on the flex pick. So it's either stay on the marksman or stay on the gold lane or be the jungle. Or which is which for Falcons and Rebellion?
I don't know. I still think that teams need to remember that tank jungles are still pretty relevant, especially if Baxia is on the table, one of the strongest ones by far. Really feels like you're punching your bare knuckle fists into a brick wall. That thing hurts. He hurts so much.
And let's not forget as well on I'm looking at, I don't know, Akai could be another one as well. We haven't seen much of Akai. Probably could be one of the picks for tank jungle.
Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting because Rebellion Esports, despite having Valentina already picked, they decide to get rid of the Farmist. Do they really want to force Flap into do they want to force Few into a situation where he picks up the Julian?
Yeah, because I was actually thinking that for Falcons AP Bren, they could still get Novaria for Few. since they can get Juliana for Kyle TZ. So Teresa has been banned for Rebellion Esports. This edict could be placed on XP lane, and they could get Minotaur still if you're Rebellion Esports. So you have the sustain and counter setup play for their lineup. Now, for Rebellion Esports, they don't want heroes that could easily burst up. Sustainable or tanky heroes like Edith or another boss 5 hero for Rebellion Esports. Probably, I was thinking about Lilia, but yeah, it's too much. This overthinking.
They will be happy to put Edith on the XP lane because they have played the Edith on XP lane and they got a win before this, so they'll be pretty happy to put that there again. Whereas if they were to put Terizla, which is obviously banned out, well, they didn't really get a win, so they'll be happier with the Edith there.
This is some interesting drafting from both sides, right? Because they're just focusing down on like, hey, instead of attacking your flex picks, we're going to limit the options to kind of push those flex picks into a certain direction. Now, Falcons AP Brand decide to respond, hey, all right, if you want to attack our flex picks, we'll show you where our EXP is going, and we'll show you that we want to play around team fights with this Minotaur.
And with this crowd control heavy setup play from Falcons AP Brand, for Rebellion Esports, they need another more hero for the front line. So Hayabusa and another sustainable hero. Could be a Grok actually. It could be a Grok for Rebellion Esports. If there's someone who's really good in using Grok, it's for the vision and limiting the vision here or the placement of Falcon CP Brand.
The last pick here is going to be the Carmilla once again for Rebellion. Hopefully the Carmilla curse doesn't bleed over from yesterday. Whoever picked Carmilla usually dropped the game, but maybe Rebellion Esports figured out the secret sauce to take down Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, now for Falcons AP Brand for their last pick, probably they might want to consider like a Phoveus, so they can...
Phoveus?
Phoveus, yeah. Let's go Phoveus mid. Well, they have played the Phoveus mid before, and they actually won their game, so... And Phoveus, well, sustain, and you also can catch up to heroes that try to dash away, so I think Phoveus will be pretty nice.
If they're placing this Julian as a jungler, I won't be surprised if they're getting maybe an Aurora for few, but it's something good for this type of lineup, heavy lineup and such. So it's gonna be Aurora here for Falcon Safety Brand.
Great call, Chantel. Great call, especially when you're up against an assassin. I think mid laners are very nervous to kind of walk up into lane knowing that they hit level 4, and Aurora just says, nope, I got a passive, so don't worry about it. As long as my support is nearby, we can make anything happen. Now, Rebellion Esports against Falcons AP Brand. We're looking at the compositions. What do you guys think? Because I am leaning into Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, same with me. Falcons AP Brand, easier to execute. It's the classic. If you have assassin heroes or fast heroes for the other team, why not get those heroes that slow it down with the Minotaur, even Derby and Aurora. So nice setup for Falcon Safety Brand. For Rebellion, a bit hard with the Carmilla. We've seen other games yesterday with Carmilla. It's really hard to use that Curse of Blood in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, I like your point on the Aurora as well. And of course, they have other beefy heroes to make it happen, and Hayabusa will have a hard time. But nevertheless, those are the theories, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out what exactly is going to be happening inside the game. Gideon, you can chill. Let us know your thoughts later while we get on to game number 1.
Okay, so looking at again, because of the heavy crowd control composition of Falcon Safety Brand, there are 2 players from Rebellion Esports that actually opted for Purify spells. So knowing that knowing the number, it means that the respect is there with the crowd control of Falcon Safety Brand. Expect that there's gonna be a lot of zoning from this team.
Oh, Sui Low pressured by the side of FCAP earlier on, but expect him to not be able to have a good time in the mid, because if you have like the Minotaur, if you have like the Aurora, I mean the zoning capability is big, that's why ODTG has to be there. Well, Rio comes in and he still scores the first blood. Wow, without a level 4.
Yeah, that was actually nice, and a nice usage of the War Cry for Rio with that consecutive 3 damage against the players of Falcons AP Brand. So it's gonna be detrimental here, considering that Ogun should have been the visionary here or be ahead in the position against Rebellion Esports, but then nothing unusual for the emblems for both teams. It's more in the execution right now, and it's more on burst, by the way, for Fuse Aurora.
Oh, Kartizi shows up from side, but then again, no big execution because everyone's going to be focusing on the first turtle. And it looks like Rebellion Esports may be the one to secure it, but Falcon's AP ban will not make it easy for them. Look at the bottom lane. Keep your eye on that. We might see another kill, but still no big commitment.
Yeah, they're focusing on limiting the possibilities of having an XP laner to be up front in this turtle objective, since this is where the turtle was spawned. Again, for a few, it's really more on prioritizing on the burst because of the rupture talent as well on this Aurora. So expect again aggression from Falcon's AP Brand. But we could see 2 players at the bottom lane for Rebellion Esports that is now at level 4.
All right, Rio, they need you right now. He gets his purple buff. Now he is good to be in action.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's going to go for the orange buffer, so his other teammates will need to buy time for him.
Yes, more on the safer side. So I kind of feel like for Falcon Safer Brand, they also know that this is the strategy of Rebellion Esports. Somehow slow down the turtle taking. So I expect later on that there is a high chance that even the marksman or gold gainers will be part of this first turtle team fight.
Okay, Rio is ready though at the side, but looks like they will execute their plan right now. Cars takes a good amount of damage.
Oh!
But the Nolan Fury comes in on the Cars, and Cars moving the first round to fall to the hands of Ogwen. Now they look for Flap easy, but it flickers away the safety field. Will run away as well, and look at this. Will just comes in casually to secure the turtle, but not the turtle. They will want to secure more kills, and Kai Easy might be the next target.
Oh, wow.
And looks like they will. Kai Easy has no other escape mechanism.
Oh wow, that's a nice...
DTC.
I thought they're forcing... Well, few hasn't passive yet. So for Rebellion Esports, it was a nice call. Again, that is because you've mentioned that Rio prioritized taking the orange buff first. And because he prioritized it, he went first on level 6. As compared to Kyle TZ, who was still at level 5 during that time. And because of that, the retribution damage was very high for Rio as compared to Kyle TZ. Hence, Rebellion Esports securing that turtle.
So he did the math there, right?
Yeah.
His teacher must be proud.
It's 1 + 1 = 6.
Oh, yes.
Just kidding. No.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, but yeah, it makes sense now for Rebellion Esports as to why they are on the lead. 1.4k for this game, and even looking at the laning of our gold laners, pretty much on the lead is Matt with just a little hundreds, maybe the 200, but it's very crucial if they are to be part of the team fight later on.
Yeah, I think the big one right now could potentially be the jungle, because we see a difference of 1,200 gold. But hang that thought for a second, because now Kyle TZ is in trouble. We might see him go down again and again. Kyle TZ, 2 deaths so far.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports are just capitalizing the lineup that they have. All along, I thought it would be Falcons, April Bren that would be on the lead, or that would be on at the aggressive side. But again, for Cars and even Audit TZ, they are rotating fluidly against Falcons, April Bren. They're not giving space.
No space at all to Flap TZ. I mean, we're talking about 3v1 underneath the turret. Not going to be an issue. Plus, you do have Cars there.
Wow. Cars is like running like a car, because every lane or every opportunity that they have, they just set up a play. And what's good for Rebellion Esports is there is always someone to back it up, those setup plays. That's why they're already at 5-1 on this game. And Falcons April Brand, they need to slow things up. They don't need to force another team fight against Rebellion Esports. Probably the usage of that frigid blazer from you would be nice.
But still, they're going to force it onto the turtle. They still want it, though. Still keeping up with the pace. Car shows up on the side, but then again, if we look at objectively, Rio is nowhere down there, so Rebellion Esports, they are prepared to let go of this turtle anyway.
Probably circle for Rebellion Esports, they don't want another team fight yet. So more trades, they don't want Super Marco to be on the lead in terms of the laning against Matt, as to why they wanted to opt for a cross-map play earlier, but Super Marco was still safe, and still Rebellion Esports on the lead. Continuous aggression from Rebellion Esports, but for Falcons Saber Brand, they need to do something against Matt.
And now, both sides getting 1 objective each. So would you say it's kind of like 50-50 still?
Yeah, 50-50 still in terms of the objectives, but in terms of the damage that the junglers can give, it's not 50-50. Definitely, Rio is on the lead, maybe a 70-30 for the junglers.
Alright, even if we look at the itemization right now, looks like the gold laners, they're still trying to catch up to at least their core items. And of course, for Super Marco, he wants to get his Trinity items. So far, only one completed. Looking for at least 2 more.
Yeah, at least 2 more. And I really like that this Hunter Strike for the Hayabusa, it's more of the movement speed. He wants that groove along the map of Falcon's AP Bren. And I really like the discipline here at the top lane because they're just forcing turn secure for Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, speaking about slowing things down, you did talk about Falcon's AP Bren to kind of take things a little bit chill.
Yeah.
And so far, they have been doing so. After the turtle, they have been like slowing the pace.
Ooh.
But yeah, it is Rebellion Esports that seems to be trying to turn out the pace, but because Falcon AP Breath, they're playing a little bit safe. That's why, but Rebellion Esports, they're not able to find their target.
Yeah, you know what? For Rebellion Esports, it's as if they're trying to, they're not letting Falcon's AP breathe on this game, but for Falcon Esports, they are fighting away. They're finding a way to set up a play, slow things down, but for Rio, again, he has the Sea Halberd for this match. It means that he's ready to even zone out Flap Easy, even Ogwen for the next team fights.
Oh, but speaking about ready, Ogwen, he does have the Minoan Fury, though. Gotta be extra careful that Minoan Fury will be called upon, but no target. Nevertheless, it's not going to be the objective of Falcon's AP Brand since Rebellion Esports secured the turtle.
Yep, and wait.
Oh no, this could be a small mistake, but it's okay. I mean, it's Ogwen. He does have his teammates there, and they know that Kaz and Suelo use their skills, but again, Falcon's AP Brand still playing it safe.
And you know what? For Falcon's AP Brand, I kind of feel like they're just waiting for that perfect timing for a setup from Ogwen's maybe a Disperse Stomp, could be a Minoan's Fury, but they're just waiting because we saw the formation last time for Falcon's AP Brand. They were just ready to jump in if there's a player from Rebellion Esports that could be a target to them.
Yeah, and speaking about targets, right? So Ogwen has been putting himself in front, being a good target. So like earlier, just before this, that engagement onto him kind of opened up that small opportunity, but Rebellion Esports, they're also smart enough not to overcommit. But what do you think, Gideon, on what's happening so far?
Well, I think it's kind of interesting, the Rebellion Esports, they're making a lot of preemptive moves, which is catching FCAP off guard. For example, that earlier turtle, right? We wanted to see Ogwen go for the big Minoan Fury, but Kars decided to Earth Shatter him preemptively to guarantee the secure for the burst of Rio, right? He's working together with the rest of his team, and they're also preemptively making moves to force motions out of FCAP. The bottom side, when we saw Kars inevitably get a good trade against Flap Teasy, you could see both teams moving down at the same time, but it was Rebellion who decided to call it off first, and that got them tempo across the opposite lanes.
Yeah, that's true, and it's also a smart move for Rebellion Esports to have Rio be at level 7 first before the turtle take, because, or level 6, yeah, level 6 versus a level 5, because most of the time we see a Hayabusa prioritizing a purple buff, not an orange buff, but because he knows that when he is able to get that purple buff prior to the turtle, he's 1 level ahead of Kyle TZ. Hence, it was very effective for them to like have a setup play, a very aggressive play against Falcon's AP Brand before the turtle.
You know, funny enough, I was watching some of the other streams in the background while this match was happening, and it looks like even on Stream C we have a Julian player there who's also not doing very well. It's Kyle TZ and Sekais who are getting punished every single time they use all 3 of their abilities. But hey,
why are they looking at us?
He's looking right into my soul, man.
You gotta get away from him there before you turn into a stone.
Before I fall in love.
Oh wow! I mean, we're talking dating now, eh? Running the what do you call it? Yeah, running the relationship story. But anyway,
you know what, Sir Cloud? Maybe next time we could talk about your love life.
Yeah, we should.
We definitely
I could use a coffee over there. You know, it's been a while.
Yeah, I could hear some of the stories from you.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're back to the game. We could see Kars with a dominance ice. So this is a nice item against Black TZ. And even Ogwen's hero. Oh, folks.
Oh, the TZ. Okay, Ogwen. No big commitment by him just yet. He does have the Minoan Fury still, but he knows that he needs more targets than just those 2.
Yeah, you can see a lot of aggression right now from Falcon Safety Brand. They need this one. They need to be able to set up a play, maybe target the specific hero against Rebellion Esports. And since they are on the aggressive side, it gives space for Super Marco this time around to push those turrets around. This is something that Rebellion Esports has to replicate on their side, because look at that. Even though that Rebellion Esports has 5 kills and versus a kill against Falcon's AP Bren, there's not much lead for this gold laners. it's 6,400 for Super Marco and 6,700 for Matt. Not much of a difference, right?
Yeah, if you gotta put it that way, then yes, it's pretty close at this moment. And if you gotta think about it as well, Falcons AP Brand, if they win one team fight, the goal lead will swing towards their side. So that's why they're careful enough right now to make sure that they do not lose that one. But if you look at the votes here from the fans as well, they are predicting that Falcons AP Brand will win this by 77%, and I can totally understand why.
Yeah, it's because of the accolades also of the team, but at the same time, Rebellion Esports proving that they have a huge chance on getting this game number 1 against Falcons AP Brand, but they can secure that if they get to manage this this Lord rather up front. And for Falcons AP Brand, the position of Flapeezy, Ogwen, and Few is kind of sketchy. It feels like they want to set up like a 4-man play, whichever skill comes first.
Yeah, and everyone's well aware not to group up, especially for the side of Rebellion Esports. Falcon AP Brand, they could still afford to kind of group up. In fact, grouping up is kind of nice because you can reduce the damage from the shadow kill.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So that's why I can see them like hugging each other, you know, like we bros. You know, like
it's cold here. It's cold inside. I need your warmth. Something like that.
Yeah,
Says of Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports is like, okay, it's too hot here, okay? Let's keep our distance.
Yep. Oh, wait, I heard a conceal.
Oh, there you go. Conceal gameplay on the Flapteezy, and Flapteezy is the one that they found, and Cosplay will be the one to secure that kill. And the rest of Falcons AP Brand, they are still around. Don't you want to try to steal this one away?
Probably because they have the retribution of Count and the counter setup play.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful Minofu that catches the 3 by Ogwen. He's pretty low right now. He has to back up view. Does to do the same on Count Easy. Went down to Rio.
Ooh.
Thanks to the shadow kill. And this is the moment for Rebellion Esports to secure the Lord.
That is kind of sketchy play from Falcons AP Brand. You were so true when you've asked or questioned why is Falcons AP Brand trying to position themselves on this Lord, considering that they have a player down prior that moment. So for Rebellion Esports, they just managed to get the Lord. They are on the lead. 7-1 by the way on this almost 12-minute game time, and things are looking good for them. If they manage to take this third out of the middle lane, it's much easier for them to limit the potential of Kyle TZ.
Yeah, if you get into their jungle and you take away the purple buff, man, Kyle TZ is going to have a hard time. He needs those purple buffs as well. But obviously, Rebellion Esports is not going to give it to them. TZ, he's starting to take it.
This is very nice actually for Rebellion Esports. Again, if they want to extend their tournament life, they need to win all the games 2-0 to be a part of the playoffs. And with this type of performance, they can actually manage to take a piece against the champions, Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports right now, they're not only Desperado, they're Despacito together. But here we go. Lord knocking on the door, but Falcons AP Brand, easy clearance for them. But they lose most of their inner turrets.
Yeah, it's just a level 1 Lord here for Rebellion Esports. What's good for Rebellion Esports is that they could again take that purple buff against Kyle TZ. It's very hard if you are a Julian.
Oh no, Flapteezy caught out there, and Suelo will be the one to take him out. Few, better stay away. Super Marco is here, but is he well stacked up? Okay, but before that, Rio in trouble, but the save came in from the side thanks to Cars, and Matt will be the one to take out Count Easy. Matt Ogwen now is pretty low, even though he's a tanky hero, but still, he cannot continue to receive that sort of damage.
Yeah, that's true, but look at Matt at the end of the lane. You're just forcing a turret down, but still able to defend that one out. No. Even though Ogwen was there, the inhibitor turret was destroyed by Rebellion Esports, so it's now 6.3k goldie for them. And I really like the defensive item here from Cars, which is the Radiant Armor. So Super Marco was there, yes. There's a damage, yes, but because of the stacking of this item, there is a negation of the damage per second from this Moskov. So again, Rebellion Esports, they just have to continue what they're doing, but take note that Count Easy now has the Winter Crown. So maybe after the enhanced chains, go to that Winter Crown and swing everybody.
Wow. Okay, sway
Like,
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be swayed as well if he's able to do that.
Is that Sway is a song, right?
Yeah.
Sway
with
my
me.
way.
Oh, okay.
We're singing a different song.
Yeah, different generation.
Yeah.
It's generation gap.
Can you sing yours again? What is this again?
Sway with me.
Oh.
Na-na-na.
Yeah.
There you go. But let's see if they'll be able to sway this lot to their favor. But the answer is no. Rebellion Esports will still get it. But now on to the back line. And we have the Minoan Fury catching two of them at least. The rest of Falcon. AP Brand right now pretty low. Phil has to get away, man. That was a close one. They almost got Phil. But the back line out easy. He's in trouble. He managed to get one trade before he goes down. Now he does have the passive though, but the passive, will it save him? Yes, it will for a moment. Until the end, he still went down.
That is a very long team fight for Falcon Safe, for Brandon Rebellion Esports. But for Rebellion Esports, they managed to take down Kyle TZ. But look at Marco. The attack speed is there. They just need the damage. Flicker has been used, by the way, 4 cards for a counter set supposedly, but the Lord is here now for Rebellion Esports.
Oh man, this could be the final defense depending, but the side of Rebellion Esports, they're all pretty low at this moment. RDTZ is still alive, but they'll force Falcon AP Press to push back. And Falcon AP Press have no space right now. They could potentially end this, but no disciplined gameplay by Rebellion Esports. But look at the spear. Of destruction.
And what?
And the follow-up, man. That was...
And what a breath of fresh air. Okay. Falcon Saber Brand managed to defend the Lord. And it was a good call for them, actually. They didn't force a kill against Rebellion Esports. If they overextended right after the base, could have been Rebellion Esports winning that team fight.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports, honestly, it was a very risky play for them to continue to push. At some point, I was thinking to myself that, hey, they could have just let it go. You don't really need to force it, but they still went in with it. But maybe let's get some thoughts from Gideon. What do you think?
Right now, Suelo is playing out of his goddamn mind. He is playing so well with the rest of his team. And let's not forget, I think right now, the big problem for FCAP is that the gold lead is just, the deficit is too big. So they're heavily relying on their late game, and I think it's up to Super Marco to get them to that finish line point, because if not, this game is going to slip out of their hands very quickly.
Yeah, and but looking at Super Marco's item, is actually a full item. But when you look at the team fight, it's as if there's no damage from him. It means there's no supplementary damage to finish off a play for Falcon Sacred Brand. They need to give space for Super Marco. They need that opening to win against Rebellion Esports, to which Rebellion Esports is not giving the opportunity to Falcon Sacred Brand.
I think that right now, what we need is to... I mean, Owen has been finding good engages, but the follow-up has been kind of difficult. I think that Flap TZ needs to keep in mind, if he can either lock down Suelo by himself or find a 3-man I'm Offended to set it up for Few, who needs to be there to follow up, then we have an opportunity for Super Marco to eventually clean up that fight. That's the one scenario that I'm thinking of here.
Yeah, another thought is that if we look at Ogre's items as well, like, the question is he tanky enough to withstand the damage output by Rebellion Esports? So if he is not, then he will not be able to buy enough time for Super Marco to come in to do his stuff.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? As long as he gets a big knockup, even if he dies, he's not the... Yeah, he is not the main... he is not the main carry of the team. If he dies, that's totally okay, as long as he gets his abilities down efficiently.
Yeah, that is where Flap TZ should step up, adding that crowd control. Owen's function here is more on the healer, big counter initiator with the Minotaur. Yeah, but that's true for Owen here. Since he's up front, it's gonna be hard for him to soak in the physical damage from Rebellion Esports. So it's more of a complementing type of synergy, supposedly, from Flap TZ and Owen.
Yeah, and we look at the goal leaderboard, right? Super Marco right now is the closest to catching up to Rio as well as Matt. Kyle TZ is a little bit too far. As a jungler, I'm pretty sure like there's a level of expectation for him to catch up in terms of economy.
You know what, for Julian Hero, this early, as long as there's a nice setup play, then things might be good for them.
Speaking about setup play, so that Flap TZ went in for the setup, but nobody to follow up from there. Now he's pretty low. He cannot go in for a second time. He has to recharge.
You know, for Falcons AP brand, they have to, they need to keep this inhibitor turret at the bottom lane. If not, it will be hard for them definitely to defend another offense against Rebellion Esports. So now looking at the damage leaderboard is actually Suelo. So as Gideon said, he's like playing out of his mind at the moment. He's very unpredictable, but everything is right on point. His name is Suelo, but he's playing not very low, it's high.
Oh yeah, he's swaying us to believe that he's on the low, but actually he is not. And of course, his IMU on point, and so far has been so good, but I'll be looking forward to see if he can pull off some big IMUs, like get the Minnow Fury to really counter back onto Falcons AP brand. That would be pretty sexy.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. Probably we might see it on this next Lord objective. Take note again of the difference in terms of the itemization. We could see Matt on the Winter Crown, Super Mark on the Rose Gold Meteor. So this is just the players keeping that last string of hope if something bad happens on the floor take. But I really like that they're really disciplined before setting up play against each other.
Okay, disciplined gameplay. Oh, but a nice move there, opening up the game. And now that's the Minnow Fury being called upon to try to counter back on the members of Rebellion Esports. But Rebellion Esports holding it off. Left Easy is pretty low. Sway low! We're gonna get on to Left Easy. And Rio for the back line will take down the tank. Open went down. Suelo finally been taken out. And Suelo, that is his second death in this round. Can't not let go yet by the members of Rebellion Esports. And they will get him 3 down the side of Falcons AP brand. The Lord is still wide open.
Oh, they need an event, by the way. There's a thick minion wave for Rebellion Esports. And right now, everything is looking on Rebellion Esports' way. Even a damage here for Rio. By the way, Rio has the immortality. He is safe if ever there's a threat for Falcons AP brand, but he has no death yet. So see the respect against Falcons AP brand, just in case there's going to be a damage from Super Marco. But yeah, they were able to manage to take that Lord, and it's the almost 20-minute game time. And for Falcons AP brand, they're finding it hard to secure a kill against Rebellion Esports, probably because Suelo is literally up front, setting up a play against Falcons AP brand, and at the same time, he has this poking damage.
Oh, this will be
that's too much.
This will be the defense of their life right now.
Yeah.
Okay, the Lord is here. We're at 20 minutes and everyone's up. They have to do this right now. And the door is knocking on the door of Falcons AP brand. They will focus on taking down the Lord. And of course, as long as the Lord is down, they still have a chance.
This might be another 3 minutes extension of our game, as the attack speed is there already for Super Marco. But again, the problem now for Falcons AP brand is the synchronization of skills. If there's going to be a setup play from Owen, definitely the freaking laser is needed.
Going in, and that's the Minnow Fury, ladies and gentlemen, with Super Marco. Looks like he got 2. Oh man, this could be Rebellion Esports being punished here, but they're looking for the next target. But still, the main objective is to get the crystal, and that is where Rebellion Esports will be rebellious towards Falcons AP brand.
Eyes on the prize, says Rebellion Esports. What a nice place for play from them. And dominance is just there during that last team fight, right? They knew what they needed to do, and they just did it. And they won the game against Falcons AP brand.
Yeah, they just rolled the dice. Looking at that scenario, it could have won either way. It could have been Falcons AP brand like winning that, and they will push it back. So it was kind of risky play, but it paid off for them. But Gideon, do you think it was a risky play or was it calculated?
I feel like it was a little risky, but at the end of the day, it boils down to how much do you get off of the situation. And I think, you know, as they were deliberating and as the play was playing through, once they saw the base getting low, once they saw like people, the minions coming into a roughly good position, it's not like one minion was at the crystal, there were multiple, then they're like, okay, we can actually make this work.
Yeah, and looks like Rebellion Esports, they are fighting for their lives right now. This is their first date, no expectations, they just go at it, and so far so good.
I'll go to that date scenario. Probably they knew Fnatic Onyx, sorry, Falcons AP brand so much that they've studied them well. I'll be prepared on our next date, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they've done preparations, but they've also got the informational packages being sent to them with the help of DHL. I do think that overall, Rebellion came in honestly very, very hot. Suelo's playing a really, really strong game, but we also have a couple of interactions that we need to talk about. Number one, Carmilla, that Curse of Blood, especially when you are... now, here's the scenario, right? You drop the Curse of Blood, and then you get hit by physical damage. So does Windsome Nature block it? And based off of that game, no, it does not. So you need a Purify or a Winter Crown to protect yourself.
And at the same time, Suelo has been playing as if it's very situational on what is gonna be the IMU. Sometimes he uses the Frigate Glacier, sometimes he uses the Minoan Series, whatever is needed on a team fight. So again, the lineup here of Rebellion Esports is more on the faster pacing of play as to why the item of Rio, the Hunter Strike, was used as early as possible, poking the heroes of Falcon's AP Bren. If there's going to be a turtle, he pokes the middle lane, so some of the players are forced to back away first at their pace before positioning on the turtle objective.
Yeah, and I really like the pace of Rebellion overall, right? Like from the start, they tried to press Falcon AP brands, and Falcon AP brands, they probably had it in the back of their minds, like, okay, let's take it slow, we'll farm on our side as much as possible, and then we'll take it back to Rebellion. But Rebellion did not allow them the space at the end.
Yeah, probably we'll see on the graph later on how crucial the first blood of Rio was against Falcon's AP Bren, because it disrupted the pattern. But yeah, for Rebellion Esports, we've said that they are more in the early part of the game, since majority or 4 players are around 70% teamfight participation, so they just rotated 4 of them and gave space to Matt to have the item. So yeah, it was Super Marco that is on the highest gold per minute, but at the same time, you can see the effectivity of a marksman or a gold laner if they're able to convert it into kills or maybe objectives for their specific team, which Falcon's AP Bren weren't able to capitalize.
Well, I mean, here's the interesting thing, right?
Yeah.
I think that in this case, it's kind of the opposite for Rebellion, right? Because most of these kills that we're expecting to be like, oh, the cleanup crew is going to come, which is supposed to be this Roger, didn't really happen as often as we thought it was. On first contact, somebody dies. It's not like I'm going to wait it out and then get you later and let you marinate a little.
Yeah, that is because of the utility usage of Cars, Flicker, and then the Earth Shatter, everything, the onward. It's as if the players of Falcon's AP Bren are not really prepared for that. And okay, I was about to say the first blood here for Rebellion Esports, but I feel like it's because of the difference of the gold. So after the first blood, there's a difference in terms of the XP lane. There's a dip before the turtle objective, but there were moments wherein there has been a struggle for Falcon's AP Bren because they're taking their time for the counter set against Rebellion Esports, but the damage is just too high for them to sustain.
Yeah, and the biggest spike here, I would say, was about 16 minutes onwards.
Yeah.
That was like the time where they really pressed on. And we gotta give it to Aditizi. Well, he is the MVP this round, and although we didn't mention him that much, right? We were talking about like the other players, but this guy have been doing the dirty work.
He has been doing a lot of the dirty work. He's making these like exceptional plays from his team work out even better, right? He's a force multiplier, as some may call it. And I think that Aditizi is honestly, in this game alone, we saw him move around the map a lot as a trio, right? If he's nearby with either Cars or even Suelo, they're looking for an opportunity to actually turn a play like this one here into something that is tangible.
Yeah, it's interesting how Rebellion Esports played around with their Hayabusa, because of most of the time for Hayabusa, it's expected to be on the jungle on the early parts of the game. But for them, they were rotating with Hayabusa as their killer, the typical funnel setup from before. So they're switching things up, and since Aditizi has this nice placement of the Curse of Blood, it was a lot easier for Rebellion Esports, specifically for Suelo, to deal damage against Falcon's AP Bren. Even those spheres were hard to counter if you're Falcon's AP Bren.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of moments where, you know, that Curse of Blood is going to be the difference maker in these ultra big team fights. If it hits 2 or more people, that's a win in my book. But even here, right, guaranteeing and having the extra insurance policy just to make sure that Falcon's AP Bren aren't able to counteract as heavily. Pretty good trade so far, but that means that there's some, I think, a couple of adjustments that need to be made in the draft for Falcons.
Yeah, towards the end, the seal the deal moment was the usage of IMU to get the Minoan's Fury, and they started it, and then the rest was just history after that. So congratulations to Rebellion Esports. I mean, they are playing out their minds now for survivability, so you gotta give it to them. This is what happens if you push someone to a corner, they will fight back.
Yeah, they continue to fight back pretty hard, right?
Yeah, I feel like they're prepared for this.
Well, prepared is one thing, but it feels like they've just been like premeditating it the whole time. They're like, we're gonna beat Falcons AP brand. We're gonna beat Falcons AP brand.
And they focus on the camera, by the way. They're doing like this all the time.
Just the continuous look. They're trying to just stare it down.
Yeah.
Maybe a little eyebrow action while they're at it. But it is an intimidating sight to see that Rebellion's what they could be down in the future. And if they 2-0 Falcons AP brand here, that really begs the question whether or not they can actually go through the entire gauntlet of today. They still have YRG later down the line. With that being said, man, it's an interesting time to be alive in the competitive space.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, if we kind of think about it as well, this is where we want to see, right? We want to see something exciting. We don't want to see that, oh, the last day, everyone's locked in, the games don't matter. So these kind of games are what we live for.
Yeah, all these players, again, are training very hard every day to bring about results to their teams.
I mean, I think that overall, if they're going to get to a point, the ultimate climax here for Rebellion, it really means that it starts with the draft. We're going to be talking about adaptations in just a little bit, but both of these teams are going to go on a short break, and we're going to come back. It's going to be more MLBB action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you then.
Nama saya Kars, saya dari tim Rebellion Esports. Di Rebellion Esports ada Swallow, role-nya mid lane dan playmaking lah, dia mainnya playmaking. Terus ada Audi, dia yang biasanya call in-game lah. Terus ada Rio sama Ether, jungler dari Rebellion Esports. Assassinnya bagus banget. Sama ada Matt Gotener dari Rebellion Esports. Kita ada ngelawan EVOS ya 2 kali dan menang karena top perform kita juga lah. Kita dapat 1 poin dari Liquid Echo, bisa menang karena emang kita juga balik lagi, kita lagi di top perform kita dan emang kita lagi dapat momentum gamenya aja. Pengen ketemu tim-tim yang juara aja sih, soalnya mereka juga kuat kan dan emang pasti seru sih ketemu mereka. Menurut aku tim yang rankingnya lumayan tinggi di MPL kalah karena banyak ngikut turnamen sebelum SPS dan bisa kebaca gameplay mereka dan juga nggak banyak berubah lah gameplay mereka. Sedangkan di SPS banyak lawan tim luar, mereka mungkin belum tahu gameplay sama hero power musuh lah. EVOS waktu M1 aku nonton mereka keren banget lah, bisa juara. Terus juga aku jadi pengen lah jadi pro player juga, soalnya aku juga suka kan main Mobile Legends. Harapan aku buat SPS ini yang paling pertama lolos grup stage dulu, soalnya banyak tim-tim yang kuat juga kan, jadi kalau udah bisa lolos juga udah bagus banget lah. Buat Rebels, dukung kita di SPS ini, semoga hasilnya baik dan kita bisa juara di SPS kali ini.
I'm powerless.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, MLBB Season 5 here of the APAC region. Once again, we've already seen Rebellion Esports take a point off of Falcons AP Bren. We're hoping to see some equalization, but if you're a Rebellion Esports fan, you're hoping that they clean this game 2-0.
You know what? What made Rebellion Esports win that game is definitely their draft. They focused on banning out the Ling, Fanny, and Faramis. Even the Barretts of Flaptisi. These are the potential cheese strats actually from Falcons AP Bren. So for Falcons AP Bren, let's expect for them to not give Suelo the Valentina, please. Because he played really well on that Valentina.
You don't have to see. You can't hide the fact that you're an FCAP fan. it's just sorry. I'm sorry. It's too funny. It's too funny. But let's have a look at Rio's stats here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, besides that, right, we gotta look at this. Rio, we gotta give him credit as well. He used the Hayabusa twice and it's a 100% win rate, so he's pretty sharp on that. And also, Chantel, you did the math, you know, the level 7 versus level 6 thing, the first orange buff. I mean, he knows his deal.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. So that is probably one of the main reasons if we see a difference for Falcons AP Bren's rotation later on. So, yep, they did ban Valentina and they also banned Moskov. So, are they the ones to get the Zask? Are we back to the Zask timeline again?
I think it kind of depends on Rebellion Esports, right? I think we all... there's still plenty of meta picks up in the air, you know, the Rogers, and now slowly moving away from the Loyi even in terms of bans. Because it used to just be like, you got to permanently ban Chip, you got to permanently ban Loyi for the good majority of, like, what, the past 2 months?
Yeah, that's true. So they're not more into the global teleportation type of thing anymore. So yeah, for Rebellion Esports, I'm not sure if they are to ban the Zask. But earlier, they could still ban Jujin though, because it could be open for Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, Zushin, the Roger as well. I mean, banning out the Zaz is definitely not going to be worth it. You call it Zushin. It's almost like a perma ban now or a perma pick. You know what? Despite the win rate is pretty low.
Yeah, it really depends on the team. Some teams kind of let it through and they don't care about it. Other teams are like, no, we can make it work. We just need a proper draft. But here comes the Zask as expected. The Roger.
80th. Oh, nice, nice. I think Rebellion got the better trade. For Falcons AP Bren.
Well, hold your horses, hold your horses. Falcons AP Bren can get 2 more picks here. You know, this could be where it gets better. Let's see the full first phase first, and then decide whether it's a better trade or not.
They're actually using, okay, it's gonna be Hayabusa over the Jillian and Terisla for Falcons AP Bren. So it's a mixture of crowd control and the pokes that they needed, which was lacking actually on that game number 1. So Rebellion Esports. The Valentina's not open.
The Harif is still open.
The Harif is still open, yeah. So they are going for that route. They are having this Roger on the gold lane. If that's their plan.
I mean, if they take Harith, then Roger is most likely going to go into the jungle, but I don't think Rebellion want to do that, right? I mean, it's a Hayabusa. There's a high possibility, especially with the Terisla, for an invade on towards that top side of the map because they're playing on blue. But the next
Faramis
pick is... okay.
All right.
That's nice.
I think this is even better than Aurora to a certain extent just because of the Nether Realm.
Well, here's the thing. There's a couple of arguments that can be made, right? Because Faramis wants everybody to be close together. The penalty zone is like, oh, if you're close together, I punish you. And Hayabusa naturally is able to threaten the Faramis' life to force him to use the Nether Realm earlier than expected.
Yeah, and at the same time, the slow on the range of the SAS could be a difficult one with the lineup of Rebellion Esports, or probably they picked this Faramis for longer or for an extension during team fights. They might use it as their escape route against Falcons AP Bren. So that's why Falcons AP Bren, they're focusing more on those jungles that could be up front, that can also sustain some of the damages from their hero composition. So if you're Rebellion Esports, you might want to focus on there's no Moskov, wow. Roger has been taken already. Harith. What's the next marksman? Probably a Carry Brody Claude.
Well, what if they want to put like
probably a Claude Claude against a Faramis, it's a decent counter.
Yeah, it is. I was also thinking about the Ruby versus the Roger. I mean, you want to put a fighter-ish hero versus fighter-ish hero to try balance it out so you can leave them to do their thing while the other members rotate around the map.
No, it's a Claude. Claude is the natural counter against the Faramis. So what's left for... they could go for an Iksha, by the way, if you're Falcon Safety Bren. It's nice against a Faramis.
It's not bad, but there's a couple of conditions that need to be met. And I think we need to see what Rebellion's fourth pick here is going to be before we predetermine that. Because again, even Falcon's AP Brent are like, okay, even though you guys are going to be really clumped up and you're going to have strong team fighting, we're not going to let you have the double sustainability with the Netherrealm on top of the motivational roar. Let's axe Minotaur straight away. And now Rebellion needs to think, okay, this Edith, it is a flex pick for us, but do we need a winning matchup in the EXP lane? Because there's a couple that I'm thinking of right off the bat. Number one, most likely could be an export. They can also hold off on the Barrage, but they go for Julian straight away.
Yeah. So this is a bit squishy lineup from Rebellion Esports, but if they need burst, this is the burst that they need for early game. But they are doubling down on the magic damage. It's something that, by the way, Falcon Safety Brand is lacking. They could go for an Ethan or an Iksha for this match. Can be a Beatrix also, but
I think Beatrix probably is slightly better in this case, and now they have another setter with the Ruby as well. I mean, Ixia doesn't sound like a bad idea, but then again, it really depends on what Super Marco was feeling. He's got a number of options to play, none of which are like S-tier picks.
Okay, and the final pick will be Arlott. Okay,
is this a gold lane Ruby?
I think it's a gold lane Ruby.
Yeah. Because you want to put that 50-50 matchup against a Roger at least, rather than putting in a marksman, then you will be bullied at the lane. But for Rebellion Esports, I'm looking at this possibility of Edith going towards the XP because they did that before and they had a win with it. And the last time they did that, they put the Grok on a Roam instead.
Man, do they want to play the Grok instead? I don't know. I'm looking at the lineup of Falcon's AP Brand. There's just a lot of CC. So much.
Yeah. Are they forcing a Kufra for Rebellion Esports?
Oh, that
feels like it, right? But it's a good hero for Rebellion Esports with the Hayabusa, with even for the Ruby, even Terizla. Huh.
Because your concern earlier on was that Rebellion Esports, they're kind of squishy, right? So it's likely they want to switch things up. But Camilla, okay? Camilla?
This is one nasty lineup for Rebellion Esports. It's hard to execute.
Honestly, both compositions are pretty hard to execute, right?
Yeah.
It's team fight oriented. Let's see how these lanes are going to go. Because at the end of the day, it could be the difference maker of a clean penalty zone or an I'm offended or a cursed blood or an earth shatter that could be the difference maker in this game. Break down the comps for us one more time before we head into the land of dawn.
You know what, for their composition, gotta be like for Falcon Safety Brand, they're leaning towards those dives as early as possible. Same with how Rebellion Esports played on game number 1. Now, for Rebellion Esports, the Nether Realms would be a very crucial one if they want to go in for those dives under the turret. So it's more of an execution factor at the early game. Whoever wins the early game wins the game.
Yeah, so let's see who will win this game because Rebellion Esports, they are fighting for survival. Let's head on to it. A 2-0 win is crucial for them. Take it on Rebellion Esports versus Falcons AB Brand.
Okay, things are different right now. Game number 1, it was Falcons AP Brand that has 2 purifies actually for the game. But this time around, it's Rebellion Esports. They are prepared for those crowd controls. As mentioned by Gideon earlier, that for the crowd control of Falcons AP Brand, it's pretty high. So if your F-cap as much as possible, you need to capitalize on that as early as possible or probably go on Rio's jungling area.
Yeah, you want to try to have that early base revive, but I guess the idea, maybe not because, okay, looks like they want to try to do it. They'll keep their eye on the bottom lane. Slight invasion there onto Ogwen. Not letting Ogwen that space to farm. And they're not done yet. Look at Rio chasing down Ogwen.
He's all over the place. Probably the plan again for Rebellion Esports, it's limit all the resources, focus on taking the resources of CalTZ, win that turtle again, and win the game. Disrupt the pattern of Ogwen because they forced 2 players actually from Falcon Safety Brand to be back on their base just to have their HP bars full again.
Yeah, at least the mid battle is 50-50 because
Yeah.
both heroes, they lost the next wave. But not really lost though because both of them are not present there. So naturally they can come back and get whatever they can get 50-50.
Okay, so it's a war cry for Kyle TZ, more in the damage. So expect later on that he'll be rotating probably on Matt's lane. And yeah, the problem here for Falcons... Oh, wait!
Oh, wow. Quick moves there by
Ooh.
Kartizi. That was a close one.
Yeah, that was close. If it has been a first blood for Rebellion Esports, they might have taken an advantage already on this turtle. But yeah, after the objective is now being taken by Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, the timing is right to just shoot away Kartizi. I mean, by the time he comes back, gets his buff, there will not be enough time for him to engage with the turtle fight. So the turtle will be given again to Rebellion Esports.
Things are looking good for Rebellion Esports, but looking at the goal lead, it's still on Falcons AP Brand side. So it means that other lanes are being won by FCAP. So if you are Rebellion Esports, you might want to limit Super Marco's rotation. I mean, it's hard to be up against.
Oh, but not so hard for Rio to score this first blood thanks to RDTZ and Suelo opening up for him. And that is great communication and coordination by Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, and that is where the problem Falcon Esports has been revealed for this match. If there is no layer of skills for FCAP, it's going to be a problem for them. There's no kill secured at the middle lane, although they have enough, let's say, sustainability. There's no enough damage, so they need at least 3 players if you're up against Rebellion Esports. So yeah, it's a juggle between the economy. It's 57 for Falcons AP Brand. Later on, it's going to be Rebellion Esports. So, but we could see Matt on the Thunderbelt. So expect later on that he'll be part of the team fight, poking damage against Falcons AP Brand.
Yes, and now Rebellion Esports. It feels like the story from the previous round, right? Rebellion Esports getting the first blood, the first turtle as well. A little bit more advantage at the start, but speaking about advantage, can they find more advantage at the bottom lane? Cars is pretty tanky, so it's not going to be easy. Plus, he can come up with the damage, but easy. Last thing around, we have managed to get away to safety. Suelo together with RTZ arrives, so Ogwen and Kartizi cannot continue on. In fact, they might go in for the turret damage. Yes, they will. RTZ will get Ogwen, looking for Kartizi next. Kartizi, last thing about, looking for Flaptizi next. RTZ will be treated back by Fudo, but Flaptizi will be safe so far. Rio, is he going to do it? Nope. Flaptizi flies away.
Okay, that's...
Oh, View! He was surrounded anyway.
Yeah, surrounded by everyone from Rebellion Esports. So this is where the problem lies now for Falcons. Oh, wait. The forcing for another team fight here for Falcons.
Okay, Ogwen still went in for it. Flaptizi gets cars though. Now the turtle is wide open for Falcons AP Brand. Not only the turtle, Rio might be chased down. Flaptizi wants to find his target, but the only one that he can get is going to be Suelo. That is a good enough target for him. Gets the turtle, gets another kill, and this is RDTZ down. Double kill to Ogwen.
That is a nice call for Falcons AP Brand. They forced for another team fight. They knew that the players of Rebellion Esports already used up some of their ultimates. But by the way, Suelo is using that Shadow Stampede really well. So that is the timing wherein he waited for a few to be out of the spawn. And then there's like a rope pulling few back, hence the secure kill against him. But yeah, 4-4 is our score. Falcons AP Brand just winning that team fight because they knew that they had the burst damage against against Rebellion Esports. And it's a matter of which team has much more kit on dealing damage against each other, who's going to be on the lead in terms of extended team fights.
Yeah, and they have to have that on-point communication to say that, hey, my skill is ready, you know, cooldowns off, and let's guys, don't go back yet, or like 3 seconds more, just stay there, something like that. And this just shows the level of communication that they have.
Yeah, and speaking of which, since Owen has the Oracle, expect later on that majority of the players of Falcons AP Brand would have smoother communication because it's the same that they have.
Yeah, jumping in on the mat. I mean, where is Matt going to go from here, right? I mean, you got 3 of them. Super Marco can easily tank out the turret, so not going to be an issue. But RDTZ now needs to tank out damage. He should be able to do so, but can he get away to safety? 50% of health should be okay for now because they want to focus on the others. Rebellion Esports fighting back at this moment. Ogwen 50% as well. And RDTZ kind of low, but he does have Suelo together with Kaz and Rio to protect him.
Okay, so there's no casualty during that time, but we could see now the aggression of Falcons AP Brand. Now, the problem now for Falcons AP Brand is the targeting of a Zask. In the middle of everyone, you can't really choose as to where your skill is gonna hit. So it's more of the placement here for Falcons AP Brand, but for Rebellion Esports, they need to at least push the minion wave on the sides to have them flow, give space to Matt, because the Matt is just on the Thunder Belt. Ooh. So Super Marco is 1,000 lead in terms of gold, so that's a lot.
Oh, you blink it, you miss it moment, ladies and gentlemen. Now Rio has no space to breathe. Speaking about space, at the bottom, Sway low. They could jump in. Okay, Oquen's coming in from behind. He does not have the final slash though. But then again, the nether realm would save them anyway. So no final slash, no problem. Don't need to be greedy.
Yeah, you know what? When you see Faramis using the nether realm just to escape, you know that you've already won.
Oh, this could be a 2 down for the side of Falcons AP Brand. I mean, that was a little bit overextension.
Yeah, overextension, yes, and at the same time, they're up front against Oddity. 1 curse of blood, and then everything just sweet them on that spot.
Oh man, Kaltizi wants to try to do something sexy from the side, but okay, lucky enough it does not continue on. I mean, we are talking about heroes that can absorb damage, and Matt, at the same time, will have some space at the bottom to finally pop and get this turret.
Things are looking good. We have Anticaras also for Oddity. So sometimes you can't really notice the difference if you have a Carmilla against you. But if there's someone up front who's very sustainable at the same time, has the damage, continuous damage, by the way, not the burst, but continuous damage, it's really nice for Rebellion Esports. So there's a struggle for Falcons AP Brand. Who are we targeting in a team fight? Is it going to be an Edith or is it going to be Oddity's hero? So it lies in between. That's why it's going to be hard for them. All they need to do is to have the penalty zone on spot. Find the probably Swalo because the skill is the flicker. It will be a lot easier for them. But we see now a Divine Blade for a few. So we'll see more of bursts from them. But yeah, it's the Lord now, Sir Cloud, for this match.
Yeah, they need to be careful of the penalty zone by Flapteezy now that it's available, so they cannot group up together. So we can see Rebellion Esports, they kind of split up at this point. Are they truly that interested? Okay, keep your eye on to the movement of Julian, played by Rio. He's waiting at the background to try to steal that Lord, but Falcons AP Brand, they're not moving the Lord yet.
Yeah, I think for Falcons AP Brand, they're opening up space for Kaltizi, so he's going to be the sweeper just in case there's going to be a setup play. I thought Super Marco's going to dive for an ultimate during that time, but yeah, there might be a juggle on the minion wave management here for Falcons AP Brand. Probably they might want to push that minion wave first at the bottom lane to be on the upper hand in terms of positioning against Rebellion Esports.
And Rio repositioned himself. Kaltizi probably saw that movement, so they know that there's no one behind him, at least for now. Now that Rio's in front and they have the information. But Kaltizi's going to go in. Okay, he's going to open up with Kaltizi. Right in front, Super Marco. Kaltizi gets Swalo together with Kaz. It's going to be a double kill here. And now the Lord is wide open. Rebellion Esports, they cannot challenge for the Lord anymore.
Wow, what a nice play for Falcons AP Brand. I kind of feel like for Rebellion Esports, that has been a bit of a miscommunication. It was Swalo and Cars up front. Take note that Swalo isn't using the Purify spell, so he wasn't able to use that Nether Realm prior that death against Falcons AP Brand. So if you are Faramis user and you're not on the Purify and the other team has a lot of crowd control as much as possible, you want to restrict you want to give yourself a limitation as to where perimeter you could be in a team fight.
Yeah, in that fight though, Kaz, he used the flicker and he missed his Earth Shatter.
Yeah, that's true.
If his Earth Shatter connected, maybe it would have went to Rebellion Esports.
Yeah. So, okay, because of that Earth Shatter miss, even the Netherrealm missed. So it's all about timings now. It's all about the timing and the placement for Rebellion Esports. So low killing score for this 11-minute game. But for Falcons AP Brand, they could push an inhibitor turret because every lane is being pressured here by FCAP.
Yeah, Falcons AP Brand now will put focus onto the top, holding hands with the Lord. The Lord has arrived in front of the doorstep, but it is still the first Lord, so no sweat for Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, they have the kit to actually defend this one out. But the problem is going to be where will they get damage from? Matt is just on the Thunderbelt and Malefic Roar. So he's using the Purifier, yes, but it's continuous crowd control for Falcons AP Brand. You have a layer from Flappy, spend in the zone, even the final slash from Owen, even Super Marco has a crowd control. So they have to be mindful of using that Oddities' ultimate so that there's gonna be space for Matt. As early as now, they need to give everything to Matt. Matt is their guy. Matt is their X factor or key to success for this game.
Yeah, the one of the newer players for Rebellion Esports who have been going around teams, I must say. The last he was with was JP Niners in MPL MY, and now he's together with them. But has he really shined or carried Rebellion Esports? Not yet, but maybe. Benefit of the doubt, maybe because he's new, so they're still trying to find that true chemistry together.
Yeah, but so far they're playing really well. Okay, we heard Retributions used just for that Live the Wonder. That's very crucial for Vision as well. But yeah, for Flappy, that is the Winter Crown. So after the Queen's Wings went straight for the Winter Crown. So his main function here is another setup player for Falcons AP Brand. Now we have the Lord in 10 seconds now. So Rebellion Esports, they might want to go for a surprise play using the Flicker, Earth Shatter onward, the suplex from Cars.
The suplex, yeah? Oh man, that reminds me of every wrestling move.
Yeah, the suplex.
Yeah. Let's see if they can pull off a suplex here. Oh, but Cars is in. Oh, what a pullback there for Cars. But then again, the Nether Realm is there to save him. But that also means that the Nether Realm is now forced out.
Yeah, that's an early usage of the Nether Realm. But if you're Rebellion Esports, better use it instead of having casualties prior to this Lord take. But because also of that, they don't have an edge on trying to have that Lord steal. Hence, Falcons AP Brand taking this second Lord of the game.
Yeah, if only they still had the Nether Realm, then maybe they could still challenge for the Lord. But then again, unfortunately, that was forced out. But great move there by Falcons AP Brand to make that happen. And if we look at the experience graph now, we're starting to see it swing towards Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, it's really going on Falcons AP Brand side. Again, the map control here of Rebellion Esports is really minimized. Oh, wait, I thought that there's going to be a setup play against Super Marco. And we see some of the players here using the flickers already. And on the goal graph, wow, it's just Falcons AP Brand. There was a bit of a team fight around 10 minutes of our game, but it's just continuously Falcons AP Brand getting all the resources against Rebellion Esports. As to why for few, he is at the Holy Crystal already.
Oh, okay. An attempt here onto Cars. Now Cars again will be saved by the Nether Realm. Nether Realm will save him, but that means also they do not have the Nether Realm for now. It will be under cooldown while the Lord will push onto the bottom lane. And this is an opening now for Falcons AP Brand to take down the inhibitor turret in the middle. And they'll try to find the next kill. RDTZ now 50% of health left. RDTZ has to nip the crystal. Will get extra protection out of it. The Lord will be taken down and Falcons AP Brand will reset.
That is a breathtaking defense brought to you by Rebellion Esports. And this inhibitor turret at the top lane is going to be destroyed by Falcons AP Brand. They have the minion wave. They have the kit to actually poke some more players from Rebellion Esports. But Rebellion Esports having that brick of hope into defeating Falcons AP Brand. They're forcing for a team fight, I think, because they know that some of the players here of Falcons AP Brand has already used some of their ultimates.
And they do have the Nether Realm though. It will be popped out anytime soon. Nether Realm will be used at this moment to save RDTZ. RDTZ will 0-1 to Swallow. He'll say thank you very much, but that means they do not have the Nether Realm for this defense. However, Falcons AP Brand, they're looking at their watch and telling themselves that, hey, you know what guys, 50 more seconds to the next Lord, let's take a chill.
Okay, this team's chilling because it's hard for Falcons AP Brand to force the team fights against Rebellion Esports. And I really like how they juggle the minion wave earlier for Rebellion Esports. And yeah, looking at the items, by the way, we have the Radiant Armor already for Cars. I think he needs the immortality as early as now, just in case if he's gonna be the target here for Falcons AP Brand rather. And for Julian, that is the Holy Crystal. Things are great for Matt. It's more on taking the kills now against Falcons AP Brand because he's still at 1-1-1. It's a low killing game, but at the same time, you want those conversions already as early as now.
Oh, speaking about conversion, they might run to convert Cars into a kill, but then again, Cars flickers away and ODTZ is there. No further pursuit there by Ogwen. And they have not yet forced out the Nether Realm this time.
What a slow from this spawns from a few. By the way, the itemization for a few is going one and this Divine Glaive. And here comes the lore again. Sir Cloud.
Flickers in. Looks like there will be an engagement by Rebellion Esports and Count Easy turns back together with Bill. He gets Swallow as well. Double triple Count Easy. Castle with the next one to be in trouble. Cows may go down. This could be a wipeout there. Swallow is the only one survived. But what can he do against the entire Falcons AP brand? There's no way he can defend against all of them. And looks like we are going to go for game number 3 as Falcons AP brand will want to end this round now.
That was a nice setup play by Super Marco. Yes, it was Super Marco using that Ruby on that last setup play for Falcons AP Bren. What a nice counter play for them, and they just did what they needed to do. Their winning conditions was on point. They tried to eliminate all the factors wherein a Rebellion Esports will win, but it was a nice play for them. We're heading to game number 3. What do you say about that, Gideon?
I'm saying that, I don't know, FCAP are awake today. Their drafting style just to deny some core and, more importantly, pre-prepared picks coming in from Rebellion Esports. And even Rebellion, like, think of it this way. 5-man Cursed Bloods, nobody dies.
Yeah.
How? How does that even happen?
How can it be a curse if it doesn't kill anyone, right?
Exactly. And
it's a blessing to AP brand.
It's an opportunity and a blessing for them.
It really is. It really, really is. I was very surprised with the way that Rebellion and as well as FCAP were interacting with each other. Because a lot of the time, it's like that push and pull, and you would expect that Super Marco would eventually scale off, but unfortunately, Rebellion weren't able to make it work. The follow-up just wasn't there, and I have to attest, it's all because FCAP, they're willing to die. They're willing to die without using their flickers for that one crucial moment, and then it's like, good thing I've got a flicker.
Yeah, and at the same time, the added crowd control that the Ruby has, it's as if Super Marco, I need a kill. I will set up a play. Oh, you're there? Come here. I need you. Something like that for Super Marco. And it was very effective for Falcons AP Brand. So if you're Rebellion Esports, how can you be up against a team that has a lot of crowd controls? Like everyone, I think it's just the Hayabusa who doesn't have an initiating prowess against them.
Yeah, and speaking about the Hayabusa, right? So now we can compare between the two Hayabusas that we have seen. And clearly the Hayabusa by Falcon AP brand is a bit more sexier because of those multiple...
More sexier?
Yeah, sexier. Just look at the stats here. Ain't that number sexy, 514?
I mean, maybe if that 1 was a 0, could have been even sexier. But I think that, you know, Kyle TZ and Rio are very comfortable on this Hayabusa, right? This is one of the few matchups where, I mean, I think that Rio is really good with his angles. Kyle TZ is much better at generating pressure. How many times did we see Kyle just go, I'm gonna throw out my shadow? He gets 2 flickers from people for free.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like for Falcons AP Bren, with this type of hero composition, it's as if they can play individually. They don't need the typical rotation that, oh, I go to the gold lane because I have to save Super Marco from all the threat. It's as if they could go to the other places wherein Rebellion has to be. So they disrupted the pattern of Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, and comparing to playing individually, right? So towards the end, like Edith, I understand you as a roamer, you want to try to open up space, gather the information, but every time, okay, there were a couple of times where he tried to do that and the Nether Realm was used just to save him. And after the Nether Realm was used, then obviously for Falcons AP Brand, they'll be like, oh, okay, cool, you already used that just to save a roamer? Well, it's our turn to bring it back to you.
I feel like this game was entirely dependent on how many battle spells can I get out of you for free. It just boiled down to that, right? Because every single time we saw these big plays, it really just goes to show that even if you are missing a battle spell, that means I have a huge window of opportunity to make a play down the road. And I think that investment is important in these, like, any of these games that are going beyond 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. And at the same time, again, because of the crowd control here for Falcons AP Brain, we have 2 purifiers, yes, for Rebellion Esports, but after that purifier, that 1.2 seconds, there's another layer of crowd control. So for Rebellion Esports, it's so hard for them to escape the threat from Falcons AP Brain, and all the heroes here for Falcons AP Brain is more on the linear side. It's just them diving from time to time. As to why, look at the damage dealt for Falcons AP Brain. They're just swinging around the formation of Rebellion Esports. Even the damage taken is very far from the damage taken of Rebellion Esports, considering that they are leaning much more on the sustainable side, because there's no way for Rebellion Esports to escape their play.
Totally agree with that. Totally agree. It's either they escape, well, unless you're Rio, who has only one escape mechanic, which is in that enhanced swords, but he doesn't have a flicker, right? And that's why it just brings it back to being so important to hold on to your battle spells for as long as possible. And like you mentioned, Chantel, there's way too much CC to decide which opportunities you want to pick and choose. But with that being said, give it up for our MVP of the game here. My bad.
It's the graph.
Yes, it is the graph, because we're setting up for the MVP here. When we're looking at the overall graph, and especially when it comes down to the gold, it exponentially increases, but after the 15 minutes, that's when the EXP just barely doesn't even matter, because we're already hitting level 15.
And with a continuous spike of Falcons AP Brain's gold, it means that they just limited all the scenarios of Rebellion Esports having a comeback or swinging the tides around.
With that being said, hopefully I'm getting the right information from Zipper. There we go, our MVP of the match, Falcons AP Brain's very own Quill City.
I mean, that is a sexy number there.
A very, very nice kill time participation. Very, very nice.
Very nice indeed.
It really goes to show that right now, especially with the new emblem, with a couple of the new emblems, Warcry in particular, one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It really changes the early game for these assassins.
Yeah, that's the reason why for game number 1, Rebellion Esports, they had Rio to be part of the rotation. Same goes with Falcons AP Brain. As long as you're able to deal damage against the other teams, it's expected that you will be on the lead. But yeah, look at the highlights. It was a battle of attrition actually on the early parts of the game. It's just that Falcons AP Brain won other team fights, and they forced another team fight, or they extended the team fight straight to the purple buff after the turtle team fight. So imagine that the resources they limited against Rio, because he was a 3-1-1. It was him touching all the possible kills against Falcons AP Brain. But because of the damage of Falcons AP Brain, they disrupted again the pattern that Rebellion Esports has.
Yeah, and based on the highlights as well, like early game, Rebellion Esports played it with a fast pace. Like they push Falcons AP Brain, especially on the bottom lane. But the swinging part was that when Falcons AP Brain, they'd be like, okay, you want to take it fast, we'll do it fast as well. And if we look at the potential of speed rotation, because they have the Hayabusa, that allowed them to be all over the map way faster than Rebellion.
These increased rotational speeds coming up from Falcons AP Brain definitely generated a lot of momentum for them early to mid game, something that Rebellion was fighting for, because they know that if FCAP are put behind with this type of composition, it's a lot harder to come back into the game unless it is roughly around mid game. But we know FCAP, right? Even with some of the bigger gold deficits, the mid game is where they really start to pop off. So I like the preparation in this game. We got to see a little bit of Rebellion, we got to see a little bit of Falcons AP Brain in terms of adaptation. But we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be the conclusion of our very first best of 3 of today here at the SPS. We'll see you right after these messages.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I'm with Rebellion Esports. I have with me a deck of cards where we have the teams, and they will be ranking it according to the group on the board right here. First team, Fnatic Onyx.
Oh my good.
YS,
Because he won MSC.
MSC slot.
Yeah.
Good.
What do you want to say to Fnatic Onyx?
Pelan-pelan bang.
Smart Omega.
Mana?
A.
Ooh, A.
Yes.
Why A?
Smart Omega bantai us.
They bantai you in the qualifiers. So now that you might meet them again, what do you want to say to Smart Omega?
What? Kamera?
This
one?
Yes.
Lihat nanti aja.
Oh, okay. And IP Flash.
Dia aja.
Oh. But they were top 4 in MSC.
Just lucky.
See you soon.
Bagus ini dia. Cek B aja.
C.
Oh, C.
Ooh.
B.
Dapat lu.
Berapa lagi? All team, right? Maybe C.
C.
Yes.
Okay, C.
Okay, C.
Okay. Why C?
Because see you soon.
Kemana?
Up to you.
They're scared. They are scared.
No. To you. No.
Udah C aja.
Gatekeepers. You see gatekeepers.
Eh?
You know we in Malaysia.
Okay.
This one is favorite.
Now, you know Udil is like the god of taunting in Malaysia, and he always taunts with me on stage.
Yes.
So if you could taunt Udil.
Audi is the best taunt player from Indonesia.
Oh, really?
Yes. So you can
Just
kasih
a
tahu.
bit. Kasih tahu.
Little bit taunting.
Yeah?
Udah tua pensi aja sih.
Oh my gosh.
Cooking again.
Cooking. You do Red Giants.
Ini udah pasti. Jangan dimainin langsung aja.
Sepuh.
Why B for Geek Fam? We know
Because
Geek.
B for Baxia Vincent. Yes. Oh yes, like that.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
di sini. Pelan-pelan dong.
No laki, kurang laki.
Last but not least, Valiant Esports. Why did you put your own team in mid-tier?
Because me and Audi Tuzi in mid lane, so we in mid tier.
Yes.
Balance.
Yes.
I have a question. What team do you really want to meet if, let's say, you guys go playoffs?
This. Homeboys.
Homeboys?
Ya.
Oh.
Nak pulangkan dia.
Maybe homeboys just go home. See you soon.
Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Pull the bass. Chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, MLBB Season 5, the APAC region. We're looking to conclude our very first best of 3 here between Rebellion Esports and Falcons AP Brand. It has been quite a battle between the two, but based on what I'm getting information from Zipper, it is Rebellion Esports on blue side and Falcons AP Brand on the red.
Okay, so we have interesting bans earlier, so we haven't seen Zask for game number 2. They used Zask. Sorry. I got confused. I was so over the Zask yesterday that I forgot that Zask can be used today. Anyway, Rebellion Esports, they banned out the usual assassins. So it's Fanny and Ling. Very, very consistent at that point. Could be another Faramis ban or maybe an Angela ban since they are on the blue side. And Falcons AP Brand, it's up to them if they are to open the Zask for Rebellion Esports. If not, if they ban out the Zask, Roger is definitely open for Rebellion Esports. That's the usual pattern for the banning and picking, actually.
But is the Zask a bigger problem or is the Hayabusa a bigger problem?
I disagree. I think they need to get rid of Valentina because this is similar to game number 1 in terms of their overall bans. And I think that Falcons AP Brand, the fact that they decided to ban out the Zask means that they don't mind giving that first pick over to Rebellion Esports and then deny them later down the line.
Probably they'll give out the Roger and then Falcons AP Brand will be the ones to take the Valentina, but they got their favorite or signature hero for Suelo, which is Valentina. That's a good choice for Rebellion Esports. So for Falcons AP Brand, you have 2 options, either Roger and Edith or Moskov and Edith.
Yep. I mean, we can already see these two teams conversing with each other in the draft. Falcons AP Brand being the Night Gentleman, being like, all right, we'll let you guys pick. We'll let you guys have the Valentina or the Roger. We don't mind either or.
What are you getting? I'm getting something that you're not getting.
Oh my god.
Hayabusa and Roger? Hayabusa and Moskov or Hayabusa and Edith?
Hayabusa and Terizla.
I didn't get anything right, by the way.
No, I think this is totally fine. I think this is totally fine because then it kind of tells Rebellion Esports, hey, you've got really nice ultimates to work with to maybe even counter-engage off of us in that case. But at the very least, we know that FlapTZ will be able to play the game. Because in game number 1, on that Ruby, he didn't find any angles to get the I'm offended in.
Yeah. You know what, for Rebellion Esports, I think it's nice if they get Minotaur or Ruby. Because they will have another layer of crowd control. Imagine you have the penalty zone and you have another ultimate. But yeah, it's going to be the Edith, which is good. And Moskov. So if you're Falcons AP Brand, you're left with the Roger. Oh, it's surprising that none of these teams prioritized Roger.
I mean, I think Roger could be a little bit of a bait here. I feel that Falcons AP Brand, they could diversify their damage if they wanted to. We'll see whether they want the Roger or the Harith here, both of which do like somewhat okay against the Moskov until Moskov eventually gets that Trinity build. But for the most part of it, they need something that scales. They need a late game insurance.
Yeah, and that's why Rebellion Esports, they kind of leave a Ruby open for now. In case the Roger is being picked up, then maybe they can pick up the Ruby. But that also means that by this phase of the pick, if Falcons AP Brand picks up the Roger, then they can also ban out the Ruby and then you won't have the 50-50 matchup. But we will see the Harith. It's been a while.
Yeah, I almost forgot that Harith is basically open all throughout this match. So this is quite nice for Falcons AP Brand because you've got 2 heroes that is meant for the physical damage. Now you equalize it with heavy, high damage per second, the magic damage with the Harith. Although it's gonna be a bit of a problem later on if this doesn't win the early phase or the laning phase against a Moskov.
I think that Falcons AP Brand are playing a very honest drafting phase here. Before this, it was like double flex pick, triple flex pick if necessary. But now, Falcons AP Brand are very upfront about it. It's like Harith, he's going into the gold lane. Hayabusa, he's going into the jungle. There's no trickery here.
Yeah, but I guess they want to try to look at how to chase down the Harith as well, right? So if Rebellion Esports would be interested, they might consider the Fanny, or Fanny is being fanned out. Oh, man, Link is out as well, so it's kind of hard to chase the backline.
I mean, the most they can go for is Nolan, but even then, it's pretty inconsistent.
Yeah, it has been like Hayabusa and Julian. If the other one takes Hayabusa, it's definitely the Julian other way around. So yeah, for Rebellion Esports, they banning out XP lanes. Barretts could be an option for them.
Oh.
Although, you have the Terizla. Okay. So they are limiting the opportunity or the options of having a fighter as the tank of Falcons AP brand. But for Falcons AP brand, they still... I was about to say Minotaur, but they are the ones who banned out Minotaur.
It just goes to show that Falcons AP brand, they don't want anything that really like denies them space, right?
Yeah.
Because when the Minoan Fury is going out, then you don't want to like walk into it, you just have to wait it out. And I think that Rebellion Esports makes a smart decision getting rid of the Arlet, but especially that Faramis.
Ooh, okay. Cool.
That's why.
That is why even it's actually nice that they got the Kufra, considering that Faramis has been banned for Rebellion Esports. So for Rebellion Esports, since they're lacking their jungler yet, the question now is it gonna be a Julian or a Nolan? But it's hard for both if you're up against the Kufra.
I think it's going to be really difficult, right? Because now
Yeah.
Rebellion Esports are thinking whether they should play a more pick-off style or they can completely divert their composition to play more peel. And I think both situations not exactly ideal because of Falcon AP Brand's setup. They've got the engage, they've got dedicated late game damage, and they also have high burst at the same time.
Oh,
So-
it's gonna be a Julian and Barretts.
There we go, there we go. The burst and another tank to make sure that they can actually punish and follow up upon picks.
Yeah, and I can understand for Rebellion Esports as well. If they don't pick the bars, they'll be they might lose a bit of tankiness there, so they need to have that one. Yes, the Edith can tank, but you also want to have some flexibility with the Edith as well. So having the Barats with the Dakota's Welcome can also open up fights.
Oh, okay.
Great stuff, great stuff.
This is a nice hero by Falcons AP Brand. They have like an added layer of defense and offense with Eternal Guard. Definitely, they are leaning towards that mixture of a balanced mixture of early game and late game. Now for Rebellion Esports, same. It's a pretty much balanced lineup for both teams.
I think the biggest difference between the comps is that Falcon's AP brand have more disengage mechanics compared to Rebellion. Because if Rebellion go in, it's difficult for them to pull out. And Falcons are just going to be like, Eternal Guard, and we walk away.
Yeah, that's true. So for Falcons AP Brand, they have to capitalize on that. They can go for those extraordinary dives just to secure a kill against Rebellion Esports.
Well, here we go, because the record so far is whoever gets the Hayabusa gets the win. And Falcons AP Brand, they did get it for themselves, but let's see if we'll see another MVP performance. Gideon, you take a break. Let us know your thoughts later, because right now we will take it on to the game that will decide who will win this match.
Okay, we saw KLTC flexing on that Bren Lang Malakas sticker or emoji for the game. So yeah, in terms of the jungling pattern, I'm excited to see on how and where can Ogwen and even Cars delay, or Ogwen and ODTZ can delay the rotation here of the jungles. So game number 1 and game number 2 has been a story of disrupting the jungling pattern. So it's something that these junglers have been heavily relying to. And looking at the player emblems, nothing much. It's just that in terms of the mages, definitely for Falcons AP Brand, it's more on the burst damage. Now for Suelo, it's more on those heavy pokes.
Yeah, and Kaltizi right now, he is approaching level 4, so very quick farming by him. And if we take into consideration the previous round where he was the MVP, he actually got the most gold per minute. So farming is definitely his specialty, especially now that he's handed Hayabusa.
Yep, definitely gonna be a fast one. And expect that there's gonna be a team fight at the bottom lane, because this is where the turtle will spawn. So as long as there is someone from the side of Rebel Esports, maybe Falcons AP Brand, to guard that lane, there's a high chance that they can defend those XP laners. So things are a bit slow for both teams. Very calculated aggression. Very far from game number 1 and game number 2.
Well, let's see, because this might be the fight that may set the tone for the round. But in the middle, ODTZ, okay, he is tanky enough as an Edith though, so at this stage, everyone's like, a lot of them is like level 3, maybe level 4, so they're not able to get that kill against ODTZ. RTZ not faced, he's still A-OK. He can still join the fight at the turtle.
Yeah, but for Falcons AP Brenna, they are the first ones to position on this turtle tank.
Oh, but second time around, RTZ still got away to safety, but this time,
wow!
Okay, here's the Spear of Destruction. Flaptz comes in to commit. Flaptz will be given the first blood, and RTZ will be the one to take it home. Cars kind of low at this moment, but Rio down as well. So without Rio, without the retribution, of course, Falcons AP Brand will take it.
That was a very risky play by Falcons AP Brand, but the good thing is that they are able to secure this turtle one out, and we could see that flicker penalty zone from Flaptz. But at the same time, we also have to commend the potential of Swaylo's IMU Eternal Guard, because it was the one that wreaked havoc against Falcons AP Brand. So it's 1-1 kill during that moment, but still Falcons AP Brand on the upper hand because of the turtle secure. So far, things are looking good in terms of the laning on this marksman. Okay, folks, at the middle lane.
Oh, Ogwen right now takes a good amount of damage. RTZ comes in, but that's not the target that they want. RTZ is not that high. RTZ is more like, okay, absorb the damage, absorb the skills, and see if they can counter, but the counter didn't happen.
Yeah, probably because of fuse damage is not sufficient yet. So he's still waiting. Probably the first item here is the Enchanted Talisman for the pokes against Rebellion Esports. But, yup, 3 minutes into our game, because of the difference of range between Supermark and Matt, we can see that there's a level difference on them. So expect later on the bottom lane.
Oh, Cars became the opener, and that's where Flaptz paid for it.
They used the emoji of Flaptz to himself, though. No, that Flaptz has been doing. But yeah, Rebellion Esports, it's a nice thing that they're rotating and focusing on a cross-map play against Flaptz, because this is where the difference could be. If Flaptz isn't around, it would be hard for Ogwen to rotate on other lanes and give vision for Quill City and Few. So for Rebellion Esports, all they need to do is to go for a cross-map play. Probably later on focus on Supermarket's lane, just to limit the potential, you know. But
Whoa. Okay, we get okay. Spray a bit of damage to Suelo, but I kind of doubt there's enough damage anyway to get the kill.
So probably here for Quill City, the goal was lessen the life of Rio prior to Turtle, so it won't be efficient for them to go for a contest.
Oh, but Cars takes that damage, and with the Dakota's welcome, they come in to counter back on the members of Falcons AP Brand. Will the Spear of Destruction teleport him? Looks like the answer is no, and because of that, Flaptz will go down. No further execution here by Falcons AP Brand. Rebellion Esports, however, it's not done. You know, nice flicker away by Suelo. That was great mechanics shown. But they're still not over yet. The turtle is still up for grabs so far. Matt is here.
Bouncy ball.
Will try to get it. Bouncing ball. Suelo kind of low. He cannot continue the tank anymore. Ooh. And Rio will secure that turtle. No steal from Falcons AP Brand.
Right on point for Rio. But we really have to commend, man. Suelo is playing really good. Again, they won a team fight earlier because of that nice placement for the Eternal Guard. And if you're Falcons AP Brand, specifically Ogwen, you have to find Suelo. If not, it's going to be a bit of a headache for them. So because of that, there's a difference, yes, in terms of the gold. Surprisingly, Few is up on lead versus Suelo. So the difference is more on when is the Eternal Guard used. So for Rebellion Esports, it's always Suelo on point, while for Few, it's more on the defensive side. So we might see changes later on depending on the setup play, but take note that Rio already has that Holy Crystal.
How? Almost an engagement there. But anyway, it won't be a big move here on Cars because he is tanking up underneath the turret. You don't want to take that risk for now for Falcons AP Brand.
Cars doesn't have the fuel yet. He's a car and he needs fuel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an electric car.
Yeah.
Environment friendly
he's
now.
still charging.
He's still charging.
Yeah. Charging for the next fight.
Oh.
Probably here for Rebellion Eastern. Okay. We see Sky Piercer now for Quill TC and the Radiant Armor for Ogwen. So this might be a combination of maybe a Tyrant's Rage, Bouncing Ball, and those Shuriken Blades from Quill TC. So things
Oh,
Oh,
Shadow.
getting nasty here.
Okay, yes, looks like things are going to get nasty right now with the Dakotas. Welcome, the Spear of Destruction have arrived. And Matt is going to be here joining up with his teammates. And Matt from the back not letting the space for Falcons if we ready to run away as they secure that one kill onto Ogwen. Looking for more, but then again the Guardian is there. But look who has arrived from the side. It's going to be Count Easy. But Matt still survived thanks to Suelo.
Yeah, Suelo again. Limiting the movement of Kaltisi at the time. That was a nice shadow strike placement. But wait, they're taking a turtle now. Who's gonna take it? It's gonna be Kaltisi!
That is the turtle there by Kaltisi. He will make sure that turtle will not go on to the hands of Rebellion Esports. But Matt punishes Kaltisi back.
They were ready here against Kaltisi, but Flaptisi isn't done yet. So that's going to be a kill against Flaptisi. At the bottom lane, there's going to be a threat here for Falcons. AP Bren, Rebellion Esports, more pokes!
Execution here onto cars, and looks like the car will need to take some time to refuel.
Okay, refill on that electric car for Rebellion Esports. 5-3 is our score, Sir Cloud, and none of the teams are ready to, you know, surrender the team fights. It's as if all along we thought that the team fight has already ended, but for Falcons AP Brand, if they can leap to that perimeter of team fight, then they will go for it. But look at the gold leaderboard. So it's Kaltisi and Super Marco up top, which means Super Marco has 2 core items, but also same goes for Matt. So he has the Corrosion Sight and even a Golden Staff. So it's more in the positioning now of the Eternal Guard that's going to be crucial here for both Rebellion Esports and Falcons AP Brand. So a little bit low scoring game, but things are looking good for Rebellion Esports as they take down a turret at the bottom lane.
Yeah, good in terms of kills and also by taking down the bottom turret. But then again, for Falcons AP Brand, they still have the goal advantage. 2k.
Yeah.
But okay, let's see what happens here with this Lord fight, right? It looks like this Lord fight might also set the tone.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But speaking of setting the tone up, I think Flappies is going to be the go-to guy of Falcons AP Brand from the setup. Because of the Queen Swings, I kind of feel like for Owen, the function would be the protector of Few and Super Marco. So we'll see if that's going to be the play for them, but definitely they're waiting for a possible kill against Rebellion Esports as the Lord is now up for grabs. So they're just waiting for that perfect timing, and Falcons AP Brand still on the lead, but Suelo now has the Winter Crown. Somebody has to check from Falcons AP Brand what the items are for the players of Rebellion Esports. It could be a bait for them. Okay, they are targeting me. Why not me build a Winter Crown?
And if Rebellion Esports, they are not aware of that, then, well, they could be baited there by Falcons AP Brand. So we've got to keep that in check as well. When we look at the level leaderboard here, Kaltisi is level 14. He's at least 2 levels above Rio and Matt.
Yeah, it's as if you are in an arcade game and you're almost close to the final boss. Something like that.
And you're out of credits?
Out of credits. You are to buy another token for it. And you're almost close to saving that princess. And that princess for Falcons AP Brand is going to be this Lord. That is the key into winning this game. Again, stakes are high for Rebellion Esports. Although, it's more of them ending their tournament life with a higher note, right?
Yeah. But interesting enough, you did point out that the princess has been asking for help for the longest time, but these two teams are not going in for it. But now, speaking about going for it, Cars might fall. Cars very, very off position, all the way behind the members of Falcon AP Brand. No way for the members of Rebellion Esports to save him, but Rebellion Esports, they still want the challenge for the Lord. The Lord is down to 30% of health. Rio is waiting at the side, waiting at the bush, but looks like he is not going to pursue further. He knows that it's too risky for him.
Conceal play, but that's just going to be a face check here for Falcons AP Brand. We have the Immortality already for ODTZ, and again, this is the Lord. Already have one live.
ODTZ, he needs his backup right now. Spear of Destruction has arrived, the Lord is pretty low, and Rio will steal away the Lord And that is a steal. That is very, very important for them. But Suelo might go down in the process. One flicker away. Ogwen will go in for the chase, and he will still get it. No, he did not. He did not get Suelo. Suelo got away to safety. And Kaltizi is there to make sure that he at least gets something out of this. But for Suelo, he is still alive.
Okay, again for Okay.
Oh.
So these players need a breather, you know? It was a Lord team fight. It was a long Lord team fight, but yeah, it was Rebellion Esports securing that one, and that is because, again, of the IMU Eternal Guard of Suelo. So all the kits that they needed was there. They were able to zone out Kaltizi. He was forced to back away even without him trying to take the retribution on that Lord. So Rebellion Esports has to capitalize this Lord, and Falcons AP brand, they have the kit to defend this one out. They have the damage, yes, but they really have to find Suelo. Suelo is just shredding all the intel that Falcon AP brand has against them.
Man, but look at this concealed gameplay by the side. ODTZ as well as Rio shows themselves towards Flaptz and Ogwen. And keep your eye on the top lane as well, because Kaltizi trying to do something funny there, but Matt is still at the top lane. But in the middle lane, okay, Spear of Destruction will not connect to anyone, so Matt will need to walk his way through. He wants to support his teammates, but no necessary movement needed.
Yeah, it's a nice thing for Falcons AP brand that they're still able to defend this turret at the middle lane. So Ogwen doesn't have the flicker, by the way. So it's kind of predictable where his Tyrant's Rage is going to be. So it's 6-7 for this game. 30 minutes into our game time, and ODTZ is just giving information for Rebellion Esports that, okay, this is where Falcons AP brand is walking, and this is the path that they will take. You have to be safe, but we're cars. He has the flicker. We might see that flicker Detona's welcome against maybe Kaltizi or maybe Super Marco and even Few. So that's a threat for them. But the winter crowns are really working nicely here for both of our teams, both for Suelo and even Flaptz. It's just a matter of when and where we will use it. Concealed play!
ODTZ got caught! Oh no! He was in the bush. He was praying that Falcons AP band will not pass through that bush. But the moment they did, he stood no chance. There was no way he was going to get out of there.
You know what, Sir Cloud? I kind of feel like Rebellion Esports are into cars. We have an electric car and we have an Audi TC.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, but
you're getting the dad jokes now, huh?
Yeah, I'm to dad jokes now, huh? But 6-8 for our score, and ODTZ and the rest of the Rebellion Esports squad has to be mindful on how deep they are in the map, because definitely Falcon Esports are ready to take a kill against them.
All the way to the back. Ogwen was prepared for it, as now Kars will need to back out. He's kind of low. He cannot continue on, but Kars will still want to be there because he wants to do as much as possible. His health is back up to about 40%, so he can still contribute to this team fight.
Okay, Falcons AP brand saw that Detona's welcome supposedly from Cars, so that is why they're forced to back away. Ogwen!
Here we go. Looks like Ogwen will take that damage, but then again, he's meant to do so, so that's A-okay.
Super Marco!
At least he push check. And Suelo, now he's kind of low. He will be forced to return back to reset.
That is a long battle of attrition here for both of our teams. Definitely one of the longest Lord fights that we had for this series. I can't imagine that this is just the first match of the day, because no one is ready to surrender.
Honda down on the ODTZ, but ODTZ, he does have the immortality, so it's A-okay, but all the way onto the backline, looks like the fight will continue on. Rio will be the first one to fall down to the hands of Kaltizi. Kill for him, and now without Rio there, cannot challenge for the Lord. The best they could do is just to try to push away the members of Falcons AP brand, and looks like they will be able to do so.
Even though Rio is out of the picture, Falcons AP brand opted for the safer route again, because the minion wave of Rebellion Esports is also flowing. It's kind of difficult since you have two tanky players from Rebellion Esports who is alive, and majority of them is half on life. So this is going to be a long one. Probably Rio is going to be available.
Gwen did not connect. Now with the bouncing ball, he tries to get away. He's taking a lot of damage, but that is what he's meant to do. And as many damage is taken, at least there's a trade-off that happens here. Two for the side of Rebellion Esports will fall down thanks to the counter-attack by Falcons AP brand.
And that's a straight penalty zone for his death for Suelo. There's no Julian at that time.
Spear?
But yeah, it was a nice lure take here by Falcons, AP Bren. So they need to capitalize on this one. 6-11 is our score, almost 17 minutes into our game. Cars is forced to build that Athena shield. So he has a mixture of Immortality and Athena shield. And for Ogwen, you have the Radiant Armor, Dominance Ice, and the Immortality. So right now, Falcons AP Brand, things are looking good. Again, FlapTZ is doing a great job of setting up plays for the team. At the same time, the bouncing ball for Ogwen is effective in the middle of the team fight. So they need to capitalize this, Lord. Might be hard for Rebellion Esports to defend, but they can.
Yeah, I think the gap is... Yeah, it's a 6K gap in terms of goal. But when it comes to execution, we can see that both teams are pretty on point with the execution. Falcons AP Brand with Ogwen baiting out the skills for Rebellion Esports and... Hang that thought for a second because the Z-Force is open down there. Nowhere he's going to get away from this. And just as when I was talking about their execution, well, without Rio, it's going to be kind of hard for them to get more kills.
That is very, very crucial here for Rebellion Esports. It's one of those heroes that is meant to burst Falcons AP Brand. So for Falcons AP Brand, they have those flickers. They could jump anytime for the center play.
Oh, they jump. It was stopped. Now the inhibitor turret will be taken down though. So they do not have that as an extra protection. The Lord is still A-OK, but not for long, as this is the Lord that Rebellion Esports will be able to defend against.
Yeah, another Lord defended by Rebellion Esports. Same story as game number 2. We could see Matt now with the Wind of Nature, and this is gonna be a long one. Sir Cloud, you know, it's 18 minutes, so we're up for it. Why not? This is just the first match for stream. Awesome, by the way. So 12-6. 12-6 and Swalo has the Divine Glaive. So he has the magic penetration now. He just needs to land that Eternal Guard, maybe against Few. Few, by the way, has no depths for this game. So the synergy here of Ogwen and Few is doing a great job for Falcons AP Brand, hence the 8K goal lead. Now looking at the items, this is where we're almost close to game equilibrium, right? So it's more on who has better kit on extended team fights.
Okay, he found Rio though, but not all in onto Rio. On the TZ, he does have the Immortality still active, so they will not overcommit onto him. And though the Zaman Force is open, TZ comes in from the back onto Cars, also not the target that they want.
Yep, and that's a nice thing actually for Falcons AP Brand, because the Cars doesn't have that flicker and their minion wave of the bottom lane is literally flowing. Now FlapTZ has this blade armor, so he is the one to force or to be up front against Matt. So Falcons AP Brand, actually they could even go for a split push since the majority of the inhibitor turrets has been destroyed. So Cars has the information right now, Sir Cloud, that Falcons AP Brand is to reset the Lord. Again, Rebellion Esports, they can contest this one, but they need Cars to single out. Could be Kyle TZ on that Daytona's welcome anyone for Falcons AP Brand.
And you mentioned about the Daytona Soccer used by Cars and immediately flickers back onto Ogwen, but Ogwen is again not the target that they want. So the Daytona's welcome, a little bit wasted there.
Yep.
In fact, they took damage while they used that Daytona's welcome, so the execution is a bit,
Oh yeah, it's a bit declining here for Rebellion Esports, and we have Ogwen jumping all over. It's as if he's a basketball player. No, he's the ball in basketball. But Lord, taken here by Falcons AP Brand, another threat for Rebellion Esports. And Rebellion Esports, it's kind of hard now to clear this minion wave. Main damager is going to be Rio and Matt. But again, it all boils down to that setup play from Cars and even ODTC. But these heroes we've mentioned are more on the single target type of setup play, right? As compared to Ogwen's hero, as compared to Flap's hero. So Swalo, Cars, and ODTC has to be on point on those layering of skills.
And we are also passing the 50k mark for both teams. So itemization-wise will not, as a goal lead-wise, will not mean much anymore.
Yeah. It depends now if you have the Winter Crown, which Cars, by the way, just bought. If you have the Immortality. We only have a single player from Falcons AP Brand that has the Immortality though, and that is Ogwen. again.
Oh, check this out. And attendees is going to take a lot of damage there. Wow, the other members of Falcon AP are focused on to taking down the inhibitor turret. And now the counter comes in from Rebel and Esports is trying to defend their ground. But Flapteasy goes all the way behind. Keep your eye on the lower side of the map as they will finish off this round. But hang that thought for a second. Nope. No more hanging on as Falcons AP brand will take out Rebellion Esports.
What a reverse sweep by Falcons AP brand. What a clean team fight on that last push against Rebellion Esports. Yes, we saw a brilliance of moments for Rebellion Esports, but at the end of the day, it was Falcon Esports or Falcons AP brand who is the better team. What are your thoughts about this game, Gideon?
I think that this game all boiled down to, does Super Marco have the Zaman Force? Because once you're level 15 and considering his cooldowns, it comes back up pretty fast, like 20 seconds, and he's ready to go again. Something, unfortunately, that Rebellion just could not deal with. They could not punish those intervals.
Yeah, that's true. And I kind of feel it for Rebellion Esports. They have this tendency to set up a play or initiate a team fight, but in the middle, oh no, it was a mistake. Let's go back. We didn't want to do this. We're sorry, guys. Go continue your thing. And it's something you don't want to do if you're up against Falcons AP brand.
Yeah, and there were a lot of baiting by both sides, right? Like you can see that the bait either from ODDZ or either from Ogwen, they're trying to pull out those skills from each other, and it does look like a textbook sort of a gameplay by either side. No unusual stuff like those split push or something like that. It's just more of like frontal fight.
I think one of the few things that was a little unique to this match was the fact that Barats was trying to eat up the Kufra mid-air, making sure that if you just time it right, you gotta time the Daytona's welcome correctly so that you can pull him super far out of position. And the one time that he actually does that, it's already too late. Like, we've already scaled to the late game, nobody follows up, and everybody else started pushing in. But hey, that's just my opinion here. Let's pass it over to Colis to have a conversation with the winners of this match, Falcons AP brand.
Thank you, casters. And now I'm with the winner, Courtesy. Congratulations of your winning. But if you are looking at the game, it's a very tight game. Can you tell us what happens during the series?
What happened during the series? I think we have a lot of mistakes that during that. So that we can that's
it's okay. So there is a lot of mistakes but you are like fixing it on the second and the third game. But on the first game, what is the biggest mistakes that you feel that it makes your team is lose?
I think the hesitation of our team, the hesitation of the skill, so we are not able to win the first game because of the hesitation.
I see. And now you're supposed to be qualified to the playoff, and later on you're gonna see the other team who are qualified to the playoff. And who is the biggest? Who is the team that you are very respect and you need to like aware from them?
For me, I think SRG. We need to respect SRG because they're strong right now and he's so dominating right now in SPS. Yeah.
Is the rematch gonna happen on this SPS that the grand final AP brand versus SRG?
I don't know. I hope so.
Yeah. Best of luck for you, Courtesy. And I think casters have a lot of time to talk about this series. So casters, take it away.
Thanks, Kolios. Once again, it looks like Falcons AP brand, their biggest enemy is themselves.
Yeah.
Hesitation? That's all that it was in game number 1? Hesitation?
Sometimes I do hesitate, but I can't adapt that fast. But for Falcons AP brand, I think it's their thing. There are instances for them wherein they actually lose the first game and then win the series. Even for MPL Philippines, I think it's their trend.
Is it that trend or is it just because you're casting?
Might be.
I don't know.
Trying to dodge the bullet. How do I get out of this one?
Might be.
Yeah, but we can see that I can see the hesitation thing, right? Like, when it came to game number 2, game number 3, they truly did not hesitate. And of course, we gotta give the MVP to Super Marco here, who did not hesitate with his Harif as well in game number 3. And because of it, him and his team not hesitating, we can see them taking more fights towards Rebellion.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Especially when you have that Zaman Force, he is ready to go all out. I think for the most part, he's been playing the laning phases really, really well. But more importantly, when he's got a team that like can disengage for him and tell him, hey, you can actually go all out right now, he's willing to go.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's nice for Harith if you're pair up against Kufra. It's as if they open up the space for Super Marco here, and every single time Cars wants to go for a setup play, it's just that Falcons everyone was prepared for it to see that. There's this connection. It's as if Ogwen's Tyrant's Rage is connected with the Super Marco's Zaman Force, that they use it simultaneously so that it will be very fluid against Rebellion Esports.
I think a lot of these situations are also saved thanks to their anchor in few. Because most of the time Vexanas are like, as soon as I use the Eternal Guard, you only have one other ability to protect yourself, and that's the Grasp of Fear, right? As soon as that skill shot is out, it needs to hit. And every single time, Few is able to make things happen to ensure that their backline is not only safe, but creates an even bigger opportunity for Falcons AP Brent to reach for a higher gold lead.
But guys, as a Rome main, I want to give a shout out to Ogwen as well. I think this game 3, he was on point. And it's not about him catching anyone, right? It's about him being the bait, being that juicy ball that everyone wants to take a bite off.
Well, let me double check if he does have that blade armor. And no, he doesn't. Looks like he's just okay.
It was Flapteasy.
It was Flapteasy.
Yeah, Flapteasy built the blade armor. Again, it's the same concept of having another tank for the side of Falcons AP Bren. So come mid to late game, it was more of Ogwen as the protector of either Few and Super Marco. So when Flapteasy is zoning out maybe 3-4 members of Rebellion, there's the vision, right, and information that, okay, the players of Rebellion are here. Then goes Ogwen for the dive. And then comes Few and Super Marco for the damage. So it's again the layering of skills of Falcons AP Red and adjusting to that hesitation that they had from game number 1.
I totally agree. And I love his itemization because he decided to go for the Guardian's Helm here. Because that means if he jumps in, oh no, I'm getting chunked away. I walk away for a couple of seconds.
And then I'm back.
And I'm already back in the fight. Something I wish Cars actually built, because half of the time his engages were somewhat good. But if the follow-up isn't there, that's totally fine. But you can't afford to completely reset into base. That's just too much time being wasted.
Yeah, and as an insurance policy, he have immortality. So
I
whatever
mean,
it is, we alright.
That's like once every couple of minutes, you know? But a Guardian helmet is eternal.
Yeah, and looking at the statistics now, it tells a lot about the game because look at the tower damage, guys. We've said that the lineup of Rebellion Esports is more on the dives. They could have done a flicker, Daytona's welcome, but because of the defense that Falcons AP Brenna put up on that game, there's no tower damage here for Rebellion Esports, meaning all the rotation was leaning towards Falcons AP Bren side. Even though there is a total heal on Rebellion Esports, it's as if the total heal was used just to have themselves safe after the team fight, but the objective secure, the kill secure is on Falcons AP Bren side because again, their heroes are more on the dive side and they have more layering in crowd control with Flapteasy and Ogwen's hero.
I think even when we're talking about the layering of it all, right? Notice that a majority of these engagements is basically Flapteasy or Ogwen who's absorbing that damage, right? I haven't seen Kyle Teasy get punished too hard.
Same.
I haven't seen Few get caught up in the Daytona's welcome as well, or even like prime targets like Super Marco. I mean, to be fair, he does have the Purify, so I can kind of let that go.
Wow.
But when we look at the golden EXP graph, you can definitely see there were moments where Rebellion Esports could have turned it around. I mean, that Lord Steal by Rio when he was 2 levels down definitely brought them back in terms of EXP.
You know, this graph reminds me of my
Of your what?
relationship.
Again.
A fake hope at 17 minutes. Like it gave Rebellion Esports like, oh, okay, we're finally getting something over Falcons AP brand just for it to be pulled down again.
It sounds like somebody didn't swipe right at the right time.
You know what? I want to hear your love life story.
We gotta get those stories down.
Yeah.
We'll get to these stories sooner or later. But honestly, in this past best of 3, a majority of these games are going into the 20-minute mark. So
Yeah.
it really goes to show, right, that both of these teams refuse to give each other the angle for the checkmate.
And part of that checkmate is who has the better kit in doing crowd control or initiating a setup against each other. So it's nice. It's a breath of fresh air that we see Rebellion Esports to stretch a game, stretch until a third game for against Falcons AP brand.
Yeah, no, I think that Rebellion have a couple of things to work on, but overall their team is starting to look much better. And considering that they're adding MDL people into it, I don't know. Indonesia just seems to be very ripe with their MDL talents.
Yeah, but you know what? That also means that with this 2-1 loss, we have to say goodbye to Rebellion Esports.
I
Alright, I
about
forgot that today is the last day of group stage.
I know, time
And in 3
flies,
days
right?
now, our tournament's gonna be done.
I mean, it's short, but hey, we have word from Kulios himself to have an interview with Rebellion Esports to get their final words.
Okay, thank you, Casters. And now I'm with Audi. Audi, what happened? Why you guys? Because you say that you're gonna win this match right before, but what happened? Why are you guys losing?
Mungkin lebih belum disiplin aja kali ya. Jadi kayak belum hoki juga sih. Itu sih paling.
Probably it's because of they are not playing disciplined and they are not lucky on this series. But Audi, if you are seeing that Happy Brand plays very well, who is the troublemaker? Who is the one who always like making you a hard time during the series?
The jungle, KLTZ.
Why?
Main Assassin bagus banget sih dia.
So he plays Assassins very well, the jungler KLTZ. And lastly, what are you gonna say to the Rebellion fan? Because later on, the MPL is gonna start too, right? Is there any things you want to say?
Ya makasih udah dukung dan semangatin kita lah di ESL ini. Tapi ya kami juga bakal lebih usaha lagi lah untuk MPL nanti. Kan juga akan mulai lagi kan, itu sih.
Okay, thank you so much, Audi. And good luck for the future. And we will get back to the casters. Take it away.
Thanks, Kolios. Man, strong words coming up from Audi TZ. I mean, they're very self-aware about why they didn't achieve what they were looking for here at the SPS, but they set their hopes high, especially for the upcoming MPL season.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give them credit for, like, you know, this is like a revamp lineup for them. They had 3 new players into it, and they're still able to push this world-class teams like Falcon AP brand, who has this solid lineup to the edge of their seats. So I must say, gotta give credit for them. I look forward to seeing their performance in MPL ID.
Yeah, that's the best attitude that a pro player or a team could have, being optimistic, because at the end of the day, everyone is like really training hard to be at the top. And if you have this mindset that next time we'll be the best team, that's something that we'll look forward to. Good example is the Malaysian teams, right? They're now at the top. Who would have thought that we all thought during MSC it's gonna be Philippines and Indonesia, but Malaysia is now on top, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, speaking of Malaysian teams, our upcoming matchup between Bigatron Beta up against the Homeboys is going to be the next best of 3 here at the SPS on Stream A. Now, I will say, you're totally correct about having the right attitude coming into these types of games, but for Bigatron Beta and as well as the Homeboys, Bigatron Beta are in a very critical situation. They're basically done for if they don't get this win, and Homeboys can potentially not make it into top 3. They need these points really desperately, and Bigatron Beta could say, nah, don't feel like it today.
It all depends actually on how they prepared emotionally for this game, and I kind of feel like these two teams are somehow dependent on how strong the other team is. There are teams wherein they play really strong if they're up against a stronger team. right? This
Yeah.
specific attitude or instances for players.
Well, Bigatron Beta, unfortunately, we have said sayonara to them. So now it's down to Homeboys whether they can capitalize on this to give them a chance to be in the top 3.
Hey man, I mean that's why now Bigatron Beta could potentially be the gatekeepers of Homeboys making it to the playoffs this time round. But before we start hopping on towards our next game, we're going to take a short break to allow these teams to truly prepare themselves for what is to happen. We'll see you right after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified.
You're currently watching Stream A of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5 APAC region. It is time for Bigatron Beta from Indonesia to go up against the Homeboys of Malaysia here for our second best of 3 in Stream A. Welcome everybody, my name is Gideon Q, and with me today as your casters for this game, we've got Sir Cloud and as well as Churros at the desk.
Bam! You pros,
There's an
man.
awkward silence over there.
Okay, yeah.
It's very nice to be back on stream. Man, what
It
a,
is.
what a good first game. Second game, super excited for it.
Yep, no, again, both of these teams, and especially for the Homeboys, it's important for them to win this one if they want to come into contention for top 3. Just to qualify for the playoffs. Not even top spot, but if they can do that, that means Bigatron Beta could deny them the exact same way. They have new lineups, they have new strategies, and honestly, it can get really scary stuff, but let's talk about Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, so Bigatron Beta, well, we know that this is a new lineup for them, but unfortunately, they're at this stage where they have been eliminated. So this final day is more like a serious scrim for them.
They started off pretty well. It had a solid first start in the first day, but unfortunately in the second day though, they were very, very scrappy, and hopefully they see this as an opportunity to grow, to learn in the game against Homeboys.
Well, hopefully that's going to be enough for them. We've got Koleos on the ground to talk to Bigatron Beta to see what they think about their current situation.
Thank you, casters. And now I'm with Lynch from the Bigatron Beta. And unfortunately, this is your last match on SPS Season 5. But can you tell us, like, what is your feelings like joining this big event?
Kalau dari saya pribadi, perasaannya ya senang banget lah bisa istilahnya jadi tim MDL Indonesia satu-satunya yang dari MDL lah bisa main di sini kan lawan tim-tim MPL besar-besar, ya senang aja gitu, dan juga pengennya bisa ngasih nggak harus lolos targetnya, tapi bisa ngasih permainan bagus aja gitu. Itu aja sih.
For him personally, he's very happy to joining this kind of huge event, and because they are the only team are from MDL, so they got a lot of experience from here. But Lynch, like, what is the most memorable experience that you can remember because of joining this event?
Momen yang paling diingatnya itu ketika kita lawan tim Liquid Filipina, ya, yang kita anggap itu lawan terberat dan kita bisa dapetin 1 poin, itu udah bersyukur banget lah. Itu ada hasil yang baik menurut gua.
The most memorable experience is when they are winning against 1 point against the Team Liquid PH. That it's making them very happy because Team Liquid PH is very big team. Yeah. And lastly, because this is your last match, do you have any message do you want to tell to the Bigat Troopers?
Buat Bigat Troopers ya tetap dukung kita lah, karena kita masih ada game lawan Homeboys lagi. Semoga kita bisa bawa kemenangan 1 kali lah buat di babak challenge final ini.
Okay, for Bigat Troopers, keep supporting them because they still have 1 more match against the Homeboys, and they're gonna try to do the best to win this game. And oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Do you have any message for Udil?
Buat Udil jangan galak-galak bang, kita masih MDL, pelan-pelan aja.
Don't too fierce Udil because they are still MDL, just take it slowly. Okay, so casters, take it away.
Respect your elders, they like to say it. Respect the younger ones. Go easy on us. This is the lineup for the Homeboys. Bigatron Beta looking to deny them some points because Homeboys currently are 1 point down between 3rd and the 4th place of Group A. Let's have a word with the Homeboys themselves and talk about what exactly they're feeling before this match.
Alright guys, right now I'm over at the Homeboys player booth because I want to know how well they know their favorite hero. So beside me we have Nets. Let's start with you. Nets, what's your favorite hero?
Harith.
Can you say a line from Harith?
Magic is my life.
Okay. Mal, what's your favorite hero?
Cho.
Cho, can you say a line from Cho?
Wow! Wipe up all the injustice in the world.
Oh, yo! Okay, let's go. Udil, favorite hero?
Diggy when he was an egg.
When he was an egg, what does Diggy say as an egg? Okay, Amal, favorite hero?
Fanny.
Oh, Fanny! What does Fanny say?
So, what's your command?
Oh, same like guys. Alright, Ye3, favorite hero?
Paquito.
Paquito! What does Paquito say?
A punch for punch.
Ooh, I see something similar with our Malaysian players. So, casters, what do you think about our players' impersonation of their favorite characters?
My friend. All right, with that being said, Homeboys currently in a position where they could make the top 3 and go straight into the playoffs. They're not going to go within an advantage, but at the very least, qualifying is just the very first step. Now, talking about this upcoming game here, Bigatron Beta has come up with a couple of interesting strategies, but at the same time, it feels like now that they're confirmed to be eliminated, they take off the shekels.
That's going to be a very, very tough start, especially for Bigatron Beta. They have to pull themselves from the abyss, and fighting against Homeboys, they should really take this as a chance to learn and grow. We've got our predictions up on the board. I see 2-1 up from you guys. Why do you think Bigatron Beta is will take 1 game away from the Homeboys?
Well, I would say that, you know, if you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to fear, right?
Just put everything out, man.
Yeah, just put everything out. Just play their game naturally, no pressure, and they might take 1 game away. But of course, being a Malaysian, I want to keep my citizenship for now, that is. Gotta give the point to Homeboys.
Look, I was doubting the Homeboys, especially since it's such a fresh lineup. I was expecting them to do a lot worse, but honestly, the fact that they are winning against some of these teams here at the SPS has been pretty surprising. I do think that an animal is a predator, we'll say. They're the most dangerous when they're backed up into a corner, and I think that Bigatron Beta, they've got nothing else to lose. They might as well go all out.
Yeah. That being said, we're jumping straight into the draft. Angela, Julian, Zaz banned out for the side of Homeboys, Bigatron Beta. Starting off the ban with Ling and Chip. Funny question, Chip has been 100% banned this SPS. This is really, really interesting. A lot of teams are respecting the power that Chip goes in, and as I say this, Valentina getting banned off the board as well.
Yeah, and I can understand why the Chip ban, right? So it can be used to counter engage. It can also be used to backdoor, and that is super duper scary. If the backdoor happens sometimes, you won't even have the time to come back and clear off the waves. So gotta be careful of the Chip.
There is a secondary hero, sort of like a if I don't pick Chip, I can pick this one. It's that Loi Yi. Sans has been using it in the previous game in Group B. So I'm thinking that might be a possibility for Homeboys to actually snap pick that up. As I say that, Moscov's getting picked up on the side of Homeboys. Bigatron Beta goes for the Faramis and the Hayabusa. So that means they want to stay as a 4-1 composition. Having Lynch, give Lynch that time to farm up, get that nice little flank onto that back line, and sort of like be that death ball into the Homeboys' front and back.
Yeah, it's pretty telegraphed here, especially since it's only the very first rotation, and the fact that Bigatron Beta decided to ban out that Valentina means that they had this ready to go from the beginning of this game. Now, we do see the Arlet as well as the Alpha. Come on, Alpha, show us that back pose. Hell yeah! He's great in every single angle here, I'm not going to lie, but it does mean that Homeboys want to play a very snowball-oriented composition.
Actually, they're not wasting any time at all. The Edith gets picked up over here. Jusin's still on the board. I'm thinking whether Homeboys will be able to pick that up for Udil, creating a lot of space, especially since you know that Bigatron Beta is going to be playing a sort of like a pseudo team fight composition. Hayabusa is not going to be in the factor immediately in team fights, but that creates a lot of space for Homeboys to get in position to fight a front to back.
Actually, I disagree. I think that Bigatron Beta probably don't want Jushin in their composition, but would much rather it be on Homeboys' side, right? Because it's very, for Bigatron Beta, they very much want Homeboys to come at them. And if you're playing Jushin, if you get hit by Spear of Alpha, who's going to do the follow-up? It's definitely that Arlet, and Arlet loves to stick on their targets.
And actually what's interesting is that Roger is not given a priority at all this time, and it's open for Bigatron Beta to pick it up since the Homeboys already had the Alpha and also the Moskov. So I guess if it's an obvious ban, Homeboys might want to consider ban out the Roger.
Is there anything worse than it? I mean, they could just ban out the Roger for the sake of it. I do think that focusing more towards the EXP side and really trying to figure out and limit the flexibility of this Edith in this game is probably their better bet.
Was it the Homeboys that picked up the EXP Carmilla?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
This looks like a very, very good Carmilla game. We've seen that happen in the previous fight against AFCAP, and they have no way to deal with the Carmilla. Well, for game 1 at least. In game 2, they managed to just break through the Carmilla, but it looks very, very good over here. You get the Nether Realm in, you pop a nice little Blood Pact over the rest of Bigatron Beta. You have a lot of true damage, able to split that damage through the rest of Bigatron Beta. It kind of works on paper over here, but they opt to ban out the tank, so no Minotaur, no Kufra. Marksman pick over the side of Bigatron Beta. What do you think? I think carry's wide open. If you want to go a little bit more, risky, I think a Beatrix might be good over here as well.
Nah, I think it's going to be traditional Claude or something like that, right? Like, usually, unless they're thinking about combo. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah,
they might be considering even a Beatrix now that they have the Terizla.
Yeah. You want to get that set up, especially after the penalty zone hits. You get the Nether Realm giving you a second life. You got a lot of secondary engages. But the Juicin definitely getting picked up for Homeboys. Very, very nice composition here. A lot of nice tanks. And remember, Juicin builds the Clock of Destiny as well as the Bloodwing, so it gives that extra boost of defense.
Yeah, if it's not the Claude that might be picked up by Bigatron Beta, it could be the Roger still, and it's still open.
Yeah, Roger's still open.
And it gives them that level of flexibility as well.
I don't think they want to play Roger here. I think like they need something that scales. It's either carry or they're going to go into something like Natan, one or the other. Because if they do opt to go for something like Roger, I'm looking at their composition and I'm trying to figure out how much of a lead does Hayabusa need to create opportunities for Roger.
Let's go for the Ruby. You could go Ruby. No, it's a Nathan.
Okay.
Yeah, Natan.
0% win rate for the
It is.
Natan.
Hey man, people have been moving away from hyper-scaling like weak early game style heroes.
There's a lot of magic damage from the side of Bigatron Beta though.
Also true. Also
Yeah.
true. Definitely much easier to itemize for the side of the homeboys. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to whether homeboys can actually generate a lead for Amal.
Yeah, before we let you go, Gideon, let me know your last thoughts in the draft. Who do you favor? Who do you think is going to win this time?
I think I'm liking the homeboys a little bit more because the composition, as soon as they get that first kill, is going to be a lot easier. If they survive the early game, it's up to Bigatron Beta.
Of course, the Malaysian supports the Malaysian team. What else? But ladies and gentlemen, we are loading in. The draft looks super, super good, especially that alpha. The back pose never gets old. Man, oh man. The Lanadon, we're loading in. It's time for the second series of today in Stream A. It's the homeboys up against Bigatron Beta.
Then you know what? I'm happy to see Bigatron Beta putting in Lynch again. Like, Lynch didn't play in day number 2, and he got the MVP in day number 1, and I was wondering that day, is like, why didn't Lynch play? I mean, he got the MVP. That should be his ticket to get it. And maybe if he played in day number 2, the results might be different.
Like the
pass
first
is the
game.
pass.
Yeah, the first game.
Yeah.
I think, if I remember correctly, it was up against Geek Fam. They could have taken the game off of that, but they chose to sub in Washapal. Do you think that Washapal was the problem right here?
Wouldn't want to say that he's the problem, right? Like,
oh, wait, but hold on.
Oh, wait.
It's the first kill over the mall.
Wow, you blink it, you miss it. And maybe with the second kill coming up?
Yeah, that brings me back to way long before, but Noxu with a sliver, able to walk himself away. Udil also very low, very, very disciplined coming up for the side of homeboys.
Okay, we kind of missed that moment, but hopefully we'll be able to get a replay on what exactly happened. But so far, this is a good start for homeboys here, getting that first blood, and they will give them a slight level advantage.
Yeah.
And also, another chance to engage.
Whoa, actually, Saruzi taking a lot of damage. That's the power of the R-Lot in the roam position. You're able to dish out a lot of damage, wave clear early, and then start that early game rotation. But based on the lane-to-lane matchup, the Barats versus Terizla, what do you think is going to happen, Cloud?
Well, the Barats versus the Terizla, I believe that it's going to be a 50-50. Because if you kind of think about it, both sides don't have that level of damage, especially when it comes to early engagements. And I don't expect the rotation to happen to go down to try to take out either side. They might want to focus on taking out the Moskov instead because you don't want him to scale.
Yeah, mid-side, Lynch shadow himself away, but Noxu getting pulled back. I don't think anything is going to happen, but 15 seconds until the Lord spawns. This means that Lynch has to go back to get that reset. Turtle will be zoned out by the side of homeboys. You got 4 men already in position down in the Turtle pit. Now, do you think that homeboys, you know, they're known to be very heavy towards the EXP side, especially in the early game? Do you think that will work out for them based on their composition, since you have that juice in, since you have that zone control?
Yeah, and I think that the EXP, of course, the biggest engager here will be Marzi, right? He has to land his penalty zone. So in order for him to land, it's not only about landing, he has to be able to tank after that as well. So being able to scale is also pretty important for him, but is it the main priority for homeboys? Probably not. I would expect them to a little bit more focused to pin, because you don't want someone who's able to come up with free damage from the back.
Yeah, that being said as well, you know, Udil is doing a good job zoning out the rest of Bigatron Beta. They're finding it very hard to get into the midst of all these neutral objectives. Using that lantern to just push you away, using that lantern to slow you, it kind of creates a hold on a second. Amo gets an aggressive kill over to Noxu, so the roam goes down, and then the aggression comes through into the jungle of Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, another blink and you miss it moment. I believe they were tussling
Udil
for them
actually out of position, but
Udil,
using the ultimate to get out of the way, using that Crimson Flowers just to dash it out. So defensive maneuver, and that's why I like the juice in. You have a defensive and probably like a escape mechanism, so to speak, a built-in one. But on the top side, taking a lot of damage, Pin gets pinned down underneath his own turret. He's going to be fine. That's going to get that reset.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Udil is teasing Bigatron Beta, like he goes all the way to the back. But look at the bottom as well, right? So Lynch is trying to find space to farm because he notices that homeboys, they're starting to engage into the jungle at the top, limiting his space. So now he has to find somewhere else to get it.
Yeah, Lynch trying to get that sandwich, able to use the shadow clones to get out of the way. But Cloud, you are homeboys. You're a 2K gold lead up ahead against Bigatron Beta. What's your move? Do you start the aggression going since you have the alpha to sort of like deal that true damage? It's sort of like sustain a lot more, get that snowball going. What is your plan? What is the strategy for homeboys?
I'll definitely want to try to invade the jungle and try to choke down Bigatron Beta because there's two key reasons, right? One is you don't want Lynch to scale to a point that he can deal a lot of damage and probably even come up with only through the shadow kill just by himself on the backline to get his own kills. And also, you don't want to wait until the late game where Pin has scaled enough to defend.
Noxu with the Earth Shatter pops off. Lynch on the backside taking out Mao, but Noxu getting caught in the process. You got a sandwich down, 4 members down. Oh! Huge penalty zone by Marzi, trapping both of them. Bigatron Beta desperately trying to start the aggression, going to the Nether Realm. Not enough to save Marzi. Udo will take down that kill, and Lynch actually steals the turtle in the process. This is a very, very good trade, considering that's 1-1 down on both sides. Bigatron Beta barely staying afloat. Now, your 1k gold difference, your Bigatron Beta, how do you want to play this? On the team fights, Pin was able to do a lot of magic damage. You're waiting for Marzi to get that set up.
Yeah.
What is the plan now? How do you want to scale up? How do you want to raise the momentum going?
Yeah, I mean, it's only that one fight still, right? So there's still that space for Homeboys to really keep that distance between Bigatron Beta. But what I really like about the earlier fight is that Bigatron Beta, their coordination. The moment Marzi comes in with a penalty zone, it was followed up with the Nether Round just to give him the extra protection. So even the Homeboys, they want to counter-engage onto Marzi like they can because of the Nether Realm. And Bigatron Beta just eat Homeboys up.
Oh man, actually, Pin is using the entropy just to clear the waves and just to optimize that lane-to-lane farming. Now we got itemized builds over here. First item I see for the side of the Marzi is actually the Devil's Wings, the Queen's Wings. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think these are standard items, especially for
Would you want to go for the War Axe first though, Cloud?
Probably won't. I want to focus onto this magical damage for now, because if you look at the items from Homeboys, they have yet to have any true magical defense yet. So this is a good time to capitalize.
Yeah. And that being said, though, I think Marzi is trying to go for a little bit more tanky build because he knows he's able to utilize the sort of like penalty zone and flicker combo down into the midst, into the heart of the battles whenever it comes. And Bigatron Beta playing very, very counter-aggressively. They wait for Homeboys to start the engage, wait for Udio to pop his ultimate, get out of the way, and then he finds an opportunity to go straight for it. Turtle spawning up in 10 seconds. How do you think Homeboys want to play this?
Oh man, at first they have to be aware of Marzi's position. He is waiting at the bush just right in front of the turtle, so he's prepared to pretty much do the same thing. Penalty zone comes in, and then you have the Nether Round to kind of save him. Okay, Marzi will be the target.
Okay, getting pulled back by the 2-man penalty zone. We'll be able to get alive with the Nether Realm. Get that as well done with the Hawk Tour down into the wall. Turtle not even the main question here. Now Udo able to do that damage in, and Nets starting the aggression go. He is still going down. That is 3 members down over the side of Bigatron Beta, and Homeboys actually starting the momentum and keeping it going, shifting down gears into a higher gear, but at the same time Pin down the bottom side and taking down all of these turret objectives.
Yeah, Pin not being at the turtle is just part of the plan because he sees an opportunity at the bottom to take down the turret so wide as well, because you need to open up the space for Bigatron Beta to farm, especially for Lynch. He does not have the space to farm because Homeboys have penetrated the top jungle of Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, Lynch doesn't have his purple buff. That's not going to be good. The T1 down on the Bigatron Beta side is already torn down, demolished. On the bottom side, they're looking for a nice little trade onto Ye 3 with the crown just to nick a time and pop in the Primal Wrap, trying to deal a lot of damage. You got the SOD landing. He won't be able to join that battle. But, here comes Lynch trying to get that shadow kill onto Udil. Not enough. Risky. I spoke a little bit too soon. The power of the Sky Piercer comes in. Bigatron Beta, they take what they can and they get away. Now the trade comes when Homeboys is actually pushing up that top side. They have that lane priority, but Bigatron Beta, they want the aggression going and want to keep it going. They're sitting on the jungles outside of Homeboys, and they want to take down all these turrets, playing around Pin. Now, we noticed a lot of these team fights, Pin wasn't in. How do you think that this changes now that Nathan has his power spike?
Yeah, and this is what we talked about earlier on, right? Is it good for him to go all-out magical damage? Yes, because even at this point, Homeboys, they do not have magical defense, or much of magical defense that is, and Lynch, he was well protected by a Naxu in the earlier fight, so we can see the coordination that they already have, and as long as the itemization is still kept in this way, that's probably going to be the setup for them. But if Homeboy starts to bring in the Twilight Armor, for example, or any other defensive, magical defensive items, then that is where Bigatron Beta, they have the option to switch the item.
Yeah, Radiant Shield will be looking very good for Homeboys in order to soak that damage from Pin, but Udil tries to source out a little bit more information onward, will land onto no one, but he flickers in and gets Amo. Amo uses the Spear to get out, knocks the roll fall, SOD goes wide, Marzi on the back line trying to hit a little bit more. Oh, it's Havoc for the side of Homeboys. They're running for the hills, they'll run, they won't stop. Udil using the flicker to get out that way, but Nets joins the battle in the nick of time and trying his best to take down Marzi, but Lynch just barely misses. Nets use the flicker in the nick of time to get out of the way. Now the Lord is so low. Lynch is alive. He doesn't have the retribution. He doesn't want to go for more. He gets that reset, but all this time, Homeboys, they're coming up online. Lynch coming in, doesn't have the shadow kill, but that does not matter. Udil will go down.
Oh, and now the Lord will be out and open for Bigatron Beta, and they will secure it. Dude, what did I tell you? Bigatron Beta needs to play with Lynch.
Oh, it's not over yet. They go for Nets. Missing. Oh, no, not missing. But Lynch actually stacking up those Sky Piercers to his full advantage. They're okay giving up that turret because they've got the Lord marching down the bot side.
Dude, this is Lynch telling his boss, I don't need a race.
Man.
I need a spot to play.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Homeboys, they don't want to lose to an MDL team. This is Bigatron Beta push into the corner, and they're like, you know, we've got nothing to lose. Let's just play our best. Let's just have fun. And Homeboys, they're feeling the fun coming in from Bigatron Beta.
And technically, Homeboys, even with their new players, they're all MPL, MY players as well. So, yeah, it's still a right comparison to a certain extent.
Yeah, top 2 in MPL MY Season 12, but Bigatron Beta actually looking like a very strong fight here. Economy, dead even. Bigatron Beta has a very small lead. They've got the Lord pushing down. They're trying to pause the wave and try to get all 3 waves to push it down together. T2's gone for Homeboys. They're looking for a right opportunity, a right angle to get that nice little setup. Noxu doesn't have the flicker. He will in 2 seconds. So you might see a nice little fight over here, or they might just have a little bit more discipline and get out the way. Lynch taking a little bit of damage from Nets and just walks off.
Yeah, Lynch was being sneaky there. He tried to do the split push, but lucky enough for Nets, he does have the spear to teleport himself there towards Lynch. Of course, it has to connect though, but it's not that difficult since the distance is not that far.
Mid-side, actually, the onward hits onto Nets, but he's able to use the flicker again to get out of the way, so it keeps him safe. Homeboys really needs to hunker down, try to protect Nets. They do have a little bit more decent wave clear. Now, without the jungle, Udil is unable to, fully utilize this juice in to the best of her abilities to try to open up source for more information, flying a nice flank. And speaking of which, let's take a look at itemizations. Cloud, is there anything interesting you want to bring up?
Okay, the interesting thing is that no Twilight Armor, no Athena Shield for Homeboys, so for Bigatron Beta, they can still maintain whatever setup that they have been doing before this. But the one hero they need to be careful of is going to be Nets, because he has completed his Trinity items here. So that can be something that he could use to scale to a certain extent to win team fights.
Yeah, 30 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. It does look like Lynch is a ways way ahead of Amal. So that's a very scary Hayabusa you want to deal with, or you don't want to deal with if you're Nets or Udil. So how do you want to play this? Bigatron Beta is sort of like a front-to-back composition. You are playing a 4-to-1 kind of movement or rotation. You're always leaving Nets and Udil alone in the back line. How would you want to protect your marksman? Would you want to go for this lore? This is a 12-minute lore now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Homeboy setup right now that we look at it. Like, they don't have an answer or a direct answer to who's going to go to the backline. If you said Email, cool, but Email needs to be a bit of a frontliner there, but still at the front.
Oh, actually, Noxu, Primal Wrath, a little bit of a panic right there, keeps him alive with another realm. Lynch gets a godlike, and so the Havoc in the midst of battle. Marzi tries to go for a backline. He knows he needs to take down Nets, but he gets killed in the process, getting punished down the backside. It's a 2 for 1. Oh, make it 3, but Saruzi is still back up. Lord is still in question. He's got Mal trying his best to zone out the rest of the members of Beta. Don't forget, Lynch is still a high boost, so he might be able to make his play. Oh no, Amon gets the Lord even before he's able to make a move. And Homeboys, they get the advantage once again.
Dude, out of 10 kills so far, Lynch got 7 of them. This guy is being Lynch Esports right now. The rest of them really need to step up the game. And Yeah, I see the idea that Bigtron Beta wants to do early on. Like they create the same formation. I guess the one thing that they maybe kind of forget is that Nets got free hits from behind.
A very, very push and pull game this is. Bigatron Beta had a early lead, then Homeboys backed into a corner. Homeboys now taking control of the zonal potential. And now Amal slowly but surely scaling up. You have three very, very thick boys in the form of Mao, Amal, and Yeah3. Your Bigatron Beta, you really need to hunker down. You do have a lot of setups. You do have the Netherrealm to keep you alive as well. So it's all ultimates up and ready. Lord marching down on that top side. Bigatron Beta hunkering down. They're waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and the time is now. Detna's welcome into the onward, into the wall, back to the corner. He gets pulled back, not so far away from the rest of Bigatron Beta. What a play from Homeboys. They didn't manage to take down that T3 up that top side, but T2 is their consolation prize. And Homeboys, they're looking to take down a little bit more since it's the enhanced minions. They're marching into play. Lynch wants to try to find a nice angle onto Udil. He doesn't, but the waves are all pushing in. All three T3s are gone. Homeboys, they want to end this right here, right now. Bigatron Beta scrambling to get that defense. And Homeboys, they back off. That's the discipline of the Malaysian team coming into play. They take down all T3s. They take down all of the main economies coming in from Bigatron Beta, slowly but surely scaling up into play.
You know what? If this was a regular ranked game, a team like Homeboys would just press Bigatron Beta and might be punished for it. But like what you said, right? The discipline is shown here by Homeboys. It's like, okay, guys, we got our objectives. Okay, now we have a good lead. Let's pull back here because the next lot will come out in about a minute from there. And if you look at the goal graph as well, it does favor heavily onto Homeboys. And if they're able to get this next lot, they could potentially end this game.
Yeah, it's actually looking really, really good if you're Homeboys. They might have a very, very shaky early start, but everyone's just buying their winter crowns. I think that's the only way they know how to counter that Hayabusa, especially from Lynch. You don't know when he's going to go in with the shadow kill. You want to keep yourself safe. You want to be able to freeze yourself, make yourself invulnerable. It's those iframes that really come into play. 20 seconds until the Lord spawns up. This is going to be, okay, not the 18-minute Lord, but do you think Homeboys wants to wait for it? You want to pull Bigatron Beta into the jungle and try to find a nice flank, a nice angle to go into the back line and try to clear out Pin, clear out Lynch. So before you get that Lord.
Well, I guess, okay, they do have the information that Bigatron Beta was still at their base, but now they don't really have it. But here we go.
It's an easy Lord coming on the side of Homeboys. Knocks you in the spot of bother right there. Marzi puts down penalty zone, hits onto 3. But Bigatron Beta, they're suffering a lot of damage. But Pin getting no free hits. He goes down as well. Lynch gets what he can and gets out of the way.
Here we go.
Here comes Stats. Oh. He might have been able to go for it, but he's so disciplined. He wants to wait for the minions to go in. But Mao gets the final slash. That's a wipeout over side of Bigatron Beta. And Homeboys, they're taking it home, boys.
And here we go. Game number 1 goes to Homeboys. And to answer your earlier question, they had the information that the members of Bigatron Beta is still at their base. And they have 5 players from Homeboys at the lot area. They have timed it where they know how long it takes for them to take down the Lord. And the moment Bigatron Beta, they start moving towards the Lord is gone.
Yeah, it's a very, very tricky situation if you're a Bigatron Beta. Do I want to go for this? Do I want to risk all I have to fight in a narrow alleyway, to fight in a place where Moskov likes to play within? You know, to break it down, let's bring back Gideon onto the desk. Break it down for us, Gideon.
Thanks. I mean, I think this is like a pretty great game for Udil because a lot of it was like kind of dependent on him to make sure that the battle lines and formations are going to be in the right place at the right time. He did fail 3 times at flickering away from the Yogi shadow kill, but he made it up with the final play, right? Because as soon as he activated that beacon, 4 or 5 people just sucked off all at the same time. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, Juicing is really, really scary considering the fact that like you have the Detna's welcome, you push back. If you have the flicker combo as well, you get pulled back. You have enough time for Juicing to actually make a little bit more stacks onto the Lantern passive and pull yourself back. So where you going? You can't run because you're always chain stunned. So I think that's one of the problems that Bigatron Beta is trying to fix.
And let's also not forget about the Corrosion Scythe. The Corrosion Scythe being purchased by Nets. That actually ended up why they were able to kind of like pull back the lead initially when it wasn't looking too good, and Hayabusa also was finding more kills than he should have.
Yeah, and also got to give it to Lynch as well. I know they didn't win this one, but come on, man.
He was doing a good
played
job.
a heck of a game, though.
Yeah.
You have to agree.
This again puts out the question, why didn't he play in day number 2?
And look, at the end of the day, Bigatron Beta is still an MDL squad, right?
Yeah.
They got to give time to everybody. They feel the privilege of being brought over here as the predecessors have built have fought hard, tooth and nail to get to this point.
I got a question, though. Okay, so for the side of Homeboys, you know the core items for Year 3? He's actually gone very, very defensive. He's got the Guardian Helm first, just to sustain a little bit more. Then the Winter Crown, we've seen very, very early on, and then into the Immortality. No offensive items, so to speak. And same can be said for a lot of members of the side of Homeboys. Do you think that it's better to build defensively, just gambling away or risking the early game and getting that defense that you need to embrace the skirmish that comes in from the early game of Bigatron Beta?
I mean, personally for me, I think Year 3 understands that his laning phase is basically just to sandbag Marzi on this Terizla, right? So what is his role when it comes down to the team fights? And he's just the main frontline tank. Once he initiates and doesn't have Daytona's welcome, there's basically no other use for him other than to follow up on the plays being done by the rest of his team members. So building full defensive items here, and especially with that Winter Crown, keep in mind, after the Daytona's welcome, he does not have any like CC immunity. He is very susceptible to Naksu. He is susceptible to getting pulled back by the Shadow Stampede coming in from Suruzi. And even when we're talking about Marzi, he's going to get jumped on by the penalty zone.
Yeah, at some point I had this thought of like, okay, are they not managing Pin well, right? Because Pin can keep his distance all the way back because Homeboys was just focusing on front to back sort of a team fight, and Pin was just left there. But it worked out well for them, the fact that they know that they can finish off whoever's the frontliner of Bigatron Beta at whichever fighting point, and leaving Pin alone. Pin just has to back off. Yes, Pin was only taken down twice, but it was good enough job done as long as they can push him back.
Look, this is the statistics, but it doesn't really show the entirety of the story that happened in the game. Homeboys are a very, very smart team. They know that the early game, they're just gonna have to take it. They're just gonna have to take the punches. They're gonna have to take the hits because it's not their power spikes yet. Once Udil gets his Clock of Destiny, gets the Divine Glaive, gets the Blood Wings, he knows that he's ready to just be on the front line, try to zone everyone out, and Bigatron Beta will have to take the blows himself. So it's sort of like a boxing match, don't you think?
Yeah, I do think it was a bit of a boxing match, but then Homeboys, in their arsenal, there is a very high capability of snowballing just as hard as BTR in that early stage. That's why there was such a big struggle in the beginning of the game where both sides were constantly trading against each other because they need that momentum to get to where they want to be. But at the very least, the scaling aspect of the game started to kick in because this game went on pretty long, right? 18-10 overall kill score, breaking past 15 minutes as well. It just goes to show that you need to have a long-term plan and short-term goals.
Yeah, and if you look at like the goals of this graph, right, it swings both ways, right? At some point it looked like, okay, it goes on to Homeboys and then Bigatron Beta, and one of the key fighting points here is in the middle, around the 10-minute mark. This is where a lot of fights happen from the side of Bigatron Beta, and looking at this, because the network still favors towards Homeboys, they lost these fights against Homeboys when they were the one engaging, and it just swings to Homeboys after that.
With that being said, let's give it up for MVP of the game. Homeboys and Nets. Man, I think that like the fact that he was able to survive a lot of these types of situations, and Udil, well, giving away a couple of kills over to Lynch did allow him to actually scale up pretty conveniently.
843 gold per minute. In the early game, he wasn't joining any of these team fights just as of yet. He might have hit a couple of SODs, but that doesn't mean he's joining the team fights. He's very, very patient. He knows when to engage, when to disengage, when to just be like, yeah, I'm just going to be trading off with that turret. You've seen in the entirety of this game, the side lanes kept pushing in. I think that was one of the keys to success for Homeboys, whereby Bigatron Beta, they hyper-focused down on the mid lane turret, knowing that you're going to be needing the extra space around the jungles.
Yeah, and for the record as well, so far the MVPs is still the senior member of Homeboys that have gotten it, right? So if Homeboys is looking to build a long-term relationship with this lineup, the other members need to step up. They're doing pretty okay, but you can always depend only on either Nets or Udyr to always be the MVP.
Well, to be fair, Mal has been with the team as a sub for a very decent long time, and now that he's now part of the main lineup, I'm wondering, because Year 3 had a lot of like connectional issues on day 1, it's looking a lot better now here in day number 3, and Amal has been overall consistent, but we haven't seen him play make big power bomb moves just yet.
Yeah, I think this was a very, very well-fought victory for Homeboys. Really shown their growth since day 1. Very, very scrappy start, but right now, day 2, day 3, they've really shown us that, hey, we might have been together for like 7 days, but it doesn't matter. It's like we've been playing together since way back in COVID periods.
Hey man, that's just the beauty of the server, right? Some may say it's easy, but it brings us all together. With that being said, this means that Homeboys currently at match point against Bigatron Beta. Can they make it a 2-0, or is Bigatron Beta going to reply with a 1-1? We'll find out right after these messages.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with Nets and Mal from Homeboys. How are you guys?
Good.
How is MSC?
Good.
Okay, so right now I'm with Nets and Mal because we will be doing a segment called Comfy Seats. So I'll be asking you guys a series of questions regarding the teams, and you guys can answer as honest as possible, however, only nicely. Question number 1. In this tournament, which player do you think is underrated?
Mal.
Okay, why Mal? Why your teammate? Why is he underrated?
Because he not play in last season, but he's so good.
What's your favorite hero that he plays?
Edith.
Better than Zorn?
Jago.
Better than Zorn?
Better than Zorn.
Wow!
Edith.
Okay.
Edith aja.
Edith aja. So no Edith?
Dakala. O tulus. Jangan ban Edith mala.
So you both are playing your own roles, right? So in your opinion, who's the best gold laner in this tournament?
Vincent.
Wow. Not yourself?
Oh. Ako lang.
Okay. Okay. Aside from yourself, it's Innocent. Why Innocent? There's so many good. We have CW. We have Benny QT. We have Super Marco. So why Innocent?
Because Innocent champion na. MSC.
Straightforward, okay.
Si Meister D.
So, who's the best roamer in your opinion in this tournament? Yums. Why Yums?
Dia consistent lah. Dia banyak experience since M series. So dia dah prove himself lah.
Who is the most mechanically gifted or mechanically skilled? Their mechanics are too good.
Kyrie.
Why?
Terus.
Kyrie terus.
Yeah.
Only answer. Yeah. Kyrie. You?
Skis.
Really proud Malaysians, this one. Why Skys?
MVP.
Ayo. Why Kyrie?
Replay YouTube. Highlights Kyrie. Mechanically gifted.
Okay. I have an additional question. If you're in trouble, who do you guys think you guys can call to ask for help?
AP Brain.
Why so fast?
Because he play gym. Semua play gym. All play gym. If have trouble, bantay go.
Mal? Geek fam. Why?
Ngeri kan, scary. Look scary.
Okay. Why are you laughing? Betul. Alright, so that's it from me today. Thank you so much to Nets and Mal. And I hope to see you guys very soon. Thank you.
Knock 'em down. I ain't giving in or giving up, but I will give my all. When I get the call, line 'em up, I knock 'em down. A tunnel vision's got me on a mission. All I do is ball. Ball hard and finesse has gotta be success. The other option is to fall. I'm about to ruin that, cause I don't plan on doing that. I take a stand, I'm standing tall. I was raised like that. We ain't the same like that. OGs gave me game. I gave the game right back. Had to show it to the youth. Told them go and live their truth. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. I'm on to the next. I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone backer, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government. You ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and let it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. On to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it.
You're watching the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5 of the APAC region. And once again, we are at match point for the homeboys here. Unless Bigatron Beta have something to say here in game number 2 of our best of 3 series. My name is Giving Q, and once again, this is going to be Churros and as well as Sir Cloud. Talk me through the adjustments that need to be made, because I felt like draft-wise, Bigatron Beta didn't fail in that department.
In the early game, actually, Bigatron Beta, they had a winning lead. I think it was down to the mid game. They were a little bit too overheated, especially since like they know they want to take down all these neutral objectives. They know they want to take down that Lord, but Noxu was just miles away from the rest of the team, and I think that was one of the breakdowns. Noxu always getting a good set, maybe 1 or 2 members with the Earth Shatter, but the rest of the team takes a little bit too long to come in. And the reason for this is basically that Jusin, basically the Barat's combo. You get you get into Barat's stomach, you get thrown out, Jusin whips you away, and that creates so much space.
I want to take a moment to give a live score update, right? So during the break, we saw that NIP Flash, they lost their first game against Geek Fam. Yeah, man. Lost the first game against Geek Fam, and now in fact, that Homeboys, they won their first game. So this is Homeboys now having equal points with NIP Flash, and assuming that it goes 2-0 all the way, then Homeboys will overtake NIP Flash.
Hold on. So you're telling me that the Singaporeans are rooting for Bigatron Beta to at least even up the score 1-1 so that NIP Flash has an opportunity to make it into top 3?
Can I change my prediction right now? Production, let me...
Too late for that.
Sipper, please, I'm begging you.
Thanks for the 2-0.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so it's a fight for the 3rd spot, because we kind of know that Geek Fam, this is the last game for all Group A's, if I remember correctly. And if NIP Flash loses this one, they're just kicked out. They won't go to the playoffs.
Yep, that is confirmed.
Yeah,
I'm double checking.
Just take over, go straight into the top 3.
I mean, Bigatron Beta can deny a point,
okay,
right?
let's I mean, I'm trying not to be biased right here, but let's hope.
Right.
But, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the draft. Homeboys changing nothing at all, banning out the Ling and the chip. But Bigatron Beta, they're switching things up. Now that they're first pick, they're banning out the Hayabusa and the Julian, so we won't see a repeat of that Hayabusa coming out. If you're a Bigatron Beta, Cloud, what would you do? Potentially your last game, would you go out with your signature heroes? Would you go out with your comfort picks, or would you just play the meta game?
Okay, the fact that they ban out the Hayabusa when they have the first pick, I was actually expecting Lynch to actually take the Hayabusa because he did amazing in the previous round. So the fact that they did that, I think they're going to just come up with something absolutely out of box.
I feel like it's coming to a point where it's like, hey, A-Ball, do you want to play Fanny or not? Or does Bigatron Beta... Because first picking an assassin is like, that's so dependent.
Very risky.
Yeah, that's
very
dependent
risky.
on a purple buff. Extremely risky, like Churros mentioned. But now that the first picks are coming through, I want to see whether they want to actually focus on Pin. Because in the previous game, yep, there we go, the Roger.
Yeah, the Roger.
Previous game, he got Natan. Now that he has Roger, at least he can have a better early game.
That's the Lynch special. It's like we've seen in day number 1. So it's still flexible. It could go in the hands of Pin, but now that Moskov and the Angela combo is taken off the table, I think Homeboys might very well go for the Zask over here. So the Zask was banned out for first game. That might be, if I hear it correctly, Okay, it's the Harith.
Thank you to production for showing the hand cam on that one. You saw that straight away. Go, give me the Harith. Give me the Harith. Come on, up me, brother.
Link to link matchup, though, we've seen the Roger and Harith a lot of times. So do you think that, okay, so Biggestron Beta likes to go into the EXP side. Do you think that leaving the gold lane open would be good for the side of Homeboys?
No. I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. But looking at the rest of the draft, maybe it could give us a bit of an indicator, right? Because the Arlet is paired up as that first rotation of picks, and now Biggestron Beta is saying, you know what? We're going to take the Valentina now. And with the Valentina, they're making a hard prediction that maybe Homeboys is going to have some decent ultimates. If it's not the final slash, maybe they could get something like a Minoan and Fury down the road.
I want to put out a record here, right? So Biggestron Beta, they have only played Roger in the gold lane so far in this tournament. So they could potentially remain that, and Lynch's hero is still open.
Yes, Lynch's. I mean, yes, the Roger can be flexed. Now, what is particularly interesting about this is that Biggestron Beta are playing their own game. It's not about denial anymore. It's about getting comfort picks at this point, right? Because the Minotaur came out at a bit of an awkward timing in terms of the order of the draft picks and bans. But now Homeboys get Jushin once again as we go into the second phase. In terms of bans, currently Homeboys are missing out on a potential jungler and a potential EXP/roam.
Yeah. I mean, for SPS, this is the third day of SPS. First 2 days, we've seen 100% pick or ban rate for Zask. And this time around, it seems like both these teams, they don't really prioritize that Zask. So do you think that is down to like, hey, teams has actually found a way to counter the Zask? The Zask is not really viable in a lot of these team fight plays that a lot of these teams are actually going for. So the Ruby getting banned out here, do you think a Zask would be in the ban? Oh, okay, maybe the Mage is already picked over for both teams, but why not the Zask?
I get your point. I think maybe the Zask isn't picked up this time around only because, hey, we're not as comfortable playing him in a full composition, maybe the laning phase, but as soon as you're unlocked from that laning phase, the way the fights need to have to be played around is through the Zask's Nightmaric spawn. And knowing Homeboys, they like to take space. They like to keep either pushing forward or kiting backwards. They don't like kind of hunkering down in one spot.
Yeah, and I guess another reason is that statistic-wise, Zask doesn't have the best of win rates, right? Overall,
it's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip. Yeah, and that was debated during the pre-show as well. So, as compared to like picking out the Zushi, at least they got a win with the Zushi, so you kind of have that good feeling of picking it up again.
And also, it allows, you know, your composition to continuously like move forward at your target. You're not held back by an anchor at any point of time. But then it comes with its own risk and rewards, right? Because at this point, Biggestron Beta, they're not going to have first pick, and they get to see what the next selection for the Homeboys is after their banning phase. And you can tell
there might
that
be
they
a
want
to ban, but I mean, it could be good for the Valentina to picking up the IMU for the penalty zone. They just need a really, really good setup. You can't just rely on the R-Lot alone. It will be the alpha ban. Interesting for me. The only difference is just the Harith for the Moskov and then the alpha ban, so no more alpha for Amal.
I think at that point, they've limited down on the jungle picks at this point of times. Is either Amal shows off like, hey, it's back to playing tanks all over again. Like, Baxia doesn't sound like a bad idea, but at the same time, even if Baxia engages, it can get a little difficult. Yep, hypermobility. Let's go for something quick like a Nolan.
25% win rate on the Nolan.
4 times picked only.
It's like a 4-sided die. Is there like a 4-sided die?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
There is a 4-sided die.
It kind of looks like a diamond-ish.
It looks really awkward. It looks very, very awkward. But now Biggestron Beta needs to reveal the entirety of their composition, and so far it's something team fight oriented.
Yeah, this is actually Biggestron Beta's draft kind of really reminds me of something that AFCAP would pick up, or a team like Team Liquid would actually pick up. So they're missing out on the EXP side. Terizla is still wide open. They could very well have a lot of engages as well. Or if not, they could actually go for Camilla because they know that Homeboys likes to play as a team fight composition as well.
I mean, Camilla is
so
like
that's a Paquito. I hear Paquito.
Okay.
Pac-Man is on board.
All right, so it gives them that...
Beatrix.
Ooh, 2 hard pushers there. Okay, Paquito, potential hard split pusher. That's one. And of course, you have the Beatrix. He's very good at split pushing as well. We're going to see something new.
Debut of Blue.
Wow. Very, very annoying hero, I must say.
Yeah, it's annoying, but also in these team fights, he can be able to pull, he's allowed to pull people away. And more importantly, his slow effect actually works really, really well with Zhu Xin to be able to kind of chase these targets down. The rifts work in the exact same way. So I think that Homeboys, they're designing this composition around slowing their opponents. And if they do find that initial pick, that's when Nets can press the Zaman Force and push forward.
Yeah. I mean, draft is both set. We have a lot of debut picks, very, very different kinds of draft coming out from both sides. Before you go, Gideon, is there any last words you want to say about this?
I think the way that Bigatron Beta is going to crack open this game is to shut down on that Nolan, right? So heavily investing into the EXP and pushing out that mid lane is going to be extremely key, because once you deny purple buffs, that means you can actually rotate across the map and look for the big plays.
Well, thank you, Gideon. Beats are pumping up. The heroes are ready. We're loading into the land of Dawn. This is game number 2, potentially the last game for Homeboys. Actually, it's the last game for Group A. Will Homeboys be able to take this away?
Oh man. And if Homeboys wins it 2-0 with the current score with NIP Flash, they will overtake NIP Flash. But anyway, let's check it out in game here. So as a start, looks like we're going to see an aggressive gameplay by Homeboys. Straight up.
Whoa, actually.
First blood invasion by Homeboys.
Again, the power of the Juicin and the R-Lot coming to fruition right here. You got to pull back onto Sharuzi. Will be able to walk away. Doesn't want to use that flicker. In the last moment, he does, but no. Actually getting popped back just in the nick of time. Here comes Noxu, just for that body block to keep him safe. But the Homeboys mid lane duo actually looking really, really strong.
Yeah, and not only that, just look at their XP laner as well, a Glue, who's able to get inside of the jungle as well during his free time, that is, and opening up that extra space for Ima to farm, and that's exactly what they did. The bottom jungle has been cleared out.
Yeah, you can farm all you want, but what's the power of the Nolan coming into this game? Who can he pick off? He's an assassin anyway.
Okay, so picking off Valentina, I would say that is the first target there. If not the Beatrix, because the Beatrix can also keep a good distance, so it's either one of those. But if given a choice, I would say take out the utility hero first.
There's a lot of things we want to talk about right here. This is the first time in SPS we've seen the Beatrix and the Harith lane-to-lane matchup. Harith looks like he's getting a better time, but let's talk a little bit more about the Glue and the Paquito lane-to-lane matchup on the EXP side, especially since the first turtle is popping up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and the Glue is very, very sustainable on his own, right? So that is the whole point for him to be there, just to try to attract the members of Bigatron Beta towards him and opening up the space on the other sides of the map. As for Paquito, well, he needs that space to kind of pull off a split pushes. If not, at some point, if he cannot find that split push, okay, he tries to go for the backline instead. And the backline that he might want to target is going to be targets like Udyr, but being a Zrushi, it's not going to be easy to just try to chase him down.
Actually, Sharuzi and Marzi is still not level 4. I don't think they want a contest for this one. Looks like a free and easy turtle for the side of Homeboys. They snap pick that up. And Bigatron Beta back on the defense. I don't know what went wrong right here. Down the EXP side, still level 3, even after the wave clear.
Yeah, and I guess that is also because of some help from Emo at the bottom. But speaking about help in the mid.
Oh, mid side's forced to use the ulti to get out of the way. Yet3 in a spot of bother right there, able to sustain out, but stuck underneath the turret. That is Yet3 slain, but it's a nice little trade down on Marzi as well. Amal trying his best. Here comes Mal for the defense. That's the jungle, the Mal duo coming to shut down the EXP side. That's a huge lead over the side of Homeboys. 2K gold lead. Now, this is a 3-minute mark. Homeboys has this lead. Start the aggression going. Udyr already body blocking and trying to source for a lot of information down on Bigatron Beta's jungles.
And that's a good thing about having a Nolan, right? Like, your mobility is definitely up there, so that's how we can see the move.
Hold that thought, Nets. Oh, actually, Noxu misses that, but pops that flicker. Nets knocked up, stunned up, but the final slash out of nowhere. Mao actually makes the play. Amal, he's got his eyes on Pin. Pin will go down as well as Noxu. That's a double for Amal in the early side. Udyr just being such an annoyance. Down at the purple side, here comes Mao, but Marzi rotating up, just trying to defend this. Popping a retribution. No fight's gonna happen, but Homeboy showing so much dominance in game number 2.
This is what you call, you got Jabeta, my friend. The Minoan Fury went in.
Jabeta.
Jabeda. I get it, Jabeda. Yeah. And the moment he went in with the Minoan's Fury, then that's it. He has no escape mechanism. The other members of Homeboys came and let's see if they can get more.
Actually, Marcy will go down right here. I saw Amal fast rotation from the top side to the bottom in just a snap. I don't know what car he's driving, but he's moving fast this time around.
Oh man, I would like to preview that car.
Yeah.
But that is what the power of Nolan is, right? Like, you can move fast across the map. And he will be able to join his teammates. I don't know if Big Beta wants to contest this.
Noxu has his ultimate, just waiting for the right time. No flicker right here. Minoan Fury lays down, but will not be able to complete that one. Mars in the midst of battle, won't be able to hit anything. Everyone of Homeboys, they're still wide and healthy. Lynch will go down here, get pulled up by the side of Homeboys. They take down the turtle, they take down two, make that three members of the side of Big Beta, and they're showing so much dominance. Oh man, you're 5k gold ahead if you're side of Homeboys. Big Beta really needs to step back and try to get that defense down. You don't want to lose too much economy, too much resources.
I mean, it's not only about the goal difference, right, during that turtle matchup. It is also about the level difference. Amal is already at level 10. Whereas for everyone from Big Beta, the highest is Lynch with level 8. So the moment you show yourself, you'll be taken out. So it's not a worthwhile fight.
Hold that thought. It's a 3v2 situation. Actually, Lynch got that purple buff, so he's actually safe. Okay, you don't want to lose too much resources if you're biggest from beta at this point, but it's 4-0-2 Amal. That's a Nolan with so much kills right from the early game. Biggest from beta, they need a little bit of time for Paquito to get his core items. No core items yet for this Paquito. He's actually so far behind this glue. He's died twice. Marzi needs to be able to find that stride, find the momentum to be able to come back into this game. Take a little itemizations. What else can you tell us?
Yeah, and now that Year 3 already has the dominance eyes, this gives him the license to stay behind the bottom turret. And with that, it makes it easy for him to take down the bottom turret as well. And with that dominance eyes, he can be the forefronter for Homeboys to soak up the damage. And he'll be even happier if they were to target him.
I think that happened before, right? I think Geek Fam was hyper-focusing down on Marzi, knowing that he's the sort of like a weak link, so to speak. And Homeboys, they're doubling down just the same. Lynch walks a little bit too far away from the tri-bush, but AML pops in the Retribution. He wants to go for it, but uses the Fracture to just get out of the way. Homeboys, they know that the turtle's coming up. They're playing a 4-1 composition. They're trying to split the waves, and that's the power of that glue as well. You might think that Pac-Man was the one that's actually trying to go for it, but Marzi getting caught in the middle, caught by two, taking a lot of damage. He will go down, and that's a turtle over the side of Homeboys. They might want to wait this out until that Lord comes out.
I see what Nets did there with the Salmon Force. He put the Salmon Force behind him, so Marzi cannot retreat back to the safer side. That is like, you know, thinking 2 steps ahead.
Oh man. Biggest from beta playing checkers while Homeboys playing chess. And speaking of which, Noxu again getting called out, pulled back twice in a row. Udil, the aggression coming up from this Jusin actually shuts him down once again. 0-4-0 for Noxu. There's no setups that he can take.
Dude, the goal difference is bigger than the timer right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8k, 9k versus 7 minutes, 8 minutes in the timer. I mean, this Homeboys just pulling out the home run.
Actually, the Bennett's Rage as well, doing nothing over the side of Homeboys. It's actually supposed to deal so much more damage. Oh, missing the orange buff. No, I spoke a little bit too soon. Lynch got that, but Mal gets caught in by the final slash. Here comes Lynch with the cleanup right here. This might be their shot. There's a Minoan Fury. Up by Noxu, yet 3, and a spot of bother. He jumps right back in. It's a 4v1. Make that 3. Udil pulls 2. Oh, Udil, he makes a play. He pulls back 2, and they take down 1 more.
Man, the only 2 kills so far that Big Beta got is through Lynch. This guy is just time and time again putting in his resume and telling his boss that, you know, he gotta play.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risky situation right now. Lord getting spawned up because from beta, 9k gold behind Homeboys. That's, oh man, I don't know how many core items that is, but Homeboys just winning in every single aspect. You've got the lane control, you've got the map control, you've got so much turrets. Biggest from beta hasn't even touched any one of Homeboys' T1s. Do you think that Beta should contest for this Lord?
Definitely not. I mean, to answer the question of the items, they only completed one item in general for Bigatron Beta, so they're way behind Homeboys now.
Yeah, I'm always underestimating the damage that Jusin brings, but look at Udil, 27,000 damage, 9-minute mark, Lord spawning up in 10 seconds. How do you think Beta is going to play this?
Oh man, they need to farm. They need the space to farm, but the thing is that Homeboys is not giving them that space, but Bigatron Beta, I guess the winning condition right now is just to try to soak up the pressure from Homeboys, and hopefully they'll be able to catch up on the leveling and also the net worth difference, because the level even is so different right now. Ama is already maximum level 15.
Homeboys got the Lord slain. Beta is actually very desperate. All throughout that Lord fight, they're waiting up on that top side because they know that their wave is actually pushing into the T1. But Homeboys is like, nah, I don't really care about this. Let's take that Lord. I can clear out that wave later. Now, Lord marching down that top side. Homeboys really amping up that tempo. Bigatron Beta is really scrambling for any single scraps that they can take. They're so far behind. That's 10k gold lead, and it's extending even more with the Lord advantage for Homeboys.
Oh man, it's looking bad now for Bigatron Beta. They will be able to clear out the top lane, but in the middle, it's probably going to be hard for them now that Homeboys who want to take something back.
The Udio is like using that pepper spray. So the lantern is like a pepper spray. Udio comes in using the lantern. Everyone's like, no, let's get the heck out of there. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, now that the Lord is distracting Bigatron Beta, look at the space given to Homeboys now. But
actually, Marzi's down the bottom side, but he can do only so much. There's not a lot of minions pushing down. He can't take that turret, so Homeboy's going to take what they can, try to pop all these explosions down the T3s. But Beta is just desperate. They are panicking. There's 12k gold advantage, and Homeboys, they look like they've got that in their bag. Bigatron Beta, just scrambling around like headless chickens.
Yeah, and even if we look at like the level difference right now that's shown on screen, Amal, level 15, and he was at level 15 for the longest time. The closest one is Lich, and then you got pinned at level 10.
Yeah, I remember that Amal actually got level 15 on the 9th minute mark. That is how far that he's been staying ahead of Bigatron Beta. He's just farming like crazy right now. I will be excited to see the itemizations that he brings to the table, because that gold lead will translate to a lot more. Oh, as I say it, we bring it up. Cloud, what can you tell us about these itemizations?
I mean, okay, I'm just going to put out the average right now, right? Bigatron Beta, they have at least completed maybe about an average of 2 items. And if we make a comparison with Homeboys, they've completed like 3, some of them even 4. Some of them like, okay, like even Amal, he's done.
Yeah, it's a desperate attempt to try to get those half builds, to try to buy as much time as possible, because Beta really needs that time to come online. We might be able to see a 30-minute game if they're able to successfully defend. But they do have the high ground advantage as well. Marzi doing his best to try to get that split push. But look at that glue. That is a thick, beefy boy that you see on Year 3. Beta, they're just trying to get as much as they can. Homeboy just taking out the jungles, taking out the lanes. They're not leaving anything to chance.
The 30-minute game, that's a big call there.
It's a big call, but Homeboys actually wants to end it early as the Lord is spawning up in 10.
Yeah, I mean, they're at like 12k gold ahead right now. They're just waiting patiently for the next Lord, and they could potentially even end this game just because of how big the gap is by the time even the Lord arrives.
I will say this though, this game is very patient, very passive. Bigatron Beta actually has this sort of like structure. When the Lord comes up, let's go down to the offside. We'll let Marzi be sort of like that bait to bring Homeboys over towards that long lane. But it doesn't really matter, because Homeboys, they kind of know where Bigatron Beta will be at a lot of these neutral objective fights, those big fights. Now the enhanced Lord marching down the bottom side. Bigatron Beta, will they be able to defend on this Lord push?
Oh man, this is going to be sweaty, right? None of them are at level 15. Even Lynch is still at level 14 right now. Probably by the time the Lord arrives, he's at level 15. But then again, the bigger gap is of course the itemization and the gold. But it looks like the execution will happen from Homeboys now.
Very slow push down. Homeboys trying to get that discipline in. T3 will get slashed down slowly but surely. and Homeboys were trying to look for an angle. They have the concealed play going in. Final slash onto Jersey. Where did he go? Manoa Fury, last-ditch effort to get that defense, but the throne will be the main focus. And Homeboys know, wait, they don't have any minions, but they want to go for it. Minions marching in.
They can.
They want to end this right here, right
And
now.
it goes.
Homeboys, they're taking it home. Once again, Beta, stay down.
Man, oh my, it is Homeboys with an absolutely convincing win against Megatron Beta. Total control from the first minute to the final moment. This is Homeboys not giving up on their slot to the playoffs.
Dominant
But, man.
was an understatement, Cloud. Oh man. Man, oh man, am I excited to bring back Gideon to see how he thinks about this entire matchup, entire series, so to say.
I mean, if we're talking about just this game, I think that Bigatron Beta definitely submitted down to the Homeboys. Like, what was that early game coming in from them? It didn't look good. They definitely got bored a couple of times, and then by the time they actually decided to regroup, it was way too late. A 12K gold lead, like 11 minutes into that game, there's no way you come back from that.
Yeah, Udil, I want to just give props to Udil. He was just putting himself as the forefront. Usually as the mage or as the mid laner, and you're very, very squishy. You're supposed to stay back, to stay behind. This changes the strategies and the compositions quite a bit because you're always trying to use that lantern just as sort of like a pepper spray. But I want to know what the players think, honestly.
I'll answer you in just a little bit, but let's throw it over to Rose to talk to Homeboys.
I'm still going to be calling you Mr. Gideon. So, Mr. Gideon, I am with Mal from Homeboys. Okay, first of all, Mal, congratulations on that 2-0 clean sweep against Bigatron Beta. Now, Mal, I'm just going to be very honest. I want to personally know, now that you all have finished your games already for the group stages, right? You guys can still qualify for playoffs as long as another team doesn't make it. But I want to ask, are you very comfortable with your roster right now in Homeboys?
Buat masa sekarang kita orang dengan roster baru ni, kita orang masih lagi dalam pembelajaran. Kita orang masih lagi tengah cuba. So kalau lawan BTR tadi, kita orang mau tu play safe, tak berani ambil banyak risiko sangat sebab kita orang nak secure 2-0. So itulah.
Alright, so he said with their new roster, as it's still fairly new, they are still trying to experiment with different stuff. And the strat that they've came up with going up against Bigatron Beta, they decided to go for the play safe route in which they weren't taking a lot of risk and endangering themselves in that game. Coming out, and I think it came out with a very clean and disciplined game from Homeboys. Okay, Mal, if you guys were to qualify for playoffs, which team do you want to meet to prove to everybody that, you know, the new Homeboys has what it takes to go far?
AP Brand.
Ooh, everybody still wants to meet AP Brand. Can I ask why?
Sebab kita orang masih baru, so kita orang nak experience untuk lawan tim-tim yang kuat. Experience lawan juara dunia, so kita orang boleh belajar walaupun kalah.
Alright, so he said he wants to meet AP Bren, and it's not because they're confident they're gonna win, but it's more like they want to learn how to go up against world champions and gain experiences from that. Alright, Mal, thank you very much. Congratulations. I hope to see you around soon. With that, let us show it back to Mr. Gideon.
Thanks, Miss Rose. Amal gonna be the MVP of this game on his Nolan 6-0-2 with a 1,030 GPM.
That's 4 digits right here. This guy's making bank.
He's making money moves, dude. He's making all the moves in the world. But let's look at these highlights, because honestly, this game coming in from BTRB, to me, I would say it's very disappointing, right? Because a lot of this just boils down to how the mid trio was supposed to play together, and unfortunately, it just wasn't Suruzi's and Naksu's day.
You know, I also want to give a shout out to Imal as well. Early on, I mentioned about, other teammates need to start stepping it up. You can't only depend on Udil and Nets, and glad to see a player like Imal really stepping up in this game. But I want to summarize this round as I kind of had the feeling that Bigatron Beta had the we're done moment. Because there were a lot of early mistakes, right? Like during the laning phase, the Minotaur used the Minotaur
flicker,
Fury for nothing, and it was like, I had a lot of questions that they were immediately punished and they just snowball out of control.
And honestly, after that play, it felt like Bigatron Beta basically gave up.
Yeah.
I have to agree with that. In 2 games in a row, getting first blood down the mid side, that speaks volumes to how much difference Homeboys' draft or basically their synergy brought to the table this time around.
I mean, not only their synergy, I mean, a couple of interactions that I do want to talk about is the fact that Zushin as well as Arlet, as soon as you pick somebody up, you already have a demonic mark, and then when you throw them away, you also get a demonic mark as well. So that's 2 marks that you can trigger off of, and that's how that first initial first blood came through onto Natsu's side, and I think it's one of those things that most people are just like not thinking about actively. All you're thinking about is like trying to clear the wave. Even Natsu decided to take Concussive Blast to do so, and because of that mistake, it really allowed Homeboys to take full control over the mid lane. Even the lead spilling into Suruzi and even Lynch.
And speaking about Lynch, even though they lost, the only 2 kills that they got is through Lynch. Dude, I am admitting right now, I am a Lynch fanboy. Sign me up for his fan club.
Yeah, it was actually a tough game because there wasn't much that Lynch could do. Because being a Roger, you need to make sure that your enemies are whittled down to maybe a quarter of their health before you actually jump in. But it's so difficult. Look at what Ye3 is building. You've got the Blade armor. You've got the Dom Ice. You've got the Radiant armor. That is basically a thick, beefy boy down on Ye3. I think he's building the Immortality at the last slot as well. So this is going to be super hard to break down. He's always at the front line. Not to mention, Udil is actually building. Actually, all he's got is the Clock of Destiny. He didn't go for the Blood Wings this time around, so that's a risky move. But when you're that far ahead, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, man. I mean, even though it's like a 2 to 14 game, teamfighter participation for Udil is only 50%. Mal 71%, and even Nets at 50%. So Udil and Nets, basically 50% of these fights they were involved with. They were just interchanging with each other.
Well, to be honest though, Homeboys only needed 2 members, any 2 members to take down those skills. So you don't really need like a full-on 5-on-5 team fight to be able to take anyone out. Did you see that last play? Got a final slash into Sarusi and he just, with a snap, he just disappeared.
Yeah, and at some point, like, it scaled so much out of control, especially for Ima. He was like at level 15 and everyone is like down there at level 13, level 9 even. So even though if it's him alone, he could have gotten like 3-4 kills just by himself.
Hey man, maybe it's just an homage to Chibi, because Chibi is the only other jungler in MPL MY that I know that can reach those type of numbers here. So it's a great showing coming in from this new lineup from the Homeboys as they're slowly coming together as a team. But I think that BTRB here definitely got to work on their mental. Because look at this graph, man.
Oh,
it's
man,
just
it's beautiful.
Man, it's touching the edge.
Yeah,
it's touching the edge at the bottom.
Let's just look at the GPM because the EXP doesn't really matter because everyone's got level 15 by that time. So the EXP doesn't really matter. The gold lead is just so steady. You can build a slide out of that.
I mean, look at the bottom number, 16,000 gold, and it's like almost touching it as well. They were
Dude,
at
everything is just
15,000.
Oh, 16,000?
Yeah, we're not keeping
Holy!
We're not capping it at 10,000.
And look at all
16.
the all the team fights that happens. All red. Red just won every single team fight.
Yeah,
and I think
production
that one blue is just the Lynch got those 2 lucky kills.
And production is like sweating. It's like, can you not go any further down? We don't want to adjust the graphics.
Yep. It's tough. It's a really, really dominating match coming in from the side of the Homeboys here. But, I mean, that kind of wraps things up. With that being said, Homeboys, and especially for Group A, that kind of solidifies their position. But it's not up to them whether they make it through to the next stage or not. But they've set themselves up for victory.
I think you don't really put like your destiny in the fate of in the hands of others, and I think it's very, very difficult because like Geek Fam and NIP Flash, their games are still ongoing. We'll just have to wait and see what the results are.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see for those results, but they are set up for success. I have to admit that this Homeboys lineup, I think there is potential within it. I do think they have a couple of kinks to work out, but they got to get tested by some higher level teams. And that's why the experience here at SPS is so very important.
Yeah, well, as a Singaporean, I just want to say I was downing them the first day because they were a little bit shaky, and then they actually redeemed themselves in day number... actually on the first game in Geek Fam, the first ever game they played, they lost, and they just picked themselves up and they just kept going. The momentum is there, the consistency is there, especially from Mao, Amal, and Udo. The mid trio was just so hard to break down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, whatever the end result is, whether they qualified or not, I think they've outdo themselves.
They've really overperformed here, especially having only like what? They kept on mentioning 5 days roughly of practice, like together as a
5 or
squadron.
7 days, but it doesn't really matter. Like, single digits. It doesn't really matter.
It's really surprising to see them in this type of position. But with that being said, it looks like we have an interview with Kolios with Bigatron Beta. Let's have their final words here before we close things out.
Unfortunately, Bigatron Beta, the team who are going from the qualifier until the challenge finals, have to lose, and this is their last dance. And I'm with Lynch. Lynch, can you tell us the experience joining this event, like the SPS Mobile Season 5?
Ini kan salah satu turnamen yang istilahnya kita ikutin yang terbesar setelah MDL Indonesia. Nah, di MDL itu ada beberapa kesalahan dan yang mengakibatkan tim Bigatron Beta harus puas di semifinal kan. Jadi untuk di turnamen ini kita coba membayar kesalahan kita yang kemarin-kemarin gitu, bermain lebih bagus lagi. Ya, dan bagusnya bisa sampai ke babak yang sekarang ini, ya bisa bersanding lawan tim-tim MPL luar dan tim-tim juara, tim-tim dunia lah istilahnya, tim-tim besar. Ya cukup bangga lah karena bisa meloloskan salah satu-satunya tim MDL Indonesia yang bisa lolos ke sini gitu. Meskipun di babak ini ya kita udah nggak bisa bersama-sama lagi dengan roster yang waktu itu dari kualifikasi, ya itu aku bersyukur ya karena bisa aja nanti anak-anak baru juga mendapat pengalaman yang bagus buat pertandingan MDL, jadi mereka belajar jauh lebih cepat gitu kan. Gitu aja sih, jadi membantu proses buat anak-anak baru bisa berkembang lebih cepat gitu.
They are really feeling really proud because they can join this kind of tournament, meeting other big team because they are the team with the international quality, right? And because like on the last MDL, they feel they have a lot of mistakes, but they are trying to do the best every time. Even though they cannot be the same roster with the roster before, but now I think it's a very good experience for them to feel it and growing better. Okay, Lynch, for the next MDL, do you think with this experience you guys are gonna win, being the champions of MDL Indonesia?
Kalau dari pengalaman main di sini ya kita 100% pede lah buat ambil gelar juara di MDL Season 10, soalnya ya tim-tim yang di sini jauh lebih jago dan jauh lebih berpengalaman dibanding tim-tim MDL. Jadi kita kalau soal percaya diri pasti 100% percaya diri buat ambil gelar juara MDL Season 10.
Of course, they are feeling really confident to win the MDL because they got a lot of experience here. So they hope they can use it on the MDL Indonesia and be the champion of MDL Indonesia. Lastly, Lynch, do you have any message to your Bigat Troopers at home?
Buat Bigat Troopers dan keluarga dan semua yang udah dukung aku dan tim BTR Beta, terima kasih udah ngikutin perjalanan kita, nonton juga permainan kita meskipun ya hasilnya harus selesai di babak ini dan nggak lolos ke playoff, tapi nggak apa-apa. Terima kasih buat semua dukungannya. Ya, terima kasih.
For Bigat Troopers, for their family, and for everyone who are supporting them, thank you for always supporting them. Even though they cannot go through the playoff, but they said they already do the best and will use this experience for better Bigatron Beta, right? So thank you so much, Lynch, and hope all the best for the next journey. Thank you, and let's get back to the casters.
Thank you, Kolios. Man, the look in Lynch's eyes, and especially giving those final words as well, saying that, yeah, we are looking forward to the future. We are looking forward to winning the MDL after this experience. Not once did he stutter. And the only time that he did stutter when was referring to the Bigat Troopers, knowing that maybe he has disappointed somebody out there.
Dude, from the gameplay to the interview, I'm a big Lynch fan.
I mean, all throughout the interview, I felt that weight down on my heart, down on my shoulders, down everywhere. It's just when you're like, you came in as a bottom team, you crawl your way from the qualifiers in Indo to take part in SPS, all the way down to the Open Challenge Finals, and now to the Challenge Finals, and you're not making it to the playoffs. That's gonna be really, really hard. But like Kolio said, this is just an experience. Just take it as it is, as they are really moving towards the MDL. I'm hoping all the best for them, honestly.
Yeah, to the boss, Goed, aka Starless, if you're listening to this, you know, these boys deserve love, okay? I mean, they put their hearts out from that speech itself. I mean, I wish the best for them.
Well, I mean, that concludes this match, but we still have an upcoming one. The big one of today here on Stream A. It's going to be Fnatic Onyx up against Falcons AP Brand, the M5 Grand Finals rematch in a best-of-3 condensed into one. Hopefully you guys are going to get just as excited as we will here on Stream A. But in the meantime, we're going to go on a very short break. And when we come back, we're going to see the M5 rematch right after this.
Hey guys, this is Rose and welcome to the round table. Now, for this round table, I have with me Few and Kyle TZ from Falcons AP Brand. First of all, boys, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good.
You're good?
Fine, I'm fine.
How's Malaysia?
I like the food.
You like the food? I saw last night you guys were eating outside.
See, likes.
Yeah, you guys were doing a mukbang.
Yeah, mukbang.
I think you were eating nasi goreng.
Nasi goreng, yes.
What were you eating?
No, I go to sleep.
Oh, you went to sleep. Okay, so how's the food in Malaysia? Good?
Yeah.
What food do you like so far? Few? Because you weren't around last night.
We just got there yesterday.
Yeah.
We just got to eat chicken rice.
Chicken rice.
Me, my favorite food here, I like the drink, the smoothie.
Oh.
Strawberry smoothie yogurt.
Oh, okay. Pretty sweet tooth. It's good. Okay, so MSC just finished. Lots of talks about and around MSC. Now, as the favorite team and our world champs, what happened in MSC really? Maybe we can start with Kyle.
Ang mangyari po kasi dun, I think we have miscom and we have a lack of chemistry that finals. I think it's probably the effect that I think is sleep.
Oh, you guys didn't sleep well the night before Grand Finals?
I don't know, but we have a problem that comes. I think we have a problem that comes in the finals.
Okay, what about you, in your opinion? Since you're a veteran player, you've been in the scene for a long time, in your opinion, what actually happened in the Grand Finals?
For me, we already know that SOG is a really strong team based on scrims with them, and what happens in finals, it's just that we have more mistakes than them. I think we're just on par with each other, but we did more mistakes than them. So that's why we just, and they're the better team.
Okay, so I want to ask actually, what happened in Game 7? I think it was pretty 50-50, diba? The entire series, it's like you guys would dominate, they would dominate. But then that Game 7 was the make it or break it game for both teams. So did you guys were you guys pressured or what was happening? Tunnel vision, pressured, or do you think you guys got outdrafted? If you don't mind sharing, that is.
It's the draft also. Instead of picking him, we should have picked Loyi for me.
Oh, I see.
They have a really good early game in Game 7. Since they're using Alpha and Venutor, they get the turtle. They always get the objective and we can't do anything.
For me, what happened in Game 7, I think we have patience. We always fight that we can.
Oh, so you guys always take on fights that you guys can't win, in a sense. I see. Okay, now that we've talked about MSC, you guys already met a lot of the teams there that are playing here. Almost pretty much same teams, right? Except for RSGPH and, a few of the Indonesian teams. So I have a question. Who do you guys want to meet if ever you guys, let's say, qualify for playoffs? Who do you guys want to meet in the, let's say, Grand Finals?
I want to meet Onyx because...
Fnatic?
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx. That's because Kyrie, I don't see Kyrie potential in MSC because...
Do you like Kyrie?
Yeah. I want to meet Kyrie in the international stage always.
Oh, always. Okay, that's cute. What about Few?
For me, Fnatic Onyx calls.
Ooh.
Because we didn't meet them in the MSC, and right now it's Assassin meta, so it's a really good fight against Kyrie.
Yeah, it's technically Kyrie's era. You're gonna see battle it out against the Assassins. Group stages starts tomorrow, and then after that, playoffs is about to begin. Who do you think will give you guys a big threat in the group stage?
For me in the group stage, of course, SRG. They're the MSC champion, and I think they're still going strong. And the other two will be Fnatic, Onyx, and Smart Omega.
Fnatic, Onyx, Smart Omega, and SRG. What about you?
Yeah, same.
Same, exactly the same?
Yeah, same.
What are your plans for MPL Philippines Season 14? Is there any like rumors, roster changes that we can know? No pressure.
Now we don't have any new member.
Oh, so you guys are just maintaining your champion lineup.
There's the Prime era.
Oh, ooh, okay. It's still the Prime era. I'd like to think you guys are still in Prime. How have you guys been adapting to the meta? Because there's always a patch changes, and this current patch is one of the biggest. We've shifted from jungler to assassin back, right? So how are you guys adjusting and working your way around it?
I think we adjust really easily in the meta. Especially Kyle TC really likes playing assassin more than utility jungle. He's just forced to use utility jungle, and he's also good in using that top jungle. But right now our team is better because of the meta.
What's your favorite jungler?
Right now?
Yes, assassin jungler.
Ling.
His Ling was a beast in MSC. I think we can all agree with that. His Ling and Hayabusa was scary. Okay, so if you have anything to say to the teams that you guys might be facing this SPS, what do you have to say? What do you want to say to them?
For me, I just want to say good luck to all of us, and we would like to try our best to have revenge on SRG.
Oh, scary. I have like a few added questions. Now, do you guys think that the Malaysian teams, because you guys just went up against SRG, right? So do you guys think that the Malaysian teams are actually stepping up?
For me, I think the Malaysians are catching up, but you can't deny that the Philippines is still the strongest region. Maybe in M6 we can see if Malaysia can really surpass Philippines.
Oh, the Malaysian players have so many good jungler like assassin like Sekai, GB, yeah. So for me, they good.
Who do you think is the better jungler assassin? Sekais or Kyle?
Kyle TC.
Okay. That's honest? Not because you're beside him? If I ask you outside, it's gonna be the same answer. If I ask you in front of Sekais, it's the same answer.
See, Grand Final, Sekai is using Alpha, and TC only uses assassin and one.
But Sekais also use Fanny.
Yeah. Kyle TC better.
Oh, Kyle TC better. You're not saying that because he's your teammate.
Well,
no, that's an honest thing. Okay, so I think that should be it for this roundtable. Thank you so much to Few and Kyle TZ. First emoji.
Sword.
Huh?
Sword.
What sword? This is a sword.
Tempest of Blade.
Huh?
Lancelot.
Huh? This one hard.
Busan.
Wow, very good. Okay.
Yishun Sin. Saber. Oh, Ling.
No.
Lancelot.
No.
Gushon.
Finally.
Gushon.
One more clue. Fast hand.
Kyrie. Gushon.
Very good. Wow, Carl.
Lawan. Oh, Gushon.
Yeah.
Emang 5 ya? Oh, skill 2. Oh.
Gushon.
Pandai man. This kid, I tell you. Next one. Very good.
Beya.
Wow.
Beya.
Beatrice.
Beya. Bertukar.
Wow, smart. This kid, very smart. Very good. Okay.
Patrick.
Okay.
Marksman Hero.
Correct. Wrong.
Beatrix.
Damn, Sanji's good. Hey, Echo Philippine very fast, you know.
Echo Philippine?
Very fast. They complete.
Oh, yeah, we are only Indo.
Oh, Harit. Bukan ya? Oh, bukan MM.
Harit. Lang MM lang. Aduh,
Ada
makin
skin
makin
series.
to pressure nih.
Prime.
Oh, Beatrix. Ini kanannya apa, Cok?
Tukar, change. You can change gun.
Oh,
Kenapa enggak?
harusnya yang itu ya.
Harusnya tulis 4 gak sih? Weaponnya ada 4, Cok. Astaga.
What hero has both of this?
Luno.
Pandai.
Lunox.
Okay, very good.
Culin.
No.
Girl. 4 skill.
Hasan.
Pass, Lunox. Gelap, terang.
Gelap terang hero lu.
Gelap enggak ada gelap terang, Cok. Mungkin.
Lunox. Astagfirullah.
Oh ya.
Red Buff. Dia ada nih.
What's that?
Ada Red Buff. Red Buff.
Okay.
Red buff.
Very good. I think you're the fastest.
Oh, lu bunuh terus naikin otot lu. Buff merah lah.
Yes. Dewi, kelas. Thank you very much, and that's it for Guess the Emoji.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hey guys, it's Rose and welcome to the round table. And with me right now, we have CW or Chewe and we have Sans from Fnatic Onyx. Hi semua, hi everybody. Are you guys okay?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Good. How's Malaysia?
Nasi lemak belum coba.
Oh, haven't tried yet.
Yeah, because we just arrived last night.
Oh, okay. You guys should try nasi lemak. It's really good.
Gue udah coba.
Oh,
Udah. Yang dikit apa? Yang
It's like small portion.
Oh, small portion. Is it nice? Could be
ya,
better.
lumayan.
Oh, okay. So, it's okay. Alright, so I want to ask you guys, MSC just finished. What happened?
Ya diin aja ya.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oke, mungkin kalau menurut gua ya semua tim udah pasti pada improve, udah saling mengejar gitu. Terus ya kita di scrim lumayan bagus juga, nggak gimana-gimana. Cuman ya menurut aku emang tim udah pada improve dan udah makin bagus semua. Terus mungkin ya kita mungkin agak ketinggalan. Jadi ya gitulah hasilnya kemarin, kurang memuaskan.
Cewek.
Kurang lebih sama sih, sama kayak Sans.
Okay. These two are just trolling at this rate. They're speaking full Indo. Lucky I understand a bit. Okay, so you guys say that you guys feel like you guys are being left behind because a lot of teams are improving and all this kind of stuff. So, do you guys think it's because of your is it because of your roster? Is the chemistry not that good yet? Or is there other stuff that is happening behind the scenes?
Paling kalau dari gue emang di samping yang kita ya lumayan under lah. Tim-tim lain juga lagi improve. Apalagi in our bracket, right?
Yes.
There's like the champion, the SRG,
Group of
and
deaths.
I think Siusun is quite improved in this MSC.
So you technically, Fnatic Onyx did not expect such improvements from the other team. So you guys were like kind of shocked.
Yeah, I think.
Sans.
Kalau dari aku sebenarnya ya kita udah, kalau dari aku ya mungkin ya kalau dari aku udah siap banget. Cuman aku juga expect bakal di grup itu kita bakal sampai ke playoff. Cuman ya nggak sesuai ekspektasi aja sampai kita nggak lolos.
Okay. Just now you mentioned the wound is now closed.
Yeah.
Did it hurt when you guys did not qualify for playoffs?
I think the most hurt is when you already know you're not qualified, but you still have to play another game.
That last game.
Yeah, the last game.
Yeah. Sans?
Ya kalau di game pertama emang kita benar-benar keluarin semua yang kita pelajari di scrim. Kita udah ya main sebisa sampai menang gitu, cuman kita kalah, terus emang kita nggak bisa kalah juga kan, kita harus menang 2-0 biar tunggu season lagi. Cuman kalah ya udah, kita emang 2 gamenya emang ya kasih yang terbaik aja.
I can tell you guys are quite disappointed with the MSC run, right? We
Yeah.
can tell. But after that disappointing run, how did you guys manage to talk with each other? Like, you know what, it's okay, there's always a next tournament. Or...
Yeah, I think for me it's always like if you are, choke in one tournament, there's another tournament. So the first thing you must do is like you must to reset,
bounce back,
and
recover.
bounce back. Because there's another journey that we
Yes.
have to play or go, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, another journey. Sans. SPS is
SPS
happening.
apa? Sorry.
Snapdragon Pro Series.
Oh, ya, oke.
Ini.
Aku tahu
Sorry,
S.
sorry.
Aku tahu S.
Sorry, Snapdragon.
Okay. So, Snapdragon Pro Series is happening now. What team do you want to meet? Like, you think this team, the fight will be good, the game will be good.
Mungkin kalau dari aku, ya aku pengen ini grupnya emang keras juga kan. Jadi mungkin aku pilih pengen ketemu lagi si enggak beda ini grup ya si
Siapa?
yang kemarin juara tuh
SRJ
beda.
sama.
Oh sama, oh ya.
Sama.
Ya, mungkin pengen ketemu SRJ lagi. Soalnya belum ya pengen lawan lagi aja soalnya kan cukup panas juga karena kemarin kalah kita. Jadi ya SRJ mungkin.
You guys want the revenge factor.
Yes.
Okay, let's say Onyx qualifies for the grand finals. Who do you want to meet in the grand finals?
If we are qualified to grand final, any team because
Any team.
Yeah, because if they are going to final, they deserve it, right?
Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. Very nice boy. He was serious when he said behind the scenes. He is quite nice.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So SPS, a lot of similar teams with
Yeah.
MSC, right? But it was unfortunate that you guys did not meet most of them in MSC. But do you think that now in SPS you guys can give a good fight going up against all the teams because you guys are now more ready? You guys saw how they play in MSC. So do you think it gives you guys a benefit, an advantage?
I think we must see the first match first. Yeah, because we don't know the limit of the other team also improve, right? Yeah, so we just see in Land of Dawn.
You just see the Land of Dawn.
Okay.
Okay, Sans, how do you think Onyx is doing with the new patch? Are you guys okay with it, or are you still trying meta?
Ya kalau buat sekarang kita masih coba-coba, terus kita masih apa yang bagus untuk meta ini. Jadi kita masih di scrim kita masih coba-coba untuk pakai nanti di turnamen.
Still exploring.
Yeah.
I see. But do you guys, because a lot of people are saying Assassin is Kyrie's meta, right? So do you guys think with this meta it's more of a benefit for you guys compared to teams that used to play utility jungler?
I think this patch is like there's also many teams that playing assassin also this patch because it's I think kind of benefit for assassin players.
So
Yeah,
will
I
Onyx
think
benefit from
included,
that?
yeah.
Including Onyx. Okay, so now that after SPS it's going to be MPL ID, right?
Yeah,
you guys are starting very soon. Do you guys think you guys will be able to defend your championship title?
For me, I don't think that we want to. Yeah, of course, we want to defend the title of champion, but we want to just make sure. What you say, like one step at a time.
Oh, one step at a time. So slowly.
Yeah.
You guys are not looking.
We're just focusing on the. I think our first match is like Rebellion.
Ooh,
Yeah. We just
okay,
focus on one team first.
Okay, so you guys are focusing team per team, and then
Yeah.
if it happens,
It happens.
it happens.
Wow.
Go with the flow. Wow, Chewe,
Go with the flow.
wow. That's really nice. Okay, so let's say you guys qualify for M6.
You mean?
Oh yes. Will you guys be bringing your girlfriends along?
I think I will bring my girlfriend and my family.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cute. Sans?
nggak bawa apa-apa, cuman bawa tim saja.
The answers are very different. Okay, but I think that wraps it up for our roundtable talk.
Okay.
So thank you to Chewe and Sans.
Thank you.
What is that? A lot of teams guess this very fast.
Really?
Yes.
Hero?
Yes, hero. New hero. It's quite new.
Chip?
Okay.
Oh, Chip!
Wow!
Chemistry.
Chemistry. Can win.
Chip.
Ooh.
It's a hero. Chip.
Very good.
Is it? Is it chip?
Yes.
Gerak.
Wow, that's so good. Wow, I think we got pretty fast ones.
Gerak.
Galing ah.
Wow.
Ya.
Cewek.
Grok.
Okay.
Mantap lah. Satu. Gerak.
Okay, very good.
Ini anjing. Animal
Yeah. So what hero?
Nana.
Wow.
Nana.
Very
Oh.
Okay, clue. Gusto nyo?
Aku.
It's a girl and it's cute.
Nana.
Very good.
Panda mushroom.
Ini bukan panda.
Hah? Ini bukan panda ya? Apa?
Kayak serigala gitu ya, musang. Bukan ya?
Bukan serigala, Cak.
Apanya?
Oh, musang.
Raccoon.
Raccoon. Mushroom. Is it? Can you tell us? Is it mage or
Mage.
Mage. Is it? Mana?
Yes. You don't look at me, you look at him.
Yeah. I mean like.
Kok bisa jadi Nana?
It's like mushroom. Skill 2.
The ulti
The ulti.
is mushroom.
Oh ya.
Sans, mage.
Nana.
Okay, wow, you are right.
Kupan.
Why is everybody saying this is Koopa? Producer, you did something wrong.
Nana.
Yes.
Nana.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You could be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time from the mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about a win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone breaker, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government, we ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and let it true. You could be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time from the mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Yeah. Yeah. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah. I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
The biggest game of today, Group B, Round 5, the very final match here on Stream 8. It's Fnatic Onic from Indonesia up against Falcons AP Bren from the Philippines. An exciting match to watch, but more importantly so, this is to determine who is going to move on, or at the very least, have an opportunity to prove themselves after what happened previously in international tournaments. My name is Gideon Q here as the Desk Host 04 today. Our casters who are going to be watching and teaching you guys everything about this matchup. It's going to be Chantel and as well as Churros. Happy to have you guys here.
Oh, I'm having jitters, man. I'm having jitters.
It really has. This is a huge game in a matter of fact. Now, walk us through it, because again, Fnatic Onic look like they've kind of recovered from the mentality previously from MSC, and I mean, Falcons AP Bren being Falcons AP Bren, still one of the better teams.
You know what? Actually, for this match, I'm expecting a lot of contestation with the Hayabusas, right? Probably.
Yeah, maybe even the Lancelots, the Hayabusas, the Lings, the Fannies
more
as well.
The Assassins.
Assassins versus Assassins, Kyrie versus Kyle Teasy. This is, don't forget, it's a M5 rematch.
It is.
AP Bren won in the grand finals 4-3, but in the upper bracket finals, Onic actually knocked down Falcons AP Bren down to the lower brackets for 3-0.
Yeah, and
if I remember correctly.
What's more interesting is during that time, the meta was very different. It's more on the utility junglers, right? So it's gonna be a different play style for both teams, and it's really interesting because during the roundtable content, Kaltizi was like saying that he's really looking forward to face Kyrie again, but they know that the YRG is on top. So it's as if he knows that it's gonna be a battle between him and Kyrie on the jungle area, and at the same time, if you're up against a team that is really consistent at the top, it brings a lot about your potential as a player.
I mean, that's true, but if we're talking about like the overall like weight of this match, technically both of these teams have already qualified for the playoffs. It's really just a battle for second place. And I mean, both Fnatic as well as FCAP, the only team that they've lost to is YRG.
Yeah. As much as it doesn't really matter which position they're in, because they're going to be facing up against the second and third place in Group A, it's sort of like, where do I stand right now? It's sort of like the upper bracket finals, where it kind of doesn't really matter because you know you have a second life, but like, I want to prove myself that like this is my game to shine, and this is how I'm gonna beat you. I want to show that like during the M5 down to the MSC down to here, I have grown as a player, I've grown as a team, especially for Fnatic.
Totally. With that being said, it's time to introduce the lineups here, and of course, Chantal, I'll let you introduce the team.
Okay, so the usual lineup for Falcons AP Bren, we have Flap TZ, Cal TZ Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco. So for this lineup, I mean, they didn't change anything, right? So it's just it's how they will play up against a team like Fnatic Onic, because Fnatic Onic won a piece against YRG.
Only, of course, especially considering that they are, well, still technically world champions here. Falcons AP Bren, an exciting team to watch, but we also want to hear from them themselves. Let's throw it over to the interview to see what they have to think about the matchup.
This is the big match of the day. The Falcons AP Bren versus Fnatic Onic, and now I'm with Flap Z from the Falcon AP Bren. Flap, what do you think about this match?
I think this match will be exciting because we will face Onic again.
Yeah, after the M5, right? But it's gonna be a little bit different because last time they used Boots as the XP laner, and now they are gonna play with Lutpi. What do you think about Lutpi?
What I think about Lutpi is that he has quite a wide hero pool, and I think he fits clearly to the team because he has connections with their jungler Kyrie and the mid also.
But can I ask one more question? What makes you think that Falcon AP Bren are still better than Fnatic Onic right now?
I don't want to say it because it will bring bad luck to us, but we'll give the audience a good match.
Okay, thank you so much, Flap, and good luck for this match. So, Kester, are you having the same thoughts at Flapsy?
I mean, I can totally understand where he's coming from because honestly, it is rather scary what this team is capable of, and we know what a caster's curse kind of looks like. But what about you guys here? I mean, it's surprising enough to see. oh, that's what we think about the entire matchup.
I was surprised that Flap TZ didn't say anything spicy against the Fnatic Onyx, probably because the respect is there, and they know and they saw how Fnatic Onyx played against YRG. So I'm just looking forward to that Loopy and Flap TZ laning phase, you know?
Yeah, the emote himself, right? But then again, we oftentimes forget this is the El Clasico for when it comes down to Indo versus PH. So this is really going to be a match that's going to be really exciting who adjusts to the meta better, especially since we've seen a lot of resurgence of tankier EXP laners.
Let's have more insights on Falcon's AP Brent. We've got an interview video here. Let's jump right into it.
I am Flap TZ, XP laner of Falcon's AP Brand. After MSC, we feel really devastated because it's just one game away from winning and becoming true world champions. In the grand finals, I think we can win game 2 because we won early game and we're just gonna do Lord fight, but Sekai stole the Lord, so that's why we lost. And I think that's the biggest turnaround of us getting beaten, because if we ever beat them in game 2, so it's 2-0, we can take the momentum and go for 4-0, but we got comeback by SRG, so that's why we lost.
They proved to the world that it starts today. Today is the day that you see Malaysia on top of the world. That you see Malaysia reach the horizons to see the world.
I think they deserved it because they're really good, especially in the grand finals. Like, they showed their true potentials, especially Sekai's. And my relationship with Coach Arcadia, Innocent, and Graham were really good friends way back on NPL Philippines, so that's why I'm proud of them and they really deserve that win. I'm so excited going into the Snapdragon tournament, and I'll make sure that we will win this tournament without any regrets. During MPL, we lost against Team Liquid Echo because I wasn't really performing really well because of my sickness, and during MSC we already know their playstyle and we already know how to beat them, so that's why we won against them in the semifinals. And I think what will happen here in Snapdragon is when the both of us meet each other again, we will beat them because we already know how to beat them, so I think we're gonna win. Our fans in Malaysia, thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope you'll continue to support us in the next upcoming games. And sa mga kababayan ko naman sa Pilipinas na sumusuporta sa akin at sa amin ng team ko, maraming salamat. Sana patuloy niyo pa kaming suportahan sa mga tournaments namin kasi marami kaming tournaments ngayon. Salamat.
Very interesting insight coming in from Flap TZ himself, the EXP laner for Falcon's AP Bren. Churros, I gotta ask you the question first. I mean, I know that Chantel already knew about their performance in MPL PH Grand Finals, but what about you after listening to that interview?
I think this is a very, very humble Flap TZ. Very, very different from the way that I think the viewers have seen him. Something that, like, he's very, very vocal of how he plays the game, how he sort of like quote unquote taunt some other of these teams. But I'm really excited to see how he actually goes through this, because I heard from Chantel he's actually gone through a couple of surgeries before that, and he's actually building up again. And from that downfall, I think it kind of affected him a little bit, especially since MSC.
Hey man, I mean, the way that I see it, that's the hands down of Flap TZ. It's a hands down.
You got us there.
Yeah, we got there. We got there at the very end. But let's introduce their opponents today, the big dogs of the league. It's going to be Fnatic Onyx Churros, please introduce the lineup.
Look me, Kyrie Sans, Keyboy, CW, or aka Chetway. These guys need no introduction. And have I told you guys I shook Kyrie's hand? These guys are phenomenal, especially against the game between YRG. They might have lost the battle, but not the war. They were looking strong, they were looking steady, and I'm excited to see how they face up against the kings of MPLPH.
Well, I know that you've shaken hands with Kyrie, but have you shaken hands with Lupti? Because we got Kolios on call right now to have an interview with Lutpi right now. Let's throw it over to Kolios.
And now I'm with Lutpi from the Fnatic Onyx. So Lutpi, this is the big match of the day, and I think last time Onyx versus Epibrand are on the grand final of M5. What do you think about this match?
Sorry, gimana tadi?
Jadi, ini kan benar-benar big match of the day kan. Dan terakhir kali tuh Onyx ketemu sama Epibrand itu di grand final M5. Nah, gimana menurut Lutfi tentang match ini?
Pokoknya kita kasih yang terbaik aja lah.
They're gonna do all the best to win this match. But Lutfi, so I asked Flaptazi before about you, and he said that you have a good chemistry with the team and anything else. Do you have anything want to say to Flaptazi? So jadi tadi Kolios sudah nanya sama Flaptazi, katanya tuh Lutfi tuh punya chemistry yang lebih bagus ya kan sama timnya. Hero pool Lutfi tuh lebih luas. Lutfi punya pesan nggak nih buat Flaptazi?
Pesan ya apa ya? Mungkin hari ini kasih match terbaik aja lah buat kita buat kita kedua tim.
Give all the best, so we gonna give you guys the best match of the day, right? Yeah, that's the message for Flaptazi. And lastly, what makes you think that Fnatic Onyx is better than Falcon Epibrand? Apa yang buat Lutfi pikir kalau Fnatic Onyx itu lebih baik daripada Falcon Epibrand?
Karena ada Sans.
Whoa, because they have Sans. So Caster, cook it right away because I can't wait for the match.
That's great. That's a great quote coming out from Lutfi himself. Thank you so much, Kolios. And yes, that might be just the difference breaker here. It is going to be Gilak Sans, but even on the opposite end of FCAP, Few has been an absolute rock and pillar for the team.
You know, FYI, Few has been the longest running player in MPLPH history since Season 1 up until now. But both of these teams, actually, they have their way through the Golden Road. So now it's sort of like a redemption. I see the predictions on the board. Both of you guys citing Falcons AP brand. But man, my heart is still with Fnatic Onyx.
Now I believe that he's a fan of Fnatic Onyx, specifically
Kyrie. I haven't washed his hands since like 3 days ago.
It's been 3 days and I can still smell it from here. As we start moving in towards the player boost and they're setting up for these traps, what can we expect from this matchup? We were talking about Assassins previously, but let's talk about the mid lane, because the mid lane meta has shaken up quite a bit, and since both of these teams already qualify, I don't think they're whipping out the flexible Julian strats coming in from FCAP.
So far, FCAP and Fnatic are the teams prioritizing of the Julian, but at the same time, they are the teams that is not really going to be up against a Zask pick. So the question here is that, are they to ban a Zask or are they to prioritize a Zask? So they will ban up the Zask.
So
Thank you for that fast answer, Fnatic Onyx and Coach Yeb.
So this is honestly a trade because you have the Jusin was getting picked up. I was gonna say Hayabusa and the Julian was opened. Whether or not you want to pick that up, I don't know. If it's you pick up the Jusin, you're giving either the Hayabusa or the Julian. Both of them have shown their merits. It's honestly a coin toss between the jungle positions over here, and I think it's worthy of a prio. That being said, we might be able to see a Julian mid lane as well, but no, they go for the R-Lot priority. I think this works out very well in terms of either Keyboy or even Lutpi. You are able to win that early game. We've seen time and time again a very, very strong mid lane duo and starting on with the rotations.
I mean, we talk about like the early game a lot. The fact that there's a 60% win rate on this R-Lot does indicate that it's doing well, but that's under condition that there's somebody who can enable him to get the extra mark so that he can keep using that vengeance. Let's see whether they're going to pair it up.
A Cho on the second peak.
I love that. I love that so much. It's honestly when Keyboy actually plays that Cho, he's honestly had a 100% win rate on this Cho so far. It's been such a nuisance, especially in the jungle, knowing that now Kyle TZ is not playing an assassin. So this time around, we won't see an assassin versus assassin. It will be the alpha in the jungle instead.
This is very interesting for Falcons AP brand because Kuala Lumpur doesn't really use that alpha that much, but this is something that they adapted from the play of YRG. So this is the same lineup, except the Shushin, of course, that YRG used during MSC. So this is them bringing about something new to the table. So for Fnatic Onyx, it's more on the comfort side, right?
Yeah.
Kiboy on the Cho. I won't be surprised if there's gonna be like a Vexana or even Valentina's been banned. I know it's gonna be Hayabusa.
Yep.
We've mentioned about Assassins here, and it's gonna be an interesting one. So if you're Falcons AP Bren, what's next for you in terms of Super Marco's hero?
No, I just want to hold that thought just for a little bit. But Falcons AP brand actually identified that Keyboy is one of the playmakers of Fnatic Onyx. That's why they're choosing to go for a very, very tanky, very sustained jungle. We're bringing back sort of like that Ube strategy that Philippines is pretty much known for, but this time in the form of a fighter jungler and a sustained tank in that Minotaur. That's why Ogwin loves this hero so much. Able to get that setup, you're able to chain that stuns, you're able to just heal up the entirety of your team before jumping in like a death ball. But then again, you don't have that backline coverage. We're moving into the second phase of that bans, so the Lilia is being banned out as well as the Ruby. I like the Lilia ban, especially using Sans, because we've seen the power that Sans is bringing into that Lilia.
Yeah. For Fnatic Onyx, I think it's good for them to ban the Edith already, because it would be another crowd control for them. It makes perfect sense if they ban out any hero that has another crowd control, since it's something that the Falcons AP Bren is setting up. Oh, it's gonna be Phobius. This one is interesting, and I just want to say that this is a very specific banning from
Few.
Coach Yeb, and for few, just for few.
Yeah. We've seen that yesterday, how he uses the Phobius to just create so much space for that backline. So Super Marco, Moskov is on the table. You might be able to pick that up, or you want to go in a safe route, you can pick up the Roger as well. Then you can become that death ball that you so desperately want to be.
Well, as conclusion of the second part of the banning phase, it's just targeting towards EXP from the side of Fnatic Onyx, and Falcons AP Bren deciding on mid laners at this point of time, which begs the question, what exactly is Sans going to get his hands on, especially since he has to deal with both Minotaur and as well as Zushin?
Yeah, Moscow's going to get picked up for Fnac, but coming back to your question, I think the Vexana is a very, very safe pick right here. Because you want to create, you have a very squishy lineup in the early game, especially not coming from Cho, from Arlot. You need sort of like that front line, and in form of the Eternal Guard, it creates a lot of time for you, especially for Kyrie to find a nice angle over to the flank.
Yeah, it's actually very nice also if you're up against melee heroes, even Alpha, something like that. So it will disrupt the formation when taking objectives or even a team fight. So Falcons AP Bren, they're still lacking that probably high damage hero. I won't be surprised if they take.
Harith is open.
Oh right,
Harith is open. A lot of magic damage as well. You lock everything down. Oh, it would be the Roger, but the Thamus actually comes through. 100% win rate picked one time.
This is nice against a Cho.
Yeah. No, I mean, not only that, I think Falcons AP Brand, it's clear that they want to play for at least the first turtles, because in the early stages of the game, that Thamos is a dangerous pick. Not a lot of heroes can deal with him pre-level 4, and even sometimes at level 8, he is still quite the nuisance. I'm guessing that it's going to go onto the hands of FlapTZ. He's going to get the Vengeance as well. We come back to Fnatic Onyx, and as you guys called it, the Vexana is going to get locked in. With that being said, though, what do you think about the lineups? Where are you leaning more towards to?
I want to say Fnatic Onyx because it's a lot easier for them to execute. The XP lane has a crowd control as compared to the Tham Zero. It's depending on how he will land those corrosion site wisely on a team fight. So, yep, leaning towards Fnatic Onyx.
To be honest, I like FCAP's draft just because they're very tanky, beefy boys. They know how they want to play it. Ogwin's been playing the Minotaur time and time again as well. But before we go, we want to hear your last thoughts, Gideon, on this draft.
I think it really boils down to whether Fnatic Onyx are able to make some really key plays from early, mid, and late stages of the game if it does get there, because Falcons AP Brent, it's going to be a steady incline throughout the match in terms of power spikes. So good luck to both of these teams. Casters, it's all up to you. Lead us into the land of Dawn.
Well, the beats are beating, the drums are rolling, we're loading into the land of Dawn. It's the El Clasico, first game, Fnatic Onyx on the blue versus FCAP, the rematch of M5. Chantel, what do we want to play with? Like, how do we want to roll this game? How do we want to start it if we're both sides of the team?
You know what? How I wish that this is another game of 7. Right?
Yeah,
but yeah, in terms of probably the playstyle of this players or for this hero composition for both. Definitely for Falcons AP brand, they need those heroes to be available every time there is going to be a team fight. So you want a few to be part of it. Not only for Fnatic Onyx as much as possible, they can work around Kyrie farming from time to time. But
oh, hold on, Keyboy gets a very early. Yep, that's the first blood over to Flap TZ. We are able to clear that wave. The rotations coming down onto that lethal is so lethal, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I see what you did there, and I kind of feel like for Falcons AP brand, they really know how Keyboy rotates on this show, so they really started well on this one. But I'm so late.
Shadow kill onto Super Marco, but he gets out safe. Here comes Oakland there for the body block. He uses shadows to get out of the way, and Falcons AP brand, they're still keeping things passive.
Everything is happening so fast. Actually, for this game, it's just less than 2 minutes of this match, but we've already seen those loads of aggression at the top lane, even at the bottom lane. So probably.
Oh, here comes Kyrie. Almost, but not enough. Oh man,
it's as if I'm seeing a Natalia, but not on the stealth mode with the Kyrie, because he's just everywhere on the map, right? So if you're Falcons AP brand, you have to be prepared for that, because this is a Warcry Hayabusa. So if he is able to do the winning condition at early game, then probably it's going to be Fnatic Onyx game, but all depends on taking the turtle objective.
Oh, it's a very quick level 4. Flap TZ already in position. Few just using the pepper spray just to get Fnatic Onyx out of position. You get SOD goes wide, no follow-up right there. It's a free turtle over the side of AP Bren.
Good take for Falcons AP brand, and it's interesting that we see this game on a slower pace, although there are aggression earlier at the top lane, probably because for Fnatic Onyx, they're waiting for that activation of items from Chewe. So look at the lane, actually Chewe is on top of gold 1,700 versus where's Super Marco 1,500.
Oh, top side, actually he's trying again. The shadow kill onto Super Marco, not enough to take him down. That's a very thick early game for that Roger. And Fnatic Onyx, they're trying to push their ways. They're a little bit more desperate. But Chantel, I have a question for you. Keyboy not doing so well against this Chu Sin. What's the play here if you're a Keyboy Cho?
Probably for Keyboy is for that Wave of the Dragon. Again, because of that kill against him, the pattern of his visioning against Fnatic or Falcons AP brand has been disrupted. So one step at a time, not really on that route of being too aggressive, because they have to take things one step at a time. Again, a Kyrie or Kyle TZ is at level 7 as compared to Kyrie, who is at level 6. So you want to be on par in terms of jungling if you are Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah. And Few is just so annoying with the Lantern. He pops wide over the wall, trying to zone everyone out away because the purple buff is in question. Keyboy gets caught in the middle. Here comes the Eternal Guard just to buy Keyboy some time. Where the Dragon pushes open right in the midst of the turret. They take the purple buff. The final stash pushes Flap TZ back, but he's got a Carter Inferno. He will be fine, but the Shadow Kill comes wide. He'll take Flap TZ down. And Luppy, in the midst of all of that, getting pushed back. Kyle TZ trying to run for his life. Luppy forces a flicker in and takes down his life.
2 players down for Falcons AP brand, and we could see the aggression now for Fnatic Onyx. One thing that Falcons AP brand doesn't have to do on this game is to overdive on those areas of Fnatic Onyx. Yes, they wanted to get a purple buff. After that, they could have not stayed on that area.
Oh, mid-side. Chewe actually gets in the spot of bother, gets taken down by Super Marco, but now the turtle getting slain by Kyrie. They want to go for the re-engage. Luffy, sliver of health, won't be able to survive this one, but Kyrie will. Desperately trying to get underneath the turret to safety, but here comes Few trying his best to dive in. He gets pulled back. He won't be able to go anywhere. That's a kill over to Flap TZ.
Everything is happening so fast, Churros, on this game. Right when I was about to explain something, they get a kill out the middle lane. So this is something that Falcons AP brand is known for. So it's very effective for them. But knowing that the goal lead is pretty much close for both teams, it is expected for Fnatic Onyx to have at least one kind of play with that Wave of Dragon and then that Eternal Guard from Sans. It kind of be like the problem here is that the lineup of Falcons AP brand is more on the AoE crowd control. Now for Fnatic, it's more on the single targeting. So if Falcons AP brand is one step ahead against them, then they can do a play against Fnatic Onyx.
Now, okay, we will go into a little bit of a pause right here, but Falcons AP Brand
We
actually
need a
took
breather,
down
you know?
the T1 down the mid side, which opens up a lot of opportunities for Fnatic to try to get that defense down. Like you said, we need a little bit more time for the Moscow to come online. Super Marco actually showing very, very strong progress on that Roger as well. Now, the scoreline is really, really tight.
Very
2K goal
tight.
lead on the favoring the side of FCAP, but the Stamas and this Juicin is just so annoying. Let's
Yeah.
move Gideon onto the desk to see what he thinks so far about this game.
I mean, I was expecting this game to go exactly the way that it is, but it really just boils down, as I mentioned before, to Keyboy making these sick plays, and he does, despite giving first blood over.
Yeah. It's very difficult for the Cho to be in the face of Juicin because it's always like, you know, using a pepper spray, I like to call it, because the lantern is so darn annoying. You get close, you're in the midst of that lantern, you're able to just push out, but no, Juicin pulls you back, and Few has been playing it so well.
No one wants to get close to a pepper spray, right? Yeah, that's true. But
that's an understatement, Chantel.
It's something that makes the lineup of Falcons AP Bren very annoying if you're Fnatic Onyx. So they might want to go on the gank instead of a 5v5 setup. But it's something that will limit the potential of Sans, because the hero of Sans is meant for a heavy team fight, right? But if they go on a better route, then maybe things will look good for Fnatic Onyx.
Well, we're jumping back into the game, wasting no time at all. FCAP actually taking control of that top side. We're trying to go for a 4-1 composition. They know they need to maintain the lane pressure on both ends. A very, very strong start for FCAP. Fnatic Onyx, you're pushed into wall. 2K gold behind. What is your play here, Chantel?
Actually, for Falcons AP Brand, they just need to do what they're doing. But take note, Churros, that for the explainers of both teams, they already have the Enchanted Talisman. But definitely, Flapteasy is up on a lead against Lutpi. So again, the difference is that for the hero,
actually, the goal lead is so wide.
Yeah, for an explainer and the innate skill of these heroes are very different from each other. It's definitely Falcons AP Brand winning on that lane. Definitely that 1.5k gold lead is on Flapteasy's side.
Well, that being said, Cherway already got the golden staff, so that's another power spike. Just there's a little bit more time for the Trinity to come online. But FCAP, Fnatic, they want to go for it. Few getting caught in the middle. He's forced to use the ult to get away. They go out safe, and I want to try to get that discipline. They want to go for this turtle. Keyboy taking a lot of too much damage. SOD lands, but I don't think Cherway wants to go for it. Falcons AP Brand, they take what they can and they back off. That's the discipline that I love from this team. Looking steady right now.
What a smart move from Few. He used that ultimate just to escape the damage from Kyrie, and because of that, there's no threat from Kyrie when taking that turtle for Falcons AP Brand. So it's more of a Fnatic Onyx.
Oh, Flapteasy just walking in, trying to force that retribution, but it doesn't really matter at this point. It's just so hard for Kyrie to just keep his farm up.
You know what, for Fnatic Onyx, they just have to be mindful of the available resources whenever there is an upcoming team fight, because most of the time for Falcons AP Brand, it's either they force out a flicker, it's either they force out a shadow kill against Kyrie. So things are looking good for Falcons AP Bren, and Supermarket is just having the time of his life being on the lead in terms of farming on this game.
Well, foundationally, you would face up against a team fight composition with a split push. Now we're seeping into the 8-minute mark. I think Fnatic wants to try to be able to send one person or two persons down onto the side lanes, try to split Falcons AP Bren apart, and that's the key to success for Fnatic Onyx victory in terms of these neutral objectives. But Keyboy struggling to find intelligence, struggling to get even close to Few, and the way that Juicin is being used up, it's so annoying.
Yeah.
And it's just a battle of attrition at this point, where AP Brand, they're constantly pushing ahead. They know where Kyrie will be. Once the purple buff is up, there I will be.
It's as if they're dictating the tempo of the game, but there's going to be a setup play again.
Oh, Keyboy pushes Few back to the wall, but uses the Crimson, get out of the way. Keyboy getting pulled back. That is a misplay. Super unfortunate. Right before the Lord spawns up in 20 seconds.
Okay, middle lane again. Falcons AP Brand is forcing a setup play.
The Dolphin with a nice little jump down into the back line, taking a little bit too much damage.
Okay.
Kyrie trying to sweep up everything, while on the backside, Super Marco actually takes out Loopy in that process. That's 2 members down, a very extended team fight, but Falcons AP Bren actually has control of all these objectives.
Yeah, again, when we started this day, the question was, is Sujin part of the meta or not? With this play from Falcons AP Bren, Sujin is definitely a threat if opened for a specific team. Hence, Falcons AP Bren taking this Lord, hence having the lead against Fnatic Onyx. Now, looking at the things right now, it's very difficult for Fnatic Onyx to get a piece against Falcons AP Bren. Kyrie is at level 12. But Kyle TC is at level 13, and the rest of the players is definitely on a gap in terms of levels. But at the middle lane, another set of play.
Loopy goes right into the heart of the battle. Everything's going low. Loopy's trying his best to survive.
Kyrie?
He gets taken down, but Kyrie onto the back line. Everyone's low, but it's not enough. Not enough damage from Fnatic Onyx. There goes 2. Loopy Keyboy goes down as well. There goes Kyrie as well. Super Marco actually cleaning up shop, and they take it down. Lord marching on the bottom side. Falcons AP Bren actually looking to tear down the T1 down mid.
Oh, wow. Falcons AP Bren just forcing Fnatic Onyx to back away during that team fight. And while that was happening, the Lord was with Chewe. So the potential of Chewe is being limited here. He doesn't even have any assist against Falcons AP Bren. And even if Falcons AP Bren is on the lead, they're ready for the deadliest situation that they could be, because Flapteasy has the dominance eyes. I want to be up front. I want to limit that life steal and spell vamp. Looking, that's an instant, very fast instant
we're going
replay.
back to the we're going back to the game.
We're going back to the game. Yeah.
But that being said, though, I want to build on your point by limitations. Fnatic Onyx are constantly just one by one. They're queuing up to the inevitable doom.
Yeah.
And Falcons AP Brent, they're constantly sticking
Here we
together.
go.
Let's take a look at a replay. Okay.
And we're back again. It's as if they say, oh no, never mind the replay. Everything is happening so fast. We'll just get ready for the next team fight, which will happen
speaking
now.
of which, Kyrie taking a lot of damage, able to use that shadows to get dash out of the way. But Keyboy in precarious position. He's got a passive down, but he's trying to find an angle. All waves are pushing in. Fnatic Onyx struggling, scrambling to find that defense. Oh, Lutpi getting pulled back. Here goes Spirit Alpha. Lutpi is on the target, but on that backside though, Eternal Guard trying to push, knock up everyone. Everyone's jumping up like trampolines, and Fnatic Onyx, they're going in strong. They're taking a lot of damage, but they will not give up without a fight. There goes 2. They make it 3. Kyrie and CW are the only ones left, and CW all the way on that bottom side trying to push everything
They
in.
don't have any
He
place to
comes
go.
back in. Falcons AP Bren, very, very disciplined in their gameplay. They're way too far ahead. That 7K goal lead. They want to end this and want to end this now.
They could possibly actually end this one, but then we have players here from Fnatic Onyx trying to defend their base. But here comes Falcons AP Bren.
No, Kyrie with a sliver gets out safe. And the discipline coming from FCAP, they know that Fnatic Onyx is coming out of that base, and they get that reset Lord spawn up in 8 seconds.
That was breathtaking, very breathtaking here for Falcons AP Bren. Again, they're not letting Fnatic Onyx do anything on their way, anything that would be advantageous to them. So Falcons AP Bren at 7K lead. Imagine it's just 12 minutes of our game. Everything is just looking good for Falcons AP Bren. They're now starting the Lord. Again, they are on the lead in terms of items. Everyone is just on the lead. Even Kiboy can't zone out any player from Falcons AP Bren.
Lord is third of their health. Kyrie looking for an angle, but doesn't matter. Minnow if you're on the backside, side goes down. Lupi with the final slash. No follow-up. Lupi's in dangerous position. And the rest of Fnatic Onyx trying to pull back. Bottom side, CW left all alone. Baptiste says, no problem. I'll take you down. Fnatic Onyx scrambling again. Keyboy desperate trying to push everything back. Kyrie's left all alone. It's a 4v1 situation at this point.
It.
It's over.
I think that's it.
Kyrie can't defend.
That's it.
No.
Falcons AP Bren, they just need to destroy the base.
Yeah, Falcons AP Bren rip the Sky Kings from the skies down to reality. Snap back to reality. There goes gravity. And they take game number 1.
Is that straight from a song?
That's from Eminem, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
man.
an Eminem fan, but yeah, for Falcons AP Bren, it was a very fast and decent game. Almost no unnecessary actions during that game. And I kind of feel like Fnatic Onyx wasn't ready for that fast play, right, Gideon?
Yeah, I agree. I think that, FCAP, they came in with their A game here. The fact that they're putting Flap TZ on that Thamos, you know that they're serious.
It was a very, very dominant game from FCAP. Right from the get-go, like you said, it's how they perform in the early to mid to late game. FCAP really, really showed up this time around. Sure, they might have taken a 2-0 loss onto YRG, and, it doesn't matter for them because they're saying to Panak, like, no, not today.
Not today.
I mean, they brick-walled them, did they not?
Yeah, and you know that they really dominated the game because the next item for 2 players from Fnatic Onyx, or for... okay, I always get confused with Fnatic and FCAP. But yeah, for Falcons AP Bren, they went for the Winter Crown already. So it's as if they're ready to dive and be the bait and let everyone have a piece of the team fight. Okay, take your assist for higher points on the battle statistics or battle resorts after this game.
Yeah, I'm actually threatened right now because FCAP looks so strong. I voted for Fnatic. I mean,
it's
huge
okay.
Kyrie fan over here.
It's okay.
We still got 2 more games. It's a best of 3. It's still a best of 3. But Gideon, break it down for us. What do you think about this game?
Yeah, so far it was exactly how I expected it to be, but I wasn't expecting how much of that FCAP was going to take this game seriously, right? I was definitely hoping that FCAP was going to allow Keyboy to overextend and then look for the punish, but instead, we saw from the earlier stages of the game, they were hovering towards Super Marco's side of the map, allowing FlapTZ to play independently from the team, and whatever advantages he creates in lane, they capitalize on it with the help of their jungle Kyle. So I think overall, the game is looking really good for FCAP, but that's on the assumption that the draft is going in their favor. Right now, blue side is still looking pretty good. I think that Fnatic Onyx most likely are going to switch sides afterwards, but let's break this down even deeper as we hop onto the item list.
Oh, actually, again, emphasis on the Vengeance usage, by the way, and...
actually, fleeting time for Ogwin. That's actually a very, very smart move. They're so far ahead. They just want to keep on that momentum. Every single kill, we're able to use that Minoan Fury again and again and again. It's sort of like a Dawning Light, but this time, it's on a tank.
Yeah, and it's a disruptive type of crowd control for Ogwin. It's as if they're just ready to dive against the players of Fnatic Onyx. Even the defensive items here from Few. Yeah, for Jushin.
Jushin defensive items. Gideon, what do you make of this?
I think Few understood what his job is supposed to be, right? If anybody engages, I need to follow up and I need to build stacks. But since we have so much CC, I can take my time with this. Even if you do have full stacks, I'll just wait until you want to run away and then pull you back in.
And at the same time, even if there is a threat from Kyrie on a shadow kill, the possible target would be Few and Kaltizi. They're ready again with a Winter Crown. So everything's just moving around for Falcons AP Bren. Well, for Fnatic Onyx, there is a moment we're in. Okay, we have to wait for the next wave. We have to be prepared for the next team fight that Falcons AP Bren has to do against us. So even the defensive items, it's just the anti-Karas here for Kiboy. There's no anti-life. Oh, they have the glowing wand. But again, it was difficult for Sans even to land that Eternal Guard because Falcons AP Bren was just all over the place, setting up against them.
Yeah, 13-minute game so far. It's almost a 10k gold lead favoring the side of FCAP. And I'm looking at all the itemizations coming up from FCAP. Very, very, very methodical, especially from that Jushin. I like the way that she actually built the Brute Force Breastplate just to get a little bit of movement speed every single time that stacks up and creating a lot of pressure down on the front line. So for Nock, as much as they try to get in with Loopy or Keyboy, they're always getting stunned up or pulled back into a unfavorable condition.
Speaking of which, this game may have been really, really short, and the kill score 17-3. But in terms of damage dealt, they're not too far off. The biggest difference comes down with the total heal, and that's why Ogwin. I think that Jushin with a sustainable, somewhat tanky, that hybrid overlap, which is going to be that Minotaur. When you are taking space and you have the Brute Force Breastplate, you can keep on moving your anchor further and further in enemy lines.
Yeah, that's true. Hence, there's a high teamfight participation for the 3 of the players who have Kaltis, Few, and Ogwin. It's as if they're rotating in a triangle formation wherein they're sandwiching anyone from Fnatic Onyx that they will have to face in a specific lane. Hence, the limitation on the objective taking of Fnatic Onyx. Even in those places wherein they could actually contest, like even for a turtle team fight, there's no chance for Fnatic Onyx. They want to set up a play, yes. But at the same time, it's Fnatic Onyx or Fnatic Falcons AP Bren that has the longevity on a team fight.
Yeah, I think it doesn't gel well. The final slash into the Way of the Dragon doesn't really work out well because it's AoE and then single target pick off and then Kyrie coming in the shadow kill. It's all single target. Take a look at the graph over here. It's looking very, very steady for Falcons AP Bren.
There were instances wherein there was a team fight and Fnatic Onyx was able to take a piece from Falcons AP Bren, but at the end of the day, because of the speed that Falcons AP Bren did against Fnatic Onyx, it was so hard for Fnatic Onyx to keep up on that speed because they have to wait for another item from Sans. Even Cheo can't be part of the team fight because the team fight was so fast, everyone was already dead even before he struck that Spear of Destruction.
I think it really boils down to how do you achieve your win conditions here, and I think that Falcons AP Bren did it a lot better, hovering around Super Marco and forcing people towards FlapTZ's side, and I think that Fnatic Onyx may have made a mistake by focusing so much on mid prio that these plays were capable of coming out. Because, I mean, look at Falcons AP Bren's MVP, Super Marco, truly bulletproof here. 6-0 and 6.
It's an 864 GPM as well. It's on one of the higher leaderboards as well. If you take a look at his battle spells, he went for the Master Assassin. He knows that he wants to win his lane early against Cherway. Don't let Moskov get to the late game and we're fine. But even if he does, I've got a lot of tanky boys just to protect me when I'm just rushing in with my Lycan Pounce. And you can see a lot of these gameplays, there's always a very, very fine line between Fnatic Onyx coming in with a nice setup and then Falcons AP Bren just being very counteractive and clearing everyone up.
Yeah, and you knew that Super Marco actually took his time on getting those items because around 4 minutes, whenever there's a team fight, and even if Fnatic Onyx was winning that team fight, he didn't force to be part of the team fight because, again, as Drew said, he wanted to win that laning phase first. So there is no unnecessary, again, actions from Falcons AP Bren. It's just them knowing the win condition of their lineup and supporting each and everyone, even at the middle lane.
You know what I just noticed? Every single time the Way of the Dragon was hit, Minoan Fury comes in just to disrupt the Way of the Dragon. So it's just...
That's how Open actually plays the Minotaur, more of a counter
really team
play.
Fight. It's really team fight heavy. And I like the fact that like the Minotaur wasn't building any defensive items at all. His heals is his tankiness. You know what I mean? Like tankiness.
Yeah, I think that is the trend now for XP laners. If your tank, your pos 5, for example, on this game, Open, builds up something that is more on the sustain side, it means that the XP laner will soak in all the damage from the enemy team. So a juggle between equipments and what was very effective here for Falcons AP Bren.
I think the mid trio is going to be the big make it or break it for either one of these teams, to be perfectly honest, right? Because again, if they have a sacrificial lamp, it's going to be on Flap. But then when you have that vengeance, that one single battle spell instantly gives you 4 seconds of guaranteed I'm going to live, and I need my team to follow up, and that's when you see Few just going
and then Owen's like,
no, actually,
let's go!
I was very, very impressed with how FlapTZ plays with the Damas. Right from the get-go, he gets his power spike on level 2 or 3. After that, he just like cuts the wave down. So every single one of Fnatic was over on FlapTZ's lane, and he just completely disrupts any of these team fights down on the neutral objectives. The zonal potential that it brings from that Damas. I wasn't expecting the Damas at all. Debut pick. Why not?
Well, actually, FlapTZ is one of the greatest players, but yeah, one of the greatest play from this is that we have the highest KDA in Super Market, 10.25, and he's a gold laner on an assassin meta. What?
Yep. Personally, I think that if Super Marco decides to stop playing MLBB, he'll be a great businessman because his econ and his stats just keep going up, and up all day long.
Yeah, I never remember a game where Super Marco actually had like more than at least like 2 or 3 deaths.
Oh,
yeah. I don't remember like when the last time he actually died more than twice.
untouchable.
Kill me once, shame on me. Kill me twice, shame on you.
The only person who's allowed to kill me is me. But with that being said, that means that right now FCAP is currently at match point. Fnatic Onyx looking to scrap back, but only after this break. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Rose and I am still with Few and Kyle TZ from Falcon AP Bren, and right now we will be doing a segment of comfy seats. Okay, in your opinion, which team is the most consistent as of now and why? Ooh, why?
Because they dominate Malaysia server than the MSC.
Is it easy server?
No, because they win streak that.
Yes. What about for you?
Same.
Same. Same reasoning too?
Yeah, I think they're the most consistent because of their undefeated record.
Wow. Okay. Who has the best logo?
AP brand.
Wait, where is that?
Where's the Falcons AP brand?
For me, Team Liquid. Yeah. Because
Everyone is saying Liquid.
I'm a fan of Team Liquid before they even enter
ML. Okay. Kyle?
I think Liquid.
Liquid too?
Yeah, because they have a horse.
Liquid needs to start giving the players free jerseys. Okay, which player looks good wearing their team jersey?
Oni.
Who?
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Because he is handsome.
Because he's
Anything
handsome.
he wears, he's good.
Oh, it's the face that brings it. Kyle.
Yeah, I think Liquid. Sanford.
2 point for Sanford too.
Good. So, good face.
Good face. Which team do you think can cook the best?
Geek Fam.
Why? Why Geek Fam?
Because Baloy likes to eat. And he eats a lot because the food is good. Baloy is my friend.
For me, the Giants.
Why Red Giants? Kyle?
Because Yams always eat a lot.
You sure Yums eat a lot?
Yeah, because I see him eats a lot in buffet in Riyadh.
What does he?
He always eats steak.
In Riyadh?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
But do you think he can cook though?
Cook? Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
He can cook.
So if like, example, there's an international potluck where all the players and all the teams have to cook their own food, we will eat together. You're gonna eat Yum's cooking and you're going to eat Baloy's cooking.
Yes.
You think you're safe.
Yeah, I'm safe because
I think Baloy knows Philippine cuisine and Indonesia cuisine now.
You won't get food poisoning?
No, because Malaysian food is good.
Okay.
So you trust Yums and you trust Baloy.
Trust them.
So that is it for Comfy Seats. Thank you so much to Few and Kyle Teasy.
Thank you.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, MLBB Season 5 of the APAC region. Currently, match point for Falcons AP Brent, as Fnatic Onyx are scrambling to figure out how to equalize this matchup between the two. We're going to be jumping into draft shortly from now, but introducing your casters for this match, it's going to be Churros as well as Chantel. Please, what are the adaptations for this upcoming game?
Probably for Fnatic Onyx, don't open up again the Shujin, because it's something that they cannot really counter out if they give out other heroes like Minotaur. Or you'll see it later, by the way, that the Minotaur will be banned here from Fnatic Onyx side, meaning that they're okay in opening up the Shujin, but is not good on heroes that is more on the sustain side that also has the crowd control.
Yeah, the way that Few specifically uses that Juicin to just zone out and create a lot of space is a huge problem for Fnatic Onyx. Knowing how Keyboy likes to rotate around, he likes to get in close and personal with the jungles, especially before level 2. It creates a lot of pressure onto him. So when you use that Juicing and when you use a very, very heavy crowd control, heavy roam or tank, it creates a lot of opportunity for that first blood advantage, and then you snowball the early game into that late. So we're jumping in, and like you said, the Juicing will be on the chopping block alongside Minotaur, so no repeat picks from Falcon's AP brand. But then again, Falcon's AP brand choosing to ban out the Link and the Chip, no changes whatsoever.
It seems pretty standard from this point onwards, and I think that Fnatic Onic definitely have to respect the composition we saw from Falcon's AP brand in the previous matchup, so denying those 2 picks is going to be one step in the Grandmaster clan. But the truth is, what is that first pick going to be if not Zas? Because we've seen teams kind of adapt it, right? Like, I want, Chewe to be the guy this time.
Oh, actually, they're banning out every single one of the heroes that they faced up in the previous game.
This is very interesting from Fnatic Onyx side. Probably a Moscow.
Moscow first pick is possible.
Yeah,
it's
but
very highly possible.
But there's a high chance that they'll get Moscow anyway for Fnatic Onyx. So right now, probably a Hayabusa. Again, for Fnatic Onyx on this one.
Yeah,
because Zas has been banned.
Or the Arlot. You could always go for the Arlot first pick as well. I mean, Fnatic Onyx has had success with that. Or you could very well go into maybe even the Julian. No, the Fanny would be the first pick. It's very, very risky play. Very, very risky.
They used Fanny, by the way, when they played up against YRG the other day, and they played splendidly. It's as if they memorized already how to play, with Kyrie not being part of the team fight, and then eventually finishing off each and every one from the other team. So, if you're Falcons AP Bren, the good counter for this is, remember when the Light played against a Fanny using the Cho? Could be one, it could be a Kaja, something like that, but it's gonna be too early if they pick those heroes already. So could be a Terizla again, maybe a Barrett's even for a Falcons AP Bren. So Moscow could good hero here for Falcons AP Bren. Kufra.
The classic. The classic. I think that Fnatic Onic, like in Yeb's mind, the fact that they first picked this Fanny, he's putting Kyrie on the chopping block. He wants Falcon's AP Bren to pivot in their draft, right? To confirm that they can shut down this Fanny, allowing some of the side laners to have a better time, right? Now that Falcon's AP Bren have that Kufra, it does give us a bit of an indicator that pickoffs are going to be a big part of the early game.
You know what, Vix? Valentina is actually a nice hero for Fnatic Onyx, since they could also get that ultimate from the Kufra. And it's gonna be Valentina here, and Grok. I thought it sounded like Alpha.
It's a lot of comfort picks coming up from Fnatic Onyx. I would argue that maybe a Lilia would be better, because you know you're going to be playing on the back foot. But Falcon's AP Bren is picking up the Alpha, so
Same with
signals
game
to me very, very strong early game, especially within the jungle regions. They want to provide a lot of space and time for Super Marco to get in position, get his core items before committing to any of these big fights. So I think doubling down on a lot of these marksmen or gold laners would be a very, very viable option. Harith is already banned out. I think if Fnatic Onyx doesn't really ban out, if Falcons AP Brand want to, they could ban out the carry or even the Claude as well.
Nice ban for Fnatic Onyx here.
I don't know if this is a winning ban, though. I feel like Falcon's AP Brand have a significant advantage walking into this. The fact that they've already got the Moskov and they're already banning like the S-tier picks in the gold lane is really going to start pinching on CW. So the real question is, what combination do they want with CW to get over that finish line? We see the Terizla ban. I think that the Vexana ban is okay because they're going to be consistently fighting for mid-prio, but it's Grok, right? And he's great at helping slow laners to clear the waves.
So they ban out the Louis. I won't be surprised if Falcon's AP Brand actually get the Julian for this game. Because
mid-lane Julian.
Yeah, mid-lane Julian, because if Fnatic Onyx is to get a carry or even a Beatrix, it could be a good target for them.
Yeah,
it's going to be a Julian here
Julian.
for Falcon's AP Brand.
Aggressive mid duo, I think.
Wow.
I think it works out very, very well because you're pairing up the mid lane trio. You got the Alpha, Julian, and the Kufra. You know when Fanny's buff is going to be online. You just sit around that buff, wait for Kyrie to come in position, then just pounce on her. But the Lapu will be picked up far the side of Lutpi. The last pick will be the gold laner. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Ruby because they played the Ruby gold lane before.
Yeah. So could be a Ruby or Beatrix actually. Oh,
That's a carry.
that's carry. So it is a type of a marksman which is more on the mobile side of things. Probably because for the lineup of Falcons AP Bren, as long as this carry is able to dodge that bouncing ball, it will be a lot easier for him to shred even a Julian, even the Alpha. But it's gonna be an Arlot, so a lot of heavy setup plays here for Falcons AP Bren. And if you were to ask me, I'm gonna go with the Falcon AP Bren's hero composition. Early game, burst damage. It will be a lot easier for few actually to give space to Kyle TZ and vice versa.
I think I have to agree with Chantal. I think Falcons AP Brand have won the draft clearly, and I think, you know, both compositions want to do the exact same thing. They want to bulldoze through their opponents, right? It's not about taking space, it's about diving hard and winning the first interaction as soon as both of these teams meet. Good luck, because I think that Gilak Sanz has a lot on his plate if he wants to turn this game around for Fnatic Onyx.
Well, thank you, Gideon, for your analysis, but before we let you go, what do you think the play is for Fnatic Onyx, knowing that now Falcons AP Brand one game away from solidifying the win?
I think that Sans and as well as Keyboy have to do God's work in the mid lane, push it out as fast as possible, and honestly cut off resources, and most importantly, stop the pathways of reinforcements from AP Brand.
Now we're loading into the Land of Dawn, but we'll have a little bit of time more to talk about this draft. But, you know, El Clasico again, Falcons, for Nox draft, I always like to say they always like to pick like these innovative heroes, but they don't really like to play very, very thick heroes. I think that was one of the downfalls. And prioritizing this Fanny, your only target now going into this matchup is that Moskov. But you know that Moskov, maybe once you get ahead, you're going to be buying that win of nature. You're going to be denying those kills. If you get a little bit too close, that's the knockback spear. You're going to have a very, very tough time. And if you're Kyrie, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, definitely for Kyrie, in my mind right now, I have to say to Kiboy that, hey Kiboy, use your Guardian's Barrier to delay all the minion wave so that the players of Falcons AP Bren are forced to be a little step closer to that to our area. So the area of or the perimeter of teamfight will be leaning towards our side, because if they just let those minion waves flow on FCAP side, definitely they will be the ones delaying them.
I totally agree. I think using the Nature's Barrier to slow down the minion waves, especially in the earlier stages of the game, is going to be very, very key here, because that way the minions are closer towards your tower. You don't have to take unfavorable trades, and if we see Falcons AP Brand try to break that early on, they're going to be walking away with no regenerate, maybe even a battle spell.
And when Kyrie is at level 4, since majority of the players are very deep for Falcons AP Bren, that's where Kyrie can go for maybe a First Blood, or even use force them to use the Flicker or any spell prior a turtle team fight.
Now, the interesting thing about Fnatic Onyx composition is that whoever generates a lead in their lane, whether it be a life deficit, whether it be a level deficit, then they call in Kyrie to go for that dive, because this comp is not very good at playing from behind. It needs to generate some form of flexibility in their lanes, assuming that they win it.
Yeah, I think it's easier said than done, but let's shift our attention over to Sans. Now, the Valentina, let's do some theory crafting. Knowing the entire draft of FCAP, they don't really have a lot of useful quote-unquote ultimates that Valentina could actually use. So how do you want to play around this Valentina?
I think... Well, that's going to be a little tough here. I think that it's going to be around that final slash here, because honestly, if they had the shortcut like Chip does, man, this game would be so different.
Fun fact, Chip is 100% banned out every single game in the group stages.
Except
just
one
gone.
time.
Except one time.
It was leaked out and their team won.
So currently, guys, Chip is at 100% win rate.
But for one game.
For one game. But it means that you don't have to let Chip pass during the draft. But
Super Marco.
Who? On a Moskov?
Moskov's 0% win rate, so if any game, Fnatic could very well take this one. He's not having a good time with the Moskov.
It's very related or relative to our game, because the Super Marco is using Moskov for this game. Is this the game that will break that 0% for his Moskov? This will be the third time. If he wins this, it's 1 divided by 3.
He would be at a 33% win rate.
Thank you, Gideon.
33%.
Don't worry, the Type C in me has got the math down for you guys.
The Type C.
All right, but looking at the composition one more time, I feel like if we have to make the comparison of would I rather a Moskov or would I rather the carry, I'm leaning more towards that Moskov despite the abysmal win rate.
Yeah. You have a lot more range, especially since you have that passive as well. It's really difficult for a carry to play this, and CW really needs a lot of time. Considering that you both have the same item builds, it could be possible and arguable that carry could build the Thunder Belt. So you're playing towards that late game, but then again, that disrupts your farm just a little bit because you're sacrificing attack damage and attack speed for a little bit of early game or to late game defense.
Yeah, and it's also nice thing to have the Moskov up against Stefani because of the Spear of Misery, right? So it's an added defense for him whenever there is a possible threat from Kyrie. It's more of him saving himself, like the usual Brody and Fanny type of love-hate relationship.
Oh, actually, we're jumping into the game. Thank you, Gideon, for the breakdown. But ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the game. The Land of Dawn, El Clasico, potentially the last game for AFCAP on the red. Kyrie starting up the blue side. Actually, both junglers are starting with the purple.
Probably for Kiboy, I'm expecting him to be on the other side of the map, but they're sorting out the players from Falcon Super Brand. So again, for this one, you can see Super Marco on this Purify. So this is going to be kind of detrimental because again, we have a Diver Assassin for Fnatic Onyx on Kyrie's hands. So if there's going to be a Flicker Wild Charge from Kiboy, then definitely you have to do something on that.
An early Purify from Chiawei. Ogwin hits the mark just right, but Fnatic Onyx honestly having a very good start in the early game because you know how Falcons AP Brand likes to play. They're always very aggressive in the early game. Few, by the skin of his teeth, gets out just in time in the mid side. It was very, very close.
And it's something that is very threatful if you're Few because as much as possible, you want to be at level 4 already.
Level 3 actually. Power Spike comes in level 3.
Yeah, and even for Ogwin, he was the one to get that 2 minion wave or minion piece for Falcons AP Brand. So it means that the usual pattern of a mid laner has been disrupted here for a few. So for Fnatic Onyx, they're up on the lead, 600 on this game. And this is going to be an interesting matchup for the XP lane. We have Lapu Lapu against an Arlot. Very different because the other one is setting up a front while the Lapu Lapu dives in to set up a play at the back lane. So there might be a confusion as to where they will go for a team fight. But yeah, this is where the barrier is now being effective for Fnatic Onyx. We see Kiboy slowing out the minion wave because Sans is at the top lane and he could be a level 4 prior to this turtle.
Yeah, that being said, Falcons AP Brand actually starting to zone out for that turtle. Few already got power spike. KLTZ gets the retribution. Few getting stunned up. There might be a follow-up from the side of Fanak. Few able to walk away. He uses Enchant Sword to just get out of the way. And Ogwin taking a lot of heavy damage, chip damage. Flap TZ forced to use a flicker, get over the Garden's barrier. Both will be safe, but the trade goes over to Falcons AP Brand. Getting that turtle will be significant, gunning through the late game.
Yeah, and we could see actually for Fnatic Onyx, they're still lacking on the burst damage. Despite using all the ultimates that could be on the upper hand against Falcons AP Brand. So expect later on that Kyrie will be part of the team fight because earlier he was still securing his purple buff, right? It's like a mini game. As long as there is a purple buff continuously for Kyrie, things will be okay for Fnatic. Oh, wait!
No, he's immune. He's got the iframes. He'll get out safe. Pop a little bit of the emo for disrespect. I think Fnatic Onyx are playing a very, very different game. They're the same animal, different beasts. And speaking of beasts, Kyrie unleashes it onto Super Marco. Won't be enough to take him out, but a wall charge up top, out that map. Kiboy taking a lot of damage, a little bit too much. He goes down for first blood, missing the Tyrant's Revenge. Ogwin will not be able to take out Sands, and they get out safe. Falcons AP Brand with a very, very defensive play, and that's them getting on top of the economy charts.
Yeah, that is very, very crucial for Fnatic Onyx. We can see those fast plays.
Yeah, actually I can see this forever, the hand cam, but hold on a second, Ogwin catching Kyrie out of the orange buff, unable to use the steel cables, get out of the way. Squaresbear blocks all of them down. KLTZ already used the Spear of Alpha, to not be able to get out of the way. He goes down as well.
But right now, things are looking good for Falcons AP Brand. They were able to take down, well, they tied during that sequence of events because it was Kyrie and KLTC both down, but wait, middle lane.
Oh, it's a wild charge. Down goes Few. The Falcons AP Brand are on the defensive block. Fnatic Onyx is really ramping up the tempo. I think this fanny pick is really working out well for them, even though Kyrie suffered a death.
By the way, Kari already has the Blade of Hephaestus for this game, so expect penetration. Oh!
Sans actually gets slain by Flap. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Open down at the bottom side. He won't get a lot of health left. Kyrie swings and dashes. He will take that kill. And Falcons AP Brand, here comes Few, trying to get a lot more zone potential down that Turtle pit. It's a very precarious situation. Turtle at a third. Kyrie getting zoned out, will not be able to get the retribution down, but there we go. Keyboy gets taken down by Few. And Falcons AP Brand, they're still staying afloat. They're still threading the water.
Okay, during that last team fight, the Falcons AP Brand was just all over the place. They disrupted the pattern of Kyrie.
Kyrie actually off the camera. I saw his hand cam. He actually went over onto Few. He gets taken down. Oakland having a rough time, taking a lot of chunk damage from Sans.
That's one clear vision you have because you've been casting looking at the hand cam.
Yeah.
And at the same time looking at the game.
Who wouldn't look at the hand cam of Kyrie?
Right.
Speaking of which, you got Flapteezy getting locked down. Oakland using bouncing ball to get out of the way. A little bit of a precarious situation for Flapteezy. Will get taken out by CW. And it's a 1-for-1 situation down the bottom side. Falcons AP Brand continuing the rampage. They know it's a trade for a trade. It's as Scrappy gets. Whatever comes their way, they are going to fight it. Now their eyes are set on the T1 down bot.
Everything is as messy as it should be with this Assassin Heroes for both the Fnatic Onyx and Falcons AP Brand. Every opportunity that they have, they get. If they can get a kill at the bottom lane, they will do. And if they can take a turret, they will take. So for Fnatic Onyx, what they need to do is slow things a bit because Chewe has to keep up with the setup plays. As long as Chewe is going to be part of the team fight, then it's better for them because Chewe is now a 2-0. By the way, he is at the lead in terms of gold farm. Next is Super Marco. Just hundreds of lead here for Chewe, but at the same time, this is Akari we're talking about. And for me, Akari doesn't go wrong in longer games, or maybe even if he has that early game win. So looking at the itemization as well, very, very on point for both teams, but for Flapteezy, that is already the Thunder Belt, so expect more pokes from Flapteezy later on.
Oh, actually, Few takes a lot of damage, but will not connect onto Kyrie. But the Turtle getting started up, pushing over the side of blue. Fnatic Onyx has control over the Turtle. Kyrie making a desperate attempt over the side there. Ramping up, he's springing up for the jump, but Oakland doesn't want to commit onto anything. The zone out, it's a 4v3 situation. Kyrie will get that Turtle. The SOD connects, and here comes Super Marco. Oh man, it's taking a lot of damage. But Oakland from the back line, their eyes are set on them. But Keyboard on the other hand, it's a roam for a roam.
Okay. Keyboy is going to be the target here. It's going to be against two players.
Oh, he's actually tanking so much. He's still alive. Though. Oh, he's just wasting Super Marco's time. He's just playing hide and seek. But on the mid side, Kawatizi taking a lot of damage. He will fall. But Flapteezy uses the final slash to buy time for Few to come in to get that damage down to shut CW down. And Flapteezy using Vengeance in and getting out of harm's way. And Falcons AP Bren, I don't know. Very, very tight this game. They're just trading blows left, right, and center, Chantel.
I don't even know where to look now. There was a team
just everywhere.
Yeah, they were looking for a Keyboy.
Wait, did Keyboy actually go down?
Keyboy, I didn't even notice
because
of the camera angle change. Yeah, sorry, guys. But last thing I remember is that Super Marco is targeting him. But I believe that he was able to escape the threat because it was too long here for Keyboy. He was not killed.
Oh, yeah. Keyboard was killed by Julian, so Few
but it
actually
was
took that
around
kill.
4 minutes, though.
Oh, 4 minutes ago.
It's already,
okay.
It was actually, the early part of the game.
Oh, Keyboard was just doing gods.
Yeah.
Just playing hide and go seek. Super Marco was like, nah, I'm just not going to waste time because
it was a successful buy time.
It was a bait. It was a huge bait.
Okay, guys, I'm taking all the damage. Super Marco is here. Go ahead. He'll take me and take everyone else, says Keyboy to his teammates. So, but interesting enough, Fnatic Onyx won the team fight, but Falcons AP Brand is still on the lead. That is because of the split pushes that Super Marco has been doing. Look at the map right now, Churros. For Falcons AP Brand, they were able to destroy the upper lane turret and even the bottom lane turret. It means that in terms of objective taking and map control, it is actually Falcons AP Brand on the lead, which is very effective for them. Now, the question, boss, is who is going to take
this Lord, because this is going to be a very crucial one, and probably whoever wins this Lord takes the mid lane turret, which is needed to defend those purple buffs.
I don't know about you, but if I'm a Fanny player, I don't want to go straight for the objectives. I want to wait for my team to really get set up,
Yeah.
because the side lanes are the keys to victory, right? I want to get that split pushes. I want to split that team fight opportunity apart, but then the iframes coming in, Ogwen jumps a little bit too deep into the jungle. Garden's Bear will not lock him down, and now it's
The Lord Dance.
again to the Lord Dance, getting the reset again and again. They want to know where Kyrie is at all times before they make a desperate attempt for that Lord. But now, since they're staying afloat, 500 gold lead, it's not much of a difference. They're neck and neck at this point.
Yeah, actually, what's really nice for Falcons April Brand, it was very effective for them, is having Ogun wait for the previous fighter first before using the bouncing ball. So it's as if they're zoning out Loot P whenever he will dive in. So there is deduction already in terms of the resources that Fnatic Onyx has. So 7-8 is the score. Again, this is going to be a long Lord dance. But with the position of Falcons AP Bren, they might get the upper hand because Super Marco can clear the minion wave. Okay, more pokes, more pokes.
Yeah,
Nothing serious, or this might be no, nothing serious.
No. The concealed play will amount up to nothing, but the wall charge would try to deny them area control over that Lord. Kyrie would pick up that one. Nice little zone out from Keyboy. Final slash won't hit and connect onto Flat TZ. No kills as of now, but Falcons AP Brand, this looks like they broken down the T1s up top and bottom, but they aren't able or not committed to a lot of these fights, especially down the neutral objectives. Lord marching down the top side. What do you do now if you're Falcons AP Brand? Do you just take it in the face, or do you want to go ham and try to get that barrage in?
You want to force a team fight while Kyrie is using this purple buff, or you might not want to cut that lane from the Lord. So everything's looking good for Fnatic Onyx. Why? Because during that Lord team fight, there was a minion wave in the middle lane that was literally flowing for the team, almost as if they were to take that middle lane. So Falcons AP Bren, it's more on the minion wave management, because earlier Super Marco was at the Polo lane, but it is now destroyed. So Falcons AP Bren, it's more of securing the objectives against Fnatic Onyx, because they can set up a play against them.
We're just shifting gears. They know the Lord is marching on up top side. Keyboy, Garden Barrier try to keep everyone at bay, but they don't want to make a move just as of yet. The Spirit of Alpha goes in. Wall charge starts to play. Kyrie comes in for the sweep of our back line. Keyboy just as narrowly escapes with the skin of his teeth. It's 2 down for both sides. The Lord already crashed wide open, but it's a huge win for Fnatic Onyx with a 5k Lord advantage.
Yeah, that's true. And all their minion waves are actually flowing. But I gotta say, for Falcons AP Bren, it's a good thing that we're able to take down Chewa during that moment. So Kyrie is on a roll now, looking at the instant replay. There was a nice Guardian's Barrier from Keyboy, yes. But look at that wild charge to counter out that setup. Yes, Chef's Kiss for Keyboy.
And Kyrie just cleaning up shop. He knows how much he can take because of the energy that he has. But the Spirit of Destruction actually lands, but Keyboy didn't go down. I think Super Marco was trying to be a little bit more passive on that front. And now Falcons AP Brent a little bit, okay.
I heard
play.
conceal. So it's just them trying to take this turret at the middle lane, but they know the potential, or they know Fnatic Onyx, they know that they need to defend this one out. Again, it's gonna be a long game. I'm not sure if this will be an 18-minute game, maybe a 20. We don't know, because no one's willing to be defeated in a team fight.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx playing checkers, Falcons AP Brent's playing chess. It's a different game, but yet again the same game.
Halfway.
Let's take a look at them build, since we have a little bit of staring time down here. Chantal, what can you tell us about this?
Wow, we have the same itemization for the Gold Raiders. So they have the nature, we have the Demon Hunter sword. So it's more of the positioning now for our Gold Raiders, and even how Ogwen and Keyboy will protect. So here's the thing now. The Kufra is more of a displacement type of setup wherein he could jump and set up a play for Falcons AP Brand, right? For Fnatic Onyx, it's more of stopping current
situations. Flap! Oh man, Flap, unfortunate he gets caught in. He missed his final slash, and Falcons AP Brand, they're playing on the back foot. The Garden's Baron doing a good job zoning everyone out. So is Sans. The damage onto Kyle TZ will trap him in. Enough time for Kyrie to pick up this Lord, or actually CW from the back line. Loopy playing with fire. He goes down, but it does not matter because the trade goes in. But Falcons AP Brand, they have another plan. Look at where Few is on the top side. The trading blows left, right, and center. So calculated, so methodical in this game.
And what's good for Falcons AP Brand is that even though Fnatic Onyx was able to take that Lord, they are the ones trying to invade the buff, which they actually get against Fanny. But the fast and quickest way for Kyrie to balance things out is the purple buff on Falcons AP Brand's side. It's up to Few to defend that buff, but definitely he has to because Fnatic Onyx has the Lord in the top lane.
Yeah, 1v1 Few and Kyrie won't amount up to anything. Yeah, won't amount up to anything. But what I want to say is that economy is still neck and neck at this point. There's no really large disparity, but Keyboard sourcing for a little bit more information as of this point. They know that the Lord is going down, but they want to try to take as much resources as they can. The mid lane T2 still standing up strong, and that is Fnatic Onyx way in. Oh, the Lord actually makes a detour down into the jungle.
Yeah, I think the Lord is looking for Nasi Lemak.
Nasi Lemak. Now that we're in Kuala Lumpur, but then okay, they managed to crack open the T2, so Falcons AP Brand only has their T3 to be on a defensive front. The good thing is, with the Moscow, with Super Marco, you're able to have decent wave clear. And Fnatic Onyx, they're not giving out without a fight. It might be one game over Falcons AP Brand, but Fnatic Onyx, they're looking hella strong.
Yeah, that's true. And even Sans, by the way, Sans is being the bait on a team fight. Remember, there was a time wherein Ogun went in for the Titan's Rage, but because of the pure... from the start, he used the Purify first before baiting with Sans for team fight.
Oh, they get disrupted. Final slash won't amount to anything. Sans goes low. Loopy on the backside. Flap TZ goes down. CW as well. It's Falcons AP Brand's wind on the side. But here comes Kyrie. He won't be able to do much. He gets caught out by 4. And Falcons AP Brand, they're starting up the tempo strong. They're going for the aggression. They want to cycle them, and they want to end this T2 right now. Again, the economy neck and neck is shifting towards Falcon AP Brand's favor.
Nice team fight for Falcons AP Brand during that moment, but also nice barrier for Kiboy earlier. A bit of delay on that push on the middle lane, but Falcons AP Brand successfully taking that one. And the Fnatic Onyx, you have 8 seconds before Sans is going to be part of the team fight.
Wait.
Whoa,
okay, Keyboy pops the immortality. He might be able to go down over here.
It is the place there.
Bought his time just a little bit to breathing time. Now
breathing time for everyone.
I don't know if you can see us on the casting desk. We're all like just sweating and panicking right now.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think both of these teams, they are not giving up without a fight. The 5 seconds till the Lord spawns. Falcon AP Brand desperately needs this if they want to shove the wave down. They're 3K gold ahead. This is... Trust me, this is the biggest lead that both of these teams have so far.
Yeah, it's kind of hard also for Kyrie to go for that Lord steal because he doesn't have the purple buff. As to why Falcons AP Brand is going for that fast Lord take as they take the Lord on this game. And Falcons AP Brand now on the lead. Supermark on the lead, even on the itemization. We have Queen Swings on 2 players of Falcons AP Brand. But for Fnatic Onyx, again, we have the immortality for Keyboy as long as there is a nice wall charge, probably to counter out that setup play from Owen, and it will be okay for Fnatic Onyx. They have the kit for the clearing of Minion Wave. They have Sans at 0-10, by the way. Just 1 kill that he didn't touch for this game.
Yeah, take a look at the gold grab. It was heavily favoring... Oh, now it's actually heavily favoring the side of Falcons AP Brand. Sure, Fnatic Onyx had a very large time frame where they had the lead, but it was not significant. There's like pretty much 500, 600 gold lead. This is insignificant, but right now Falcons AP Brand, they have so much disparity over onto Fnatic Onyx. Lord marching down the mid side, T3 down top lanes being barraged on by Super Marco. You want to clear this up. You want to take down all T3s, but on the bottom side, they took down Kyrie. This is the opening that they've been waiting for. It's a 4v5 situation going in. No, Few actually goes down in the process as well, but Falcons AP Brand, they still have that Lord. They might want to go for the throw. Oh! Flap! Chasing with a huge final slash. Went on the backside with the Tyrant's Revenge. Super Marco focusing on the throne. And they tear the Sky Kings from the skies. Once again, a 2-0 sweep for Falcons AP Bren.
What a sweep! Falcons AP Bren. And in this rematch, it's still Falcons AP Bren winning that game. What a nice team fight from there. And I know that Gideon has a lot to say on that last game.
I mean, what else can I say about it? Falcons AP Bren, they continue to show why they are just a league above the rest. And I think that Fnatic Onyx has a couple of things to work on here. Very greedy lineup in the draft.
Yeah.
They're hoping to be flexible and very focused around making plays. But when FCAP, they just completely brick wall you from making any of these cool plays.
I just want to add, like, the way that Falcon AP Brand was able to extend the goal lead was just so methodical, it was so clinical. Once they get the lead, they're just clinging on. They just keep extending every single time. And for the side of Fnac, I'm not putting them down, but it was so hard for them to really extend the lead that they have. It was so hard the entirety of this game.
Yeah, it was extremely difficult. But with that being said, I mean, I'm curious to know what they have to say themselves. Falcons AP Bren, I got to know what's the secret sauce. Kolios, please find out for us.
What a clean sweep from the Falcon AP Bren. And Flap, it's a very tight game. Can you tell us the story between the game number 1 and 2?
I think the game number 1, we farmed really well and we got them early on and we won the game 1 because we're so like, yes, we won game 1 because we are so well fed and we have many lead against Onyx. And the game number 2 was hard because of the funny split pushing and we can't do anything about that. So we tried our best to pick off Chewe and apparently we got him. So we win.
Yeah, but on the last MSC, you guys didn't get to meet Onyx because they are not continue to the playoff stage, right? And now you guys meet Onyx again. And what do you think after the M5? Because your last meet up is on the M5 Grand Final. Is there any improvement from the Onyx side?
Yes, I think there's a lot of improvement with Onyx, but I think there's more room for improvement.
And later on, you guys are gonna playing on the playoff. Who is the team that you guys need to beware of?
I think Selangor Red Giants because we still haven't beaten them yet.
Yeah, because last time on MSC Grand Final, you guys meet each other and you guys hope that you guys get the revenge on the SPS. Okay, so best of luck, Flap, for the playoff and congratulations for the winning. And casters, I think you have to wrap the match. So casters, take it right away.
Thanks. Once again, we're going to be wrapping this up with Falcons AP Bren, MVP of this match, going over to Super Marco once again. Bulletproof, untouched, I mean, I could put a bunch of synonyms on this.
He's bulletproof because he went in for the rose gold, went in for the wind of nature. Come at me, I have all the defensive items that I need.
The positioning that he has throughout the entirety of this game, he's got the SOD hit onto multiple times, multiple team fights, but he's very very patient. He knows when to go in, when to not go in and try to continue on that split push. I think it's just fighting the Fanny. You really need to be able to hunker down the long lane, make sure that you maintain the lane priority, because Fnatic Onyx on the mid stage of that game, the Fanny was doing so much work and Kyrie was making all the lanes push into FCAP's side, so they had a chance. But Super Marco, they know that they don't really need to win this. Team fights, they just need to maintain the position.
Yeah, actually, looking at the highlights, you could see how great Super Marco is when kiting in a very intense team fight. His doing free hits, but at the same time positioning himself into a better position against Fnatic Onyx. One reason is because, again, there is a Fanny for Fnatic Onyx, but at the same time, because of almost no information as to where he is, it's very difficult to face up against him.
I think that Falcons AP Brand, as long as they play the traditional front to back, it's really, really tough, right? Because the main way to, well, quote unquote, deal with Super Marco is to put him very, very low and then let Kyrie do the rest. That's why we saw Lutpi actually pick up on this Lapu, but he wasn't able to get as much done as we would have liked. Once the mid game passed, he just got outscaled.
Yeah, that's true. And looking at the items, actually, oh, okay, it was a very long fight, by the way, 18 minutes, and it was very intense. And I really like the itemization here for Few. It's just really burst. If in case his target wasn't finished off, there are other players from Falcons AP brand that will finish him off or finish it off.
Now, I think Kyrie's build is very interesting because he's got the NTQ res, he's got the Queen's Wings as well. So he's looking to stay in the fight a lot longer than usual. But for a Fanny, you sort of are limited by the energy that you have as well. So it's a little bit difficult for that. But he's been doing a very good job trying to split push his way through as well.
Yeah, and even here, looking at the object, it's pretty much balanced out statistics for both teams. It's more on which team has the better kit on longer team fights. Again, for Kiboy, after the wall charge, that's it. Now for Ogwen, if the Titan's Rage isn't on point, he still has that bouncing ball. So again, speaking of Ogwen, what's good for them is that he waits for the ultimate first, the bravest fighter from Loopy, before using the bouncing ball. So it's as if, okay, we single out Loopy. If it dives in, let's finish him off. Then there's no added physical damage for Fnatic Onyx, right? So that's the edge for Falcons AP brand. They can zone players if Fnatic Onyx wants to set up a play against them.
I think that overall, this really just boils down to the draft, right? Because if we're looking at all these statistics, the only reason why the Fnatic was able to get to this position was the fact that Kyrie was able to split push, right?
Yeah.
And I think that FCAP, what's beautiful about their composition is that they can engage one by one, but they can also use that as a means to an end. They can force mistakes onto Fnatic, but Fnac's draft doesn't allow them to force mistakes onto FCAP. They have to wait for FCAP to make the initial positioning mistake.
Well, to add fuel to the fire, FCAP is taking everything as they go. In the mid trio, I don't know if you noticed, in the middle of the game, they were just moving together wherever they are in the jungle. They're just leaving Super Marco alone to just do his thing. FlapTZ tags along, and wherever basically Keyboy steps in a wrong position, he's just punished for it.
Yeah, that's true. And that is because of the nature also of the lineup of Falcons AP brand. You have three heroes that could juggle in between team fights. You have Arlot, you have Alpha, and even the Scooper. So for Few and Super Marco, it's easier for them to kite. Okay, I'll use my my ultimate, but I have three players zoning out players from Falcons AP brand. Well, for Fnatic rather, what they do is you have Kyrie dealing damage against them, but if they move forward, they have no other choice but to continue moving forward. There's no in between. When we do team fight, they want to finish it off as early as possible. Not like for Falcons AP brand, they can escape if they have an error in executing a team fight.
I mean, let's look at the gold at EXP grab, because this really tells the story really well. In the earlier stages of the game, Fnatic Onyx were finding very minor EXP leads here and there in trade for some of that gold. But eventually, once we got past that 10-minute mark, that's where we really saw Falcons AP brand. Once the Trinity build was complete by Super Marco, he really makes the difference in these fights. Those SODs being able to say, hey, see you later, CW. I'ma go and farm somewhere else.
Yeah. I think that is also in part where Kyrie was just able to just free farm on the side lanes.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of the game, FCAP was just all 5 members coagulate together because they know they want to win all these team fights. Once they split up, that's where Kyrie can just punish you. And I think they do it very well. They were able to read Kyrie very well. And the fact that, like, okay, let's just send Few on the offside because Few has escape mechanisms. We don't want to risk Super Marco. And especially so because this was just an incredible game overall. Like, both teams just played their hearts out.
Yep,
That's
they really
true.
did. They really did. I think this was a very good taste of what is to come later down the line, personally. I think that maybe even, like, I don't know if the brackets are going to be, like, in a convenient spot. These teams might just meet each other once more. But That's just me. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to see what the playoffs have to offer for everybody out there. And thus concludes our very final match here of the group stages of the Challenge Finals. How do you guys feel about it? You've made it to one part of the finish line. Well, the what do they call it? Like the water break for a marathon? There's an official name. I cannot.
It's a water break.
Yeah, the water break point.
Yeah, as happy and excited as I am going into the playoffs, it's very hard to say goodbye to some of the teams. Only six teams from both Group A and Group B will be able to make it to the playoffs, and we have to say bye to 6.
Yeah, we have to say bye to so many, but the ones that we don't have to say bye to is Fnatic Onic. We're going to get their statement here with the help of Kolios. Please, what do they have to say?
And now I'm with Lutfi. Lutfi, what happened? Why you guys didn't get your revenge on this series? Kenapa nih gagal untuk dapetin balas dendamnya nih di seri ini?
Apa ya? Mungkin ya mereka terlalu kuat aja sih.
They are too strong on that series, right? But later on, you guys are gonna meet again on the playoff, right? Are you still confident that you can beat the Falcon Epi brand? Kan kalian bakal ketemu lagi di playoff, kayak kalian tuh masih pede nggak sih untuk bisa ngalahin mereka banget?
Pede banget buat ngalahin mereka sih, kayak tunggu aja lantar di playoff.
So they are really very confident to beat Falcon Epi brand on the playoff if they meet each other. Is it because Sans didn't take a bath before? Apa karena Sans gak mandi sebelumnya, makanya kalian kalah?
Enggak.
Oh, no. So Sans take a shower before. Okay, so let's get back to the casters.
So we can confirm that Sans did take a shower, in a matter of fact, which probably attributed to why they lost. They washed away all the luck.
They've been winning the other day. They almost won against the YRG. So they washed away the luck, all those strength. So in the playoffs, those 3 days of playoffs, does it mean that Sans won't take a bath for 3 days? I don't know. We're not sure. It's for us to find out.
Well, it's possible. But it's so interesting to see like different strategies and metas coming out from a lot of the other regions as well. Like Indo is able to beat Malaysia for one game, and then Malaysians are able to beat down the Filipino strategies as well. So I think it creates a lot of nice little storylines and tidbits there and through.
I'm just glad that there aren't just 2 dominating teams for the world stage. That's what I've been in the Mobile Legends competitive scene for a long time, so it's great to see that all these powerhouses are kind of shuffling around.
Yeah. Hopefully, NIP Flash actually makes it out of their groups and into the playoffs, because it's gonna be a tough situation.
Look, the day
I'll call them and ask like what flight you're on.
Hey,
if
look,
you're actually not, but this was the breakdown of today.
Yep. If the day that happens is the day that the ringgit is going to be equivalent to the USD. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh my God.
With Stream A schedule, we are done. To recap the day, it was Falcons AP brand up against Rebellion, 2-1 in their favor. Big Trombetta unfortunately could not get a game off of the homeboys in a 2-0 victory for them. And of course, the final game of today, where FCAP once again just showing why they deserve to be on a world stage once again. Well, currently, Stream B, they are still playing their very final game, and this is between Smart Omega and as well as See You Soon. Unfortunately, both of these teams don't make it into the playoffs, so if you're looking for a good time, head over to Stream B. But to recap their day, Smart Omega unfortunately dropping their games over to Fnatic Onic, putting Fnatic Onic in a pretty decent position. But let's look at Stream C. They have already concluded.
Actually, the casters have a little banter going on. Which stream will end first? And we all know.
You know what? For the straight 3 days of our group stages, it's always Stream B that ends up late. Sorry guys.
Too bad. Sucks to be them, right? They're the Stream B. They keep calling themselves the best stream to end late.
Yeah,
that's
I know where you're going from. Yeah,
you get it.
Yeah.
But with that being said, let's have a quick look at the current standings.
Wait, that's a 3-way tie, isn't it? For Group A?
Homeboys.
So we'll have to check on the head-to-head, right?
This is the final one. And let me explain to the viewers out there how we deal with tiebreakers here. First, they're going to be looking towards the points. And obviously, it's all 8. So the next thing they look for is head-to-head. Who beat who? And the final one is game differential. So if any one of these teams have more 2-0s than their opponents, they're naturally going to be up. And thus, this is the very final bracket of Group
Fingers
A.
crossed. I have my hopes up. That's the only Singaporean represent.
So NP Flash
They qualify,
They
yes.
qualify.
Oh, wait,
Because there's no
no.
ongoing game anymore. That from
Yeah,
Group A.
They finished before, so
Yep.
man.
They made it. Homeboys and as well as
we
NIP
got
Flash.
7-7 onto Geek Fam. But they played so well.
I mean, they played so well, but that's just the way that SPS works.
Yeah,
Man.
it's just life,
You know what? When
man.
we said that Group B is a group of death, I kind of feel like it's actually
Group
Group
A
A.
is very, very tight. It's a fight for like second and third place, honestly, though.
Imagine the standings already finished, but you have 3 teams at 8 points.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, let's pull up the groups for Group B here, and yep, there you can see the total points: 13 for YRG sitting right on top, but just below them is going to be Falcons AP Bear, who catching up to 11, and then finally Fnatic Onyx at 9 points, and that's your top 3 moving on to the playoffs.
By the way, this is our teams at the S tier.
So our tier lists are pretty good.
Yeah.
Just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, still on point.
What do you think about this, right? Because SPS has been branded as one of the more brutal tournaments of the competitive calendar here in MLBB. And honestly, with the Swiss format and now coming into the Challenge Finals, do you still agree with the format that we're playing here to ensure the top level quality of teams?
Yeah, definitely. Going into the playoffs, there definitely has to be some form of like, I'm fighting for something. And especially that extra life that you get. And not an extra life, it's 2 lives that you get being the top spot. So TLPH and YRG, they're going straight into like the second stage, whereby Fnatic Onyx and AP Brand, they need to face up against NIP Flash and Homeboys down at the first stage. It's gonna be a little bit of a tough fight because these teams are bringing new flavors, new innovations into the game, and I'm all here for it, man.
Yeah, I really like the tournament format that we have for SPS because this is where you really funnel those great teams. It's not a one-hit miss wherein you miss or you lose to a specific team and then you don't get any more chance. It's as if, okay, try, but for this group stages, it is where the best of the best comes in. So sad to say that we're saying goodbye to the other teams, but this is how our tournament goes.
Yep, we only provide the best for you guys, our viewers. So maybe consider coming over to Quill City Mall. Join us between the 2nd to the 4th of August of this year, 2024, to watch the conclusion and watch the entirety of the playoffs of some of your favorite teams. We weeded out the weak. We only have the strong, and now it's your turn to do something about it. Support them. Show them that you believe in them too. Live at QCM.
Ooh, ready up those banners, boys and girls.
Hands
We're gonna
up.
get emo. This is a real life emo going in. Well, it's been so enjoyable casting with you, Chantel, and of course Gideon. And of course, not to forget Sir Cloud backstage as well.
Yep, he's just chilling at Stream B as of right now to finish off that game, unfortunately.
Go Stream B!
Good luck, Stream B! But yeah, no, this just goes to show that, SPS is one of those very unique tournaments that really allows these teams to, like, especially since it's right after MSC, most people were thinking, hey, maybe YRG and NIP Flash got really, really lucky being put on one side of the bracket.
But no, they're actually proving themselves. Yeah, slowly but surely, they will be up on top, and I don't know, it's all up to the playoffs at Quill City Mall to the 4th of August.
With that being said, let's pull up the graphic here for the qualified teams to the playoffs. Congratulations to NIP Flash, 2 Homeboys, Team Liquid PH, Yudu Red Giants, Falcons AP Bren, and Fnatic Onyx.
Oh wow, out of the 12 best teams that we have for the group stages, I didn't expect, actually, I think this is kind of far from my prediction because before we started the group stages, right, we did some predictions. Some of these teams are right, but again, I'm up for the surprise. I won't be surprised if I'll be surprised in the playoffs, if that makes sense.
Because, I mean, look at the distribution. We've got 2 Filipino teams, we've got 1 Indonesian team, we got 2 Malaysian teams, and 1 Singaporean team. We don't get to see this very often.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me back in M3 where like Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia were all at the top spot again. So like we're back here. But again, we've come full circle, Gideon.
Hey, wait a minute. On top spot again. Wait, hold on. That was M3. That means that technically NA was part of that as well.
Yeah. BDK.
How could you forget? How could we forget? But yeah, the times are changing very, very fast in the competitive scene. And honestly, it's becoming more refined. I think that when we're looking at some of these games, right? I'm not saying the throwaway games, but generally throughout the group stages, when we did see the full potential of some of these teams, they really delivered, just like DHL, but they did deliver.
Yeah, I played the Affibot Dash and win $5,000. I love the Affibot Dash. Have you tried it?
Don't even get me started. I put a little too many hours that I'm embarrassed to admit.
It would be interesting to cast that game, right?
Yeah, but never mind. I was trying to put up words in my mind while imagining the Affibot.
It better be 5,000 pounds worth of it.
Yeah. He goes right, and then he goes left, and then he jumps. He gets the coins.
Look, I mean, getting the coins. I mean, at this point of time, I am a little concerned of what the meta has to offer here, right? Because we've seen that these games are quote-unquote close, but that's only because, hey, you have an extra element like split pushing, for an example. It feels like the drafting phase really predetermines who wins and who loses a majority of the time. Hey, wait, look!
Oh, congratulations.
Oh, they just got done.
Congratulations, Streamy.
Congratulations.
Woo!
I mean, it doesn't
Finally.
really matter because like we already know who's gonna make it to the playoffs. But like,
hey, it's pride.
Man, it's
for pride.
It
It's for the sake of pride, guys. Smart Omega, they 2-0 see you soon. Let's give it a round of applause here
let's
because
go.
now
Let's do it.
we can now show you the full bracket of the playoffs here today, and I can't wait to see because again, at this point in time,
Who's
we're
gonna
seeing
face each other?
Yeah, who is going to face each other?
Who's gonna be the first matchup
Ooh, okay.
today? Oh!
Oh man, looking hella tough.
Oh,
Yo.
okay.
That's wild, man.
Okay.
Welcome to the Challenge Finals APAC region playoff bracket hybrid elimination. We're going to see an upper bracket best of 3 between the Homeboys and Fnatic Onyx, and after that, FCAP up against NIP Flash, and whoever wins any of those matches will have to face off TLPH and YRG respectively. Now, I'm going to put you guys on the spot here. If you were one of these teams, which part of the bracket would you rather be in?
Oh, definitely.
But that's hard. That's hard. You answer first because that is a hard question.
You know, YRG is 123 days
Win
left
streak,
unbeaten. Yeah. So like, if you count the playoffs, day 1, that's gonna be like +2 quick map, 1 to 5 days left unbeaten, and they're gonna be sitting there for a pretty long while as well, waiting for FCAP and NIP Flash. So, I mean, it both looks so hard.
Yeah, and the question is hard.
The question is really hard.
Fine. I'll simplify the question for you. What are some of your predictions? Who's gonna make it out to get to the semifinals?
Yes. Based on statistics, though, I think Fnatic Onyx will beat Homeboys going into TLPH, but FCAP will go over and get that rematch down on YRG again.
Can we answer up until there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I'll take it because just to spice things up for y'all,
guys.
Here is the prize pool.
Oh, wow.
This is the Challenge Finals prize pool.
Oh, wow.
144,000 USD and an extra 500 on top of that, but I like big round numbers here. The champion walks away with 62,000 USD, with second place only 30 and in third place only 15. So the prize pool gets cut essentially in half every single time.
Who's gonna get that? I did actually convert it to Philippine peso while you guys are running through with.
Is that how many pesos is that? What's the exchange
That's
rate?
3M. It's at
3,472 pesos.
Yeah.
Yep, so congratulations to the teams who are already walking away with some money. BTR Beta walking away with 1,800 USD. See you soon as well. RSGPH walks away with 2.5K in the bag with Rebellion Esports. Geek Famine as well as Smart Omega are going to be ending it off at 3.7K. So the real question is, if we're looking at 5th, 6th, it's like, okay, 5,750.
$5,000.
Yeah.
But look at 4th place. That's like a 4K jump.
Yeah. It's half. You know, it's almost the same with the MSC from 500K than 1M, right? That's a huge jump. It's a lot of money. Let's all be honest. At the end of the day, money's money, right?
Yep, money is money, and both of these teams are hungry for some revenge. I mean, let's not forget about the pride at the end of the day.
Right.
MSC is long done, and people are preparing for the upcoming season, and as well as M6, so it's good that we get a little bit of a taste of what the international meta is going to be looking like here. Here are the standings for those of you who are just just tuning in case you couldn't pick up on our lower third earlier, TLPH in Group A at number 1 with 12 points, Homeboys at 8 points, and NIP Flash at 8 points as well. In Group B, we have Yudu Red Giants at 13 points sitting at number 1, Falcons AP Bren at 11 points, and Fnatic Onyx at 9.
Looking at the standings, it was sure a bloody group stage for all of our teams.
Yeah, I mean, a group of death for one group is really just an understatement. The entirety of Group A, Group B, both of them are really, really tight. It's shown that no matter what region you're from, it's so close. All these games are.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I think the most, I wouldn't even say upset, but the biggest disappointment and for me was RSGPH, right?
Yeah.
They came in with a lineup that on paper is like, yeah, they played before. Technically, they should be able to kind of crush it this group stage. They were just shy.
Yeah, and there are games we're in, or there are matches we're in. All along we thought that they will be the ones dominating the other team, but it was the other way around. But for some games that are expected wherein they will lose, then that's when they win. So they're very inconsistent, if I might say, during this SPS group stage.
Would you think it's like not home ground advantage? You're in a different country, you're eating a different food. Maybe the nasi lemak doesn't sit well with some of them.
Maybe because...
Maybe
because sambal. It's spicy.
Maybe because you tried the spicy sambal yesterday.
Yeah,
How was your experience though?
It's spicy. You can watch the video. I was like almost crying. My nose was very red. My eyes are bloody red as well. So it was almost the same as my shirt right now.
Yeah, she got really red.
It's hot. We got some hot stuff here in Malaysia. But speaking of hot stuff, let's have a look at the bracket this time. For tomorrow, it is the schedule. Homeboys are going up against Fnatic Onyx. This is happening tomorrow, this is happening on the 2nd of August, by the way. And after that match is going to be Falcons AP Bren versus NIP Flash. And to wrap it all up, it's whoever wins that match between the Homeboys and as well as Fnatic Onyx will have to face off against the Yudu Red Giants, if I'm remembering this correctly.
I'm excited and I'm getting chills, actually, or goosebumps while looking at this bracketing. So it's gonna be a very interesting one. Who's gonna win over the other? What is gonna be the upset game for us? Something like that.
Yeah, I think they just updated it. So instead of the Yudu Red Giants, it's gonna be Team Liquid PH. That's gonna be at 7 p.m. on the 2nd of August. That's going to be a really tall order because Homeboys or Fnatic Onyx, they are very good teams in their own respective rights, and whoever wins needs to face up against another huge challenge in the form of TLPH. That's going to be a tall order for anyone. 2 huge matches in a day. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it really is going to be tough. Playoffs is only going to get more brutal. Most people think that, playoffs, we can finally take a break. No! This is where the real game begins.
Yeah.
You're fighting for your life. You're fighting for a lot of bones.
And even for your teams, yes, they have July 31 and August 1. But with the intensity of, or the level of competitiveness for each and every one, it's going to be hard for them to prepare for the games
You've
that
only got
they will be
one
doing.
day to just like reset and talk with your team and try to get that.
Digest everything, all the nasi lemak.
Yeah, just we exclusively eat nasi lemak and nothing else, That's Malaysian culture right there. But once again, I want to thank all the audience members for sticking around and watching the stream, because without you guys, this wouldn't have been made possible. I'm going to get some final statements here from both you, Churros, and as well as Chantel. Anything to say to our audience before we start closing out the show?
Well, thank you for all your support from myself. This is honestly my first international tournament. It's been a blast, especially casting with my idol Gideon
our idol.
on the far right. Our idol,
Gideon.
huge idol. Follow him at Getting Q at Instagram.
There was already a lower third, guys.
I like that we're the one plugging him, right?
Yeah.
But he's our idol. He is our idol. By the way, I'm a huge fan of your work, Gideon.
Yeah, real funny now that the cameras are on. I didn't hear none of that in the back. But once again, thank you so much for coming onto the set.
Thank you.
We're going to be closing off here today of Stream A. Thank you to everybody out there. It's been a wonderful day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to be closing out here with me, Gideon Q, Chantel, and as well as Churros. Once again, we'll see you later. Playoffs happening 2nd of August. We'll see you then.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want.